Ray had set off early in the morning, leading a small expedition from Lion's Mouth toward the recently destroyed fortress they needed to investigate. As promised to Slivia, he'd taken only a modest force, approximately 25 soldiers total. Left behind to protect Lion's Mouth and the remaining forces were Katie and Dan. Dan had been summoned from Avrion specifically for this purpose, while the others prepared, which was why their departure had been delayed by several days. The expedition members included Lenny, Jack, Martha, Kyle, Harry, Nathaniel, the 4 young beast students, and 25 experienced Red Wing soldiers. There was always the lingering concern that this could be an elaborate trap, something designed to lure the bulk of Red Wing leadership away from Lion's Mouth, leaving it vulnerable to surprise attack. Although it was a valid fear, Ray was not much concerned about it. If any trouble arose at the fortress, Ray could simply teleport back instantly using his system abilities, and he was genuinely confident that he alone would be sufficient to handle most threats. After all, his powers had grown significantly after his evolutions. While traveling through shadow-corrupted territory, the heavy snow they'd been trudging through eventually disappeared completely. They found themselves back on hard, solid ground that stretched for miles. The soldiers were relieved by the change in terrain after living under the tunnels for a long time. It was significantly easier for everyone to walk in these conditions, and the view was genuinely pleasant to look at after weeks underground.
"Ah,"
Martha said, stretching her arms wide.
"It feels absolutely wonderful to finally be outside again. I feel like we've been trapped in those dark tunnels far too long."
"Yeah," Kyle agreed enthusiastically. "I genuinely hope we never have to return to Lion's Mouth again. Living underground is miserable." "Though we probably will have to," Kyle thought realistically.
"Aren't you guys worried at all?"
Nathaniel asked, concern clear in his voice.
"We left while there's still an assassin loose in the fortress. Maybe while we're away, the assassin will continue attacking our remaining soldiers. They could all be dead when we return,"
Nathaniel feared.
Perhaps, Lenny replied thoughtfully, but I fail to see what their true ultimate goal would be in that case. All the genuinely important people in the Red Wing Kingdom are traveling with us right now. I seriously doubt their aim was simply to continue killing random soldiers indefinitely."
He stroked his beard.
"Eventually, even the most skilled assassin will leave tracks and identifying markings behind. Patterns emerge. If the killings stop while we're gone, then it probably means the assassin is traveling with us right now."
Kyle looked directly at Harry, who had remained completely silent throughout the entire journey so far. His pale skin looked even more wrong in natural sunlight.
"I don't care what anyone else says. Harry has fundamentally changed. That's not fully him anymore, and I am confident soon I will expose him to everyone."
Without anyone immediately noticing, the environment around them began shifting subtly. A thick gray fog started creeping into view from all directions, making it increasingly difficult to see even the person directly in front of them.
"No, not this fog again,"
Martha thought with alarm.
"Not again,"
Martha complained aloud, immediately drawing her dagger.
"How did we not see this coming sooner?"
She knew from bitter past experience that whenever mysterious mist appeared like this, shadow-infected creatures inevitably came to attack. The last time she'd experienced fog like this was during the mission where they'd lost Kyle temporarily.
"Kids, make sure you protect Nathaniel and the White Crystal,"
Lenny ordered immediately. The 4 young beast students, Flynn, Wendy, Claire, and Dale, went straight to Nathaniel's side, forming a protective formation around him.
"I need protection from people 2 years younger than me. Am I really that unreliable? That weak?"
Nathaniel thought with embarrassment and frustration. Still, he gripped the divine crystal tightly, preparing for whatever was about to emerge from the fog. While everyone else drew their weapons and assumed defensive positions, only one person stood there completely calmly, Ray. He'd sensed the shadow presence approaching well before the fog appeared. In truth, he probably could have dispelled the mist entirely, helping the Red Wings avoid this encounter.
But I won't,
Ray decided. With his dragon eyes, Ray could see perfectly through the fog. He could clearly observe the enemy forces, what appeared to be a pack of wild, dog-like beasts, probably 20 or more, circling through the mist. By his side, Noir was growling heavily at the approaching beasts. Several of them seemed to sense her presence and backed off nervously.
They can feel her power,
Ray noted. However, everyone else traveling with them remained completely unaware of the specific threat's nature. Ray placed his hand gently on Noir's head, calming her down. Keep your aura contained, girl. Don't let them feel your energy signature yet, Ray instructed quietly. Noir listened to her master and complied immediately, staying calmly by his side. In fact, she became so relaxed that she simply lay down on the ground, waiting patiently for the situation to resolve. The reason Ray was deliberately not getting involved, not helping, was because he wanted the Red Wings to improve their capabilities independently.
Eventually I will fully become a dragon again. I am very close to my goal, and then I will no longer be living among humans. I will need to leave Avrion. This group I have built will then need to defend itself from different threats. Every day they will face new challenges, and I will not be there to help them every time. They need to learn, to grow stronger without me.
He also couldn't personally watch and protect every single one of them at all times. Focusing intently and using the sounds of growling and movement, the Red Wing soldiers began swinging their weapons wildly into the fog. But the blind attacks weren't helping at all. They were just striking empty air.
We can't see anything through the fog. This way we will definitely lose,
Lenny thought with growing concern. The only fighter who seemed to perform decently in these conditions was Jack. He relied on his werewolf nose to locate exactly where the beasts were positioned, even through the obscuring mist.
Smell doesn't lie,
Jack thought, tracking multiple targets. The rest of the army was in genuine panic, swinging randomly and hoping to hit something.
This fog will be the death of us all if we don't eliminate it. Nathaniel! Nathaniel! Answer me, boy! Where are you?
Lenny shouted.
Over here!
Nathaniel shouted back, trying to make his voice carry. Running in the direction of the sound, Lenny arrived by Nathaniel's side, the young students still surrounding him protectively.
In this fog, I think using your crystal should be able to dispel it,
Lenny said urgently.
But how? The crystal can only attack things directly infected by the shadow. This is just fog,
Nathaniel asked, confused.
Exactly, but I don't think this is natural fog at all. I believe the mist itself is a type of beast. It's alive, moving when we move, flowing and changing direction responsively,
Lenny explained quickly. Nathaniel held up the crystal. It began glowing with inner light. The white beam shot directly into the fog, but did nothing.
It's not working,
Nathaniel thought with frustration. The light simply passed through the mist, temporarily creating a gap where they could see clearly, but it was immediately covered again as the fog flowed back together.
I can't help. It's not working at all,
Nathaniel said, genuine desperation in his voice.
Yes, you can,
Lenny shouted back encouragingly.
You need to focus differently. So far you've only used the crystal one way, as a concentrated beam, but it's only there to help you channel your divine powers.
A scream came from somewhere in the fog. One of the soldiers was under attack.
People are dying because I can't do this,
Nathaniel thought.
Listen to me carefully,
Lenny continued.
You need to focus your intent. Try to get the crystal to spread its power outward around you in all directions. Spread it thin like a bubble and dispel this entire fog at once.
Hearing another scream, this one cut short. Nathaniel's determination solidified. Okay, I've got this. I'll try, Nathaniel said firmly. He gripped the crystal with both hands. Slowly, the white aura began manifesting differently this time. Instead of focusing forward, it started lighting up around his entire body. A heavenly glow appeared like a translucent sheet surrounding him.
It's working. I can feel it,
Nathaniel thought with growing confidence.
Good. Now store up that energy. Build it. then blast it outward in absolutely all directions simultaneously,
Lenny encouraged.
I can do this. I have to do this,
Nathaniel thought.
Damn it, one went through,
Flynn shouted from the protective circle. At that exact moment, one of the wild shadow-infected dogs had broken through the defensive line completely. It was running at full sprint directly toward Nathaniel, jaws open.
The beast is too fast for any of us to stop it. We failed. We failed to protect the prince.
Flynn was panicked. The beast was moving far too quickly for even Lenny to physically intercept it in time. Noir, Ray said calmly. He was watching everything happening before him. The black wolf opened her eyes and woke from her resting state. Noir suddenly disappeared from Ray's side entirely, moving faster than anyone could track. The attacking beast was seen leaping through the air one moment. The next instant, it had completely vanished. Lenny spun around, searching desperately, but he couldn't see where the beast had gone or what had happened to it.
Is it still here somewhere? Did it escape?
Lenny called out, on high alert.
Where did it go?
Lenny wondered in confusion. Inside Noir's powerful jaws, the beast was already dead, its neck broken instantly. Noir reappeared by Ray's side as if she'd never moved, the corpse dropping silently at her feet.
She killed it in less than a second. I didn't even see her move,
Lenny realized. Good girl, Ray said, patting Noir's head affectionately.
I'm safe. Ray won't let anything happen to me, so I can focus entirely on this.
With nothing to distract him anymore, Nathaniel was finally able to focus completely. Now that he knew Ray could defend him at any moment, it allowed him to relax and get genuinely comfortable with the power. Once again, brilliant white light surrounded Nathaniel's body. This time, it began growing steadily outward in all directions. The luminous aura around him was visibly shaking and pulsing, as if struggling to contain immense power, ready to explode at any moment.
It is a lot of energy, more than I have felt before.
Nathaniel began feeling confident in his abilities.
Be extremely careful with that. I would genuinely hate to die from friendly fire when you're simply trying to eliminate mist,
Lenny warned, taking a cautious step backward.
Don't worry. For some reason, I instinctively know what I'm doing now. I understand it,
Nathaniel replied confidently. When Nathaniel opened his eyes, they had turned completely white, glowing with divine power. He unleashed the full force of the white crystal. Now, Nathaniel thought. Like a ripple expanding across water, pure white energy shot out in absolutely all directions around him simultaneously. A perfect sphere of divine light spreading outward. The white power passed directly through Lenny, doing him absolutely no harm whatsoever. The same held true for all the other Red Wing knights and soldiers. The light flowed through them like they weren't even there. But as the expanding wave reached the shadow-infected beasts still lurking in the fog, their bodies immediately began disintegrating, just like when Nathaniel used the crystal's regular concentrated beam attack. They turned to ash in seconds.
It's working perfectly. I'm doing it,
Nathaniel thought with exhilaration. Ray sighed, seeing Nathaniel finally getting hold of the things. But then his face twitched in pain. The moment the white light touched Ray's exposed skin, he felt an intense burning sensation.
What?
Ray thought with shock and pain. Noir, Ray commanded quickly. Noir instantly grew to her massive size. Ray leaped onto her back, and she sprinted away at incredible speed, outrunning the expanding white light until it eventually stopped spreading and faded.
Oh, that hurt. A lot.
Taking off the gauntlet protecting his forearm, Ray could clearly see a burn mark on his skin, angry and red. Even more concerning, his normally rapid healing seemed to be struggling to repair the damage. He didn't fully understand why, but just like the shadow-infected beasts, Ray was apparently affected by the crystal's purifying power as well.
Is it because of my evolution? Is it because I am slowly changing? I am not a human anymore. Anyways, I need to remember this. I need to be extremely careful around Nathaniel when he's using that power.
With the mist and all shadow creatures completely eliminated, it was finally safe for the group to continue traveling. This time, however, they proceeded with significantly more caution. One attack means more will come, they all knew. Having already experienced one ambush, everyone expected additional attacks at any moment, but surprisingly, none came. The journey continued peacefully. The terrain gradually began changing dramatically around them. As they exited the large, empty fields they'd been crossing, they entered what appeared to be an enormous ancient forest. The trees and their massive root systems were wide and large enough for all of them to walk comfortably on top of. It looked like a forest specifically built for giants, everything scaled far beyond normal proportions.
These trees are ancient, hundreds of years old at a minimum,
Lenny observed. The unusual terrain sometimes made their progress difficult. Periodically, they needed to climb over enormous protruding roots that blocked their path. This physical exertion seemed to tire out the soldiers even more than fighting the beasts had. Yet they followed their king's lead, who had no problem in surpassing those obstacles. Eventually, as darkness began falling and the sun disappeared completely, they decided it was time to make camp for the night. It was impossible to travel further in the dark. Besides, the group needed some rest before another tiring day. The massive trees blocked most of the moonlight, making it nearly impossible for anyone except Ray to see clearly in the darkness. They established their camp under one of the largest trees, positioning themselves between two enormous roots. This defensive position only allowed enemies to approach from one direction. They'd have to climb over the massive roots on either side to attack from different angles. The tents were set up quickly and efficiently. Soon the camp was resting peacefully, with guards posted at the single accessible approach. Inside his personal tent, Nathaniel was carefully admiring the divine crystal, turning it over in his hands and watching how light reflected through its facets.
Every day, I'm getting better control of it. I am learning something new about what it can do. Soon, I will have complete control over it and use my powers to their optimum. I will help Ray and the Red Wings against the shadow,
Nathaniel thought with satisfaction. He was genuinely thankful he'd been given such a special artifact in the first place. Without it, Nathaniel felt he would have been completely useless on this journey, just dead weight the others had to protect.
But with this, I can actually contribute. I can help,
Nathaniel thought, gripping it firmly. Kyle entered the tent and immediately noticed Nathaniel examining the crystal carefully, holding it up to catch the faint light.
Hold on to that extremely well, little prince. Guard it as if it were your first love,
Kyle said with a slight smile.
I will,
Nathaniel replied seriously.
I'll make absolutely certain that the Shadow Beasts and Dark Guild never get their hands on this, no matter what.
Well, that would be excellent,
Kyle said, his tone shifting to something more serious.
If that was all we had to worry about. But it's not,
Kyle thought darkly.
Are you talking about Harry?
Nathaniel said quietly. Kyle wasn't the only person who'd observed Harry's increasingly strange behavior. Many of them had spent literal years with Harry, training together, fighting together, nearly dying together. Nathaniel had been by Harry's side during the entire war at Lion's Mouth. Yet now, Harry's actions were completely out of character.
Something is wrong with him,
Nathaniel knew.
I fear he may be the ass,
Kyle started to say.
Maybe the what?
Harry's voice said coldly from directly behind Kyle.
How did he... I didn't hear him approach at all,
Kyle thought with alarm. Kyle immediately stepped backward, creating distance, and placed his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword. He genuinely feared there would be a repeat of their previous confrontation.
Why is he always around me? And always when no one else is nearby? This can't be a coincidence.
Kyle wanted to scream.
I thought I already taught you a proper lesson last time, and yet you continue talking behind my back?
Spreading lies? Harry said, his voice carrying an edge of menace. What is wrong with you? Can't you see yourself? You've fundamentally changed. This isn't who you are. You are not the old Harry we all knew, Kyle shouted, frustration and fear mixing together. At that precise moment, something else entered the tent, but it wasn't human. Noir padded in silently, her black fur almost invisible in the dim light. She looked directly at Harry and snarled, showing her teeth. Seeing Noir's aggressive stance and recognizing the threat she represented, Harry decided to leave the tent without causing further trouble. He departed as silently as he'd arrived.
That was too close,
Kyle thought, his heart racing. Kyle made a firm decision right then. He would sleep in Nathaniel's tent tonight, positioned between the prince and the entrance. I'm not leaving him alone, not with Harry acting like this, Kyle decided. Nathaniel was genuinely thankful for Kyle's protective presence. Everyone knew the young prince would be a prime target for any enemy, and even more so now that his powers with the divine crystal were visibly growing stronger. In the morning, when all the soldiers had gathered and were preparing to break camp, Martha descended from above using her harpy wings. She landed gracefully in the center of their camp. She had been scouting the whole area, looking for any possible dangers they might face on their journey ahead. I have important news to inform everyone, Martha announced, her expression serious. Everyone immediately fell silent, giving her their full attention. When I was conducting aerial scouting this morning, trying to determine how much further we have to travel to reach the fortress, I spotted Monk and his group. He appears to have many Dark Guild soldiers with him, and they're heading in exactly the same direction we are. They're not very far from our current position, maybe a few hours ahead at most. Martha looked around at everyone. Essentially, the two groups are now in a race to reach the fortress first, but we absolutely need to stay cautious and alert. At any moment, our two forces could clash in open battle, Martha explained gravely. Everyone needs to be prepared for that possibility. The mood in the camp instantly changed as everyone got ready for the day. They had their weapons sharp and ready, minds prepared for what they might encounter today. But there was actually more to the situation than Martha was telling them. She'd done more than simply spot Monk from a distance. She'd actually spoken with him directly when she encountered him. We talked. I talked to Monk face to face. He said things about what's really happening. For now, however, Martha would keep the details of their private discussion completely secret. I hope I am not making a mistake by keeping it a secret. Learning that Monk and his army were traveling not far from their position unsettled the Red Wings considerably. They had only gathered a relatively small force for this expedition, after all. 25 soldiers against 100, we stand no chance, several calculated nervously. They'd known there was a chance of combat, certainly, but none of them had expected to face a full-scale war. Not yet, at least. The only thing that seemed to calm the nerves of the regular soldiers was watching their leaders walking ahead confidently and knowing that Ray, their king, was with them. Not just any king, the great red dragon sent himself, they reminded themselves. At first, learning their leader's true identity had seemed like a frightening revelation. To have your commander be the very dragon who'd caused so much destruction and terror across the entire continent of Bronzeland was deeply unsettling. But gradually, they'd come to truly understand that Ray was genuinely on their side now. Yes, he had a deep hatred for humans, but during his lifetime as a human, all he had done was to protect the people around him and fight for justice and fairness. This being that the entire continent combined couldn't defeat was leading them into war, fighting for them, not against them. He was now humanity's weapon against the shadow. Eventually, the inevitable encounter occurred. After climbing up and over another massive tree root, they could see Monk and his assembled forces clearly on the other side. Everyone was instantly alert. their spines straightening and their hands ready to reach their weapon at any moment. Monk was wearing significantly better armor than before. It possessed a certain refined quality in its craftsmanship. The armor was primarily black, with a distinctive purple tint running through it, similar to what most Dark Guild members wore, but this wasn't regular beast-crafted gear. All the rough edges had been meticulously smoothed and carved into elegant curves.
Monk's armor must be at Emperor tier minimum, possibly higher,
Lenny assessed. Looks like someone got a major promotion, Kyle commented dryly. It was based more on how exceptionally fancy Monk appeared than anything else. Behind Monk stood approximately 100 Dark Guild soldiers in organized formation. The Red Wing forces looked at each other nervously, silently calculating odds.
We're outnumbered 4-1.
They all knew. However, to everyone's genuine surprise, when Monk spotted them across the clearing, he started walking toward them casually, almost leisurely. It appeared as if he had absolutely no intention of attacking at all. When Monk reached the midpoint between the two forces, he stopped and waited.
What is he doing? Why isn't he attacking?
Jack wondered.
So, have you taken into consideration what we discussed earlier, Martha?
Monk called out, his voice carrying clearly.
What?
Multiple heads turned sharply toward Martha. This revelation immediately caused considerable confusion and concern. Martha had already confirmed she'd spotted the Dark Guild camp during her scouting, but she mentioned absolutely nothing about actually meeting with them or having any discussions.
No, is Martha the one actually betraying us, not Harry?
Nathaniel thought with alarm. Kyle's eyes immediately shifted to Harry, checking for any reaction at all, but Harry just maintained that same cold, emotionless expression on his pale face.
Nothing. No surprise. Does Harry already know about Monk's plan?
I can explain this,
Martha said quickly, seeing the suspicious looks.
Honestly, I was genuinely hoping this entire situation could be avoided completely.
She took a breath.
I thought if we departed early enough this morning, we might not end up encountering them at all. When I was conducting aerial reconnaissance and hovering above the forest, Monk approached me directly and wanted to propose a type of deal between our forces.
A deal? What kind of deal?
Lenny demanded.
Right now, they're heading to exactly the same fortress we are,
Martha continued.
Both parties have essentially the same goal, to investigate what happened there and discover what force destroyed it. To make the situation less hostile and avoid unnecessary bloodshed, Monk proposed a formal duel instead of a battle.
She gestured to the open space.
A 1-versus-1 combat. The winning side gets to proceed to the fortress immediately and investigate freely. The losing side agrees to remain here in the forest for 3 full days while the victors conduct their research.
A duel? Instead of war? That's surprisingly reasonable,
Jack thought. But then there was something that nagged at his mind.
Why didn't you inform us about this proposal immediately?
Jack asked pointedly. Martha knew things would lead to this when she decided to keep Monk's proposal a secret. Given the suspicious environment in the Red Wings camp, she understood the reason behind this scrutiny.
I had 2 reasons. First, as I mentioned, I genuinely believed we could reach the fortress before them if we moved quickly enough this morning. The duel would become irrelevant if we simply avoided them entirely,
Martha explained. She paused.
Second, there was a specific condition attached to the duel proposal.
Martha's gaze shifted to Ray, who stood there with a passive face.
Ray is explicitly not allowed to participate,
she revealed. The proposal was certainly strange, but when Ray looked carefully at his soldiers, he could clearly see that many were genuinely afraid of the prospect of fighting against a significantly larger army. This solution would avoid both sides clashing when there was genuinely no strategic need for it. It was a sensible compromise. Using his dragon eyes to examine the Dark Guild forces more carefully, Ray also noticed something crucial. None of these soldiers appeared to be infected by shadow corruption.
They're just humans, not corrupted. Just humans who chose the Dark Guild. So if there's a battle, it will simply be humans killing other humans. There will be no shadow involvement at all. Those will be pointless deaths on both sides.
A 3-day advantage would benefit us tremendously. We'd be able to thoroughly discover whatever force or weapon destroyed the fortress, perhaps even use that knowledge against the shadow later, Lenny said thoughtfully. Yes, that's true, but only if we actually win the duel, and we can't even use our single strongest fighter, Martha replied. Without Ray, this becomes genuinely dangerous, Martha knew. The Red Wing leaders discussed the proposal quietly among themselves for several minutes, weighing options and risks. Finally, they reached a consensus. They would accept the duel. At the end of the day, preserving lives was most important to them all. This duel would accomplish exactly that, avoiding massive casualties. However, they did have their own condition to add. Martha walked forward to the center point to deliver their counter-condition. Since Ray won't be permitted to fight, we request that you, Monk, as the Dark Guild leader of this expedition, also refrain from participating directly, Martha announced clearly. Fine. Perfectly acceptable terms. Monk agreed without any hesitation whatsoever. He turned slightly. I shall choose my best fighter. Tower! That was too easy. He agreed instantly. Why? Martha thought with suspicion. From within the Dark Guild formation, an absolutely massive man stepped forward. He was as thick as a large tree trunk, wielding an enormous two-handed battle axe that looked like it weighed more than most people. Standing opposite Martha for comparison, the man truly did resemble a tower, hence the name apparently. And who will Tower be facing? Monk asked with apparent curiosity. Martha returned to the Red Wing group. They needed time to choose their champion carefully. They couldn't lose 3 days' advantage. Why don't you volunteer for this, Kyle? Harry suggested suddenly, his voice carrying an edge. You performed so remarkably well in your last duel against Gary, and you've been informing everyone repeatedly that you're our kingdom's best swordsman now. Is he serious? Kyle thought with disbelief. I think you'd be an excellent choice, Harry continued with that cold smile. Kyle was genuinely starting to wonder what he'd possibly done to get on Harry's bad side so severely. What did I do to him? Why does he hate me now? Kyle wondered. Are you still holding some petty grudge because I bet against you in the All-Kingdom tournament? Is that what this is about? Kyle asked, trying to understand. That was months ago, and it was just gold. Harry never cared about that before, Kyle thought. Only someone as pathetically idiotic as you would hold a grudge over something so utterly simple and meaningless, Harry snapped back viciously. Will you two cool it? This is not the time, Martha said, physically jumping between them before the confrontation could escalate. They're going to fight each other before Kyle faces Tower, Martha thought with frustration. Fine, Kyle said, his pride wounded and anger taking over. I'll go fight this duel, and I'll win it, just like I did before with Gary. I beat Gary. I can beat this Tower person too, Kyle reminded himself. Kyle grabbed his sword and started walking toward the center clearing between the two armies, his jaw set with determination. Harry's constant insults finally got to him and pushed Kyle into accepting. I just hope Kyle won't let his anger blind him. Jack crossed his arms, his lips pressed tight into a thin line. That was a calculated move. Harry wanted Kyle to fight. Why? Does he want this Tower person to beat Kyle or worse, injure him severely to get him off his back? Does Harry suspect that Kyle is keeping an eye on him? Lenny was more alert than ever. His gaze kept drifting to Harry, only to see a cold smile gracing his lips. Just a reminder to everyone present, Monk announced loudly, addressing both groups. No one should interfere or jump into this duel, regardless of what happens, even if you believe there will be death. This comment was particularly aimed toward Ray, since everyone knew he'd violated duel protocols before by intervening to save Kyle from Gary. Ray stood silently, his expression unreadable. Monk watched Ray and couldn't help but think,
Nobody knows what runs inside his head.
Duels were an established method for kingdoms to resolve serious disputes without resorting to full-scale war. They were considered sacred agreements between kingdoms. Even the mighty empire complied with duel results and honored whatever outcomes they produced. This sacred tradition was precisely why the Dark Guild members were watching Ray so carefully right now.
He violated duel protocol before. He interfered,
they remembered. Ray had intervened in Kyle's previous duel against Gary, stopping it before its natural conclusion. Even members of Ray's own Red Wing army who'd witnessed that intervention thought it had been somewhat dishonorable, a violation of ancient traditions.
It was wrong, even if his intentions were good,
some soldiers thought privately. Interfering in a formally agreed duel was considered such a profoundly dishonorable act that if Ray did the same thing again, there was a genuine possibility that many soldiers in the army would choose to stop following him entirely. This time, Ray absolutely could not get involved in Kyle's fight the way he had before. Katie had made him acutely aware of all these political and cultural ramifications.
The army's loyalty depends on this. They need to see you respect the traditions, my lord,
Katie had warned him. Thankfully, Ray seemed relatively unconcerned about the restriction. However, the thought did cross his mind privately. Why should he care what everyone thought of him if he wanted to save a friend's life?
These traditions are stupid. They are made by humans. A friend's life matters more than honor. But I'll comply. For now, I can't lose the trust and respect of my army,
Ray decided reluctantly. Kyle stood in the center of the makeshift arena, a wide, flat section of massive tree root. Tower stood opposite him, gripping his enormous two-handed axe tightly, as if ready to attack at any moment. If anyone took even a quick glance at the two combatants, they would immediately assume Kyle had absolutely no chance of winning. The size difference was simply too extreme. At each side of the route, the two armies stood watching, Red Wings on one side, Dark Guild on the other. Silent, tense, waiting.
Ready?
Tower asked, his voice heavy and low like grinding stones.
Come on,
Kyle replied, trying to sound confident.
Show them strength. Show them you belong here,
Kyle thought. Wanting to start strong and demonstrate confidence to his supporters, Kyle stood his ground firmly, focusing his ki energy into the Black Raven blade. The sword began glowing faintly with compressed power. Tower lifted his massive battle axe high over his head with both hands and brought it down with devastating force, aiming directly at Kyle's position.
Here it comes,
Kyle thought. Most fighters' natural instinct would be to dive out of the way and avoid such a powerful attack entirely. However, Kyle wanted to prove a specific point to everyone watching.
I'm strong. I can take this.
He dug both feet firmly into the root beneath him and prepared to receive the blow directly, blade raised to block.
With my improved ki from the beasting process, this should be easy,
Kyle thought confidently. When the axe collided with his sword, Kyle was immediately in for an extremely unpleasant surprise.
What?
Kyle thought with shock. He was instantly knocked completely off his feet and overpowered by the sheer force. Kyle fell hard to the ground, the impact jarring. Using every bit of strength he possessed, he barely managed to stop the axe from continuing its path toward his exposed neck. Eventually, with tremendous effort, Kyle created a striking force burst with his ki, pushing the axe violently to one side. He scrambled back to his feet as quickly as possible. But when Kyle landed, he immediately noticed his left foot was in severe pain.
Seriously? Already injured?
Kyle thought with frustration. The damage didn't go unnoticed by the watching armies either. Kyle had clearly hurt his foot absorbing that first initial blow, possibly with broken bones. Against a significantly larger and more powerful opponent, Kyle's only real advantage should have been his superior speed and agility. The Black Sash Knight's footwork techniques relied almost entirely on rapid movement and positioning. Tower was already charging toward Kyle again, axe raised. Kyle knew with absolute certainty he couldn't survive another direct hit like the first one.
I underestimated him. I was a complete fool,
Kyle admitted to himself. Of course, the Dark Guild would send someone exceptionally strong for such an important negotiation. This wasn't some random soldier. This was their chosen champion.
Why did I think I could just block that? Pride. Stupid pride.
Kyle wondered. For some reason, Kyle had felt this overwhelming need to prove to everyone, including Harry especially, that his duel victory against Gary hadn't been a fluke or luck, that he was genuinely skilled. Knowing he couldn't move with his normal speed and agility due to his injured foot, Kyle needed to wait until the absolute last possible moment to evade. When Tower's axe fell in a devastating vertical strike, Kyle moved only his head and upper body, swaying to the side while barely shifting his damaged foot at all. With Tower's massive body completely open and undefended after the committed attack, Kyle thrust his blade forward with all his remaining strength. Due to Tower's sheer size, the only target Kyle could realistically reach was his chest, which was also the largest target area. His sword struck true, hitting Tower's chest armor directly. The sword bounced off completely, rebounding backward with a metallic ring. Tower didn't even flinch from the impact. Kyle thought with despair,
I did absolutely nothing.
Damn it! I can't put my full strength behind my attacks with this foot, Kyle muttered.
But that's not the only problem,
Kyle admitted silently. Kyle's weapons were only advanced tier quality at best, not even causing a scratch on the armor, even when striking with key-enhanced force, meant Tower's equipment must be exceptionally high quality.
Outmatched in equipment, outmatched in strength, injured. What chance do I have?
Spinning around with his massive fist, Tower struck Kyle hard on the side of the head, knocking him to the ground again. Kyle scrambled up immediately, readying himself defensively, still trying to push through the intense pain radiating from his ankle. He was channeling a steady stream of ki to the injured area, attempting to accelerate healing. If he could somehow delay the fight long enough and heal his ankle sufficiently, then maybe, just maybe, he still had a chance. A relentless flurry of attacks came from Tower's axe. He was swinging the massive weapon at a speed that should have been physically impossible for someone his enormous size, the speed one would expect from a fighter half his mass.
How is he so fast?
Kyle thought desperately. It took absolutely everything Kyle had to continuously deflect the attack away from vital areas. Each deflection hurt his injured foot more, sending waves of agony up his leg.
I can't keep this up. I'm getting weaker and slower because of my injury.
Eventually, a particularly powerful strike knocked Kyle completely onto his back. Oh! He hit the root hard, the breath driven from his lungs. The massive axe rose high above him, positioned directly over his head.
Do you concede? I do not wish to kill a man if I don't absolutely have to. And I can clearly see you're badly injured,
Tower asked, his voice surprisingly gentle despite the circumstances.
He's giving me a way out. He's showing me mercy,
Kyle realized. Kyle had lost. After bragging so extensively to everyone, after insisting he could be relied upon as their champion, the entire army had just witnessed him lose decisively.
This is humiliating. Absolutely humiliating.
And across the clearing, Kyle could see the smile on Harry's pale face. That was somehow the worst part of everything, seeing Harry satisfied with this outcome.
He wanted this. He manipulated me into volunteering, knowing I'd lose.
Kyle wondered briefly if he should continue fighting despite knowing he would ultimately lose, but continuing meant a very real chance of death. Tower's next strike would likely split his skull.
Die for pride or live with shame,
Kyle thought. Gritting his teeth in frustration and humiliation, Kyle made his choice. He was no fool. He would live to fight another day.
Pride isn't worth dying for,
Kyle decided. I concede defeat, Kyle said clearly, his voice carrying to both armies. I am the loser of this fight. The Red Wings have lost this duel. Tower immediately lowered his axe and stepped back, offering his hand to help Kyle stand. Kyle accepted it, allowing the larger man to pull him to his feet.
You fought with honor despite your injury. There's no shame in knowing when to yield,
Tower said quietly.
Easy for the winner to say,
Kyle thought bitterly. The loss meant devastating consequences for the Red Wings. They would be forced to remain here in the forest for 3 full days, allowing Monk and his Dark Guild forces to proceed ahead to the destroyed fortress and conduct their investigation first. Monk nodded with satisfaction.
The terms are accepted and honored. We'll proceed to the fortress immediately. You may follow in exactly 3 days' time.
Kyle limped back toward his army, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Harry was still smiling, and Ray stood silently, watching everything unfold, his expression unreadable. The Dark Guild army began preparing to move out toward the fortress. The Red Wings would wait 3 days and wonder what secrets the enemy would discover first.
This is the start of many losses for the Red Wing Kingdom,
Monk shouted triumphantly as he departed, marching forward with his Dark Guild army toward the distant fortress. Martha thought with bitter irritation,
He's enjoying this far too much.
Ray was genuinely tempted to simply walk forward and completely forget about the agreement they'd just made. Kill Monk, scatter his forces, take what they wanted by force.
I could end this in seconds. One blast of lightning and Monk would be ash.
But the other Red Wing leaders quickly reminded him of the severe consequences. If Ray chose to ignore the duel's outcome and violate the sacred agreement, the entire army would lose all respect for him, both as a leader and as a person.
A true leader keeps their word. A king is expected to honor agreements even more than common people, especially more than common people,
Lenny had said firmly when Ray's intentions became clear. With absolutely nothing productive to do for the next 3 days, the group decided to establish their camp right where they currently stood. They wouldn't be permitted to move forward anyway, so there was no tactical point in seeking better ground elsewhere. They pitched their tents efficiently, having traveled only a few hundred meters from their previous camping location that morning. This time, they set up directly on top of the massive tree root, positioning their backs against the enormous trunk for additional protection. After spending several days traveling through this strange giant forest, they'd all realized something peculiar and unsettling. They hadn't encountered many beasts at all during their journey. Very few shadow-corrupted creatures, and almost no natural wildlife either. They were genuinely unsure if this eerie absence was somehow related to whatever catastrophic event had destroyed the fortress they were investigating, or perhaps caused by something else entirely beyond their understanding. But the unnatural quiet made them paradoxically more comfortable camping openly like this, without extensive fortifications. When evening fell, and darkness claimed the forest, the Red Wing soldiers did the only things they could realistically do to pass the long hours: drink wine and ale around campfires, eat their rations, share stories and complaints about their situation. However, Kyle hadn't spoken to anyone since the humiliating duel had ended. He'd immediately grabbed a large bottle of wine from the supplies and headed away from the main group to sit completely alone at the very edge of the route, staring down into the darkness far below.
"He's taking this extremely hard,"
Jack observed from a distance. The four young knights, Flynn, Wendy, Claire, and Dale, noticed Kyle's self-imposed isolation and decided to approach him together. They genuinely wanted to offer comfort to their former black sash instructor who taught them so much.
"You fought extremely well in that duel, Master Kyle,"
Flynn said respectfully as they approached. Kyle took a massive swig directly from the wine bottle, glanced very briefly in their general direction without actually seeing them, then immediately returned to drinking without acknowledging the compliment. That's when Wendy's sharp eyes noticed another empty wine bottle lying on its side near Kyle's feet, completely drained.
"I think it would be genuinely wise if you took it easier on the drinking, Kyle. There might come a time very soon when we desperately need you to fight again. We need you alert and capable,"
Wendy suggested as gently as possible. This suggestion made Kyle laugh, a harsh, bitter sound completely devoid of any actual humor or warmth.
Need me?
Kyle said, his words slightly slurred.
You actually think this kingdom needs me for anything? Look at me right now. I lost one single fight, and now I'm being ordered around and lectured by young knights barely out of training.
"I genuinely think you fought very well in that duel despite everything,"
Claire added, trying a different approach.
"If you hadn't chosen to take that massive initial blow at the very beginning, you would have been able to use your full strength and mobility properly. You definitely would have won then."
But I didn't win.
Kyle snapped back viciously, turning to glare at her.
I lost. I failed completely. And because of my personal failure, we're all stuck in this absolutely ridiculous situation for 3 entire days.
"Don't worry too much about it. I'm sure there will be another chance where you can prove yourself properly in battle. Maybe you'll even encounter that giant tower warrior again someday and defeat him with proper preparation,"
Flynn said, desperately attempting encouragement despite Kyle's hostility.
Maybe,
Kyle mumbled into his bottle, taking another long drink. The young knights looked at each other helplessly, silently communicating their confusion and concern. It was painfully obvious that Kyle was deeply depressed and spiraling badly, but absolutely none of their words were penetrating his self-loathing. Then, unexpected footsteps approached from behind them through the darkness. When they turned to see who was coming, they saw Nathaniel walking toward them with a clear purpose in his stride. In his hand, Nathaniel carried a leather pouch, which he extended directly toward Kyle without preamble.
More wine?
Kyle asked bitterly without looking up.
How thoughtful of the prince to personally deliver my alcohol.
"Take it,"
Nathaniel said firmly.
"It's orange juice, not wine. You need to hydrate properly."
I think I'll do just perfectly fine continuing with the wine, young prince,
Kyle replied dismissively, waving the pouch away.
But thank you for your unnecessary concern.
You need to stop feeling sorry for yourself and move forward from this defeat. Sitting here drowning in wine won't change the outcome at all. It won't undo what happened.
Nathaniel paused, remembering his own past.
"Trust me, I know better than absolutely anyone else here what it's like to wallow in guilt and self-blame."
Nathaniel's mind flashed back to the endless months after Amy's death, how he'd constantly replayed events, wondering what he could have done differently, blaming himself for her murder. During all that wasted time spent mulling obsessively over Amy's death and feeling it was entirely his fault, Nathaniel had accomplished absolutely nothing productive, nothing to fix the situation or prevent similar tragedies from happening again.
I see the prince has suddenly found a new set of courage now that he possesses the white crystal. You know you'd probably still be absolutely nothing without that convenient artifact, right? Just another weak, useless prince,
Kyle said with vicious sarcasm.
"That was deliberately cruel. Kyle would never say something like that normally,"
Wendy thought with shock.
"Kyle!"
Wendy protested immediately, her voice sharp.
"Prince Nathaniel has saved us multiple times, even from the dragon. He defeated that ancient monster.
He's only trying to comfort and help you."
"You can sit here forever feeling sorry for yourself if that's what you want, or you can actually do something productive about your situation,"
Nathaniel said, refusing to take the bait or respond to the insult. He turned to leave.
"Train harder than ever before. Keep fighting and improving so you never lose like this again. The choice is entirely yours, Kyle."
Nathaniel walked away calmly. The young knights decided to follow him, casting worried glances back at Kyle's hunched figure. When everyone eventually settled down to sleep that night, Nathaniel did so feeling the same anxious tension he experienced every single night recently.
"I'm the one holding the divine crystal, and there's a skilled assassin somewhere in this camp, hunting, waiting."
Because of this constant, very real threat to Nathaniel's life, one of the Red Wing leaders was assigned to keep armed guard outside the main command tent every night while the others slept inside. Finding it extremely difficult to fall asleep as usual, Nathaniel's eyes wandered restlessly around the tent's dark interior, checking and rechecking who was present. His gaze hovered over Harry for a long moment. The pale man appeared to be sleeping peacefully, his breathing slow and regular.
"He's been acting very strange around Kyle recently. Aggressive, hostile. At least that's what Kyle keeps claiming happened."
But the other leaders who'd spoken with Harry recently insisted he seemed perfectly normal to them, exactly the same as always. Lenny had admitted witnessing a few instances of genuinely odd behavior, but most of the others couldn't perceive any significant changes at all.
"Still, Harry remains a potential suspect for the assassin. He definitely has the combat skills, the stealth abilities, and the access to everyone."
The only Red Wing leader not currently present in the tent was Kyle, who was stationed outside on guard duty for tonight's rotation.
"After how much wine he consumed, I genuinely hope he didn't just fall asleep out there at his post,"
Nathaniel worried. With proper key control, a trained fighter could actively purge alcohol's effects from their system entirely, but only if they deliberately chose to do so and focused their energy properly.
"If Kyle wants to stay drunk, the alcohol will remain in his bloodstream, affecting him, and he might want exactly that right now."
After carefully glancing outside through a gap in the tent flap and confirming Kyle was indeed standing completely upright and alert at his assigned post, Nathaniel finally decided to try sleeping. In the middle of the night, Nathaniel suddenly felt incredibly weak, as if all his life energy was rapidly draining away through an invisible wound.
"What's happening to me? Why do I feel so weak?"
Nathaniel thought groggily, consciousness returning. He felt a hand press down firmly against his mouth, covering it completely. He jolted fully awake with adrenaline flooding his system. However, his body absolutely wouldn't respond to mental commands. He couldn't move his arms, couldn't kick his legs, couldn't even turn his head. He was completely paralyzed. At first, he was genuinely unsure whether this was a nightmare or an actual reality. But when he looked around desperately with just his eyes, he could clearly see everyone else was still in the tent exactly as before, sleeping peacefully in their bedrolls, completely unaware of what was happening just feet away. "Thank you for that inspirational little pep talk you gave me earlier," the figure pinning him down said quietly, almost conversationally. "It really meant a lot to me, really helped me see things clearly."
"That voice, I recognize that voice. I know that voice,"
Nathaniel thought with growing horror. Trying desperately to assess the situation and identify his attacker, Nathaniel's eyes finally adjusted enough to the darkness to get a clear look at who was holding him down. It was Kyle. Nathaniel's fingertips twitched slightly, the only movement he could manage. He tried desperately to reach for the divine crystal in the pouch at his side. "I already took the white crystal from you while you were sleeping, so don't waste your limited energy trying to use it. It's gone," Kyle said calmly, his voice completely devoid of emotion or humanity.
"He has the crystal. My only weapon, my only defense, gone,"
Nathaniel realized with complete despair. Kyle leaned closer, his face now inches from Nathaniel's terrified eyes. "Oh, and if you're wondering why I'm doing all this, why I'm here, why I attacked you," Kyle continued in that same eerily calm, detached voice, "it's quite simple, really." He smiled without warmth. "I'm the assassin you've all been desperately searching for this entire time."
What is Kyle talking about?
Nathaniel thought desperately while simultaneously wondering if his life was about to end in the next few seconds.
When was Kyle possessed by the shadow? Was it after his fight with Gary, or when the dragon bones were discovered? If he's truly the assassin, that means he murdered those 4 red-winged soldiers in cold blood.
Nathaniel's mind raced through possibilities. It was almost impossible to believe that someone this close to their inner circle, someone they'd all trusted completely, had been working for the Shadow the entire time. Although it was not the first time this had happened, it had happened with Gary, then Monk, and now Kyle. A horrifying new thought struck Nathaniel.
Did Kyle deliberately lose the fight against Tower? Was that entire duel staged?
Now, everything Kyle had done recently seemed deeply suspicious when viewed through this new lens.
How come he couldn't heal his injured leg with Ki? Why did he choose to take that first devastating attack head-on instead of dodging? It makes no sense, unless...
Nathaniel wondered. Whatever the ultimate truth was, right now Nathaniel wanted only one thing: to survive.
I need to live. I can't die here, not like this. I have to alert everyone about Kyle's betrayal. I have to survive to continue my fight against the Shadow.
However, he was forced to confront a harsh reality about himself. His actual fighting skills were extremely weak. This entire journey, he'd been relying almost entirely on his magic abilities and the white crystal's power.
As a mage, the moment an enemy gets this close, it's over. I was so consumed by learning magic that I never paid attention to learning combat. But then again, what chance do I stand before a Black Sash Knight Master? Assassins are the most dangerous opponents for mages. No distance means no defense.
The Red Wings will lose this war. You're all doomed, Kyle said with absolute certainty, his voice cold and emotionless.
I knew it was you,
a voice said sharply from behind Kyle in the darkness.
Someone else is awake,
Nathaniel thought with desperate hope. Kyle had no choice but to immediately release his grip on Nathaniel's mouth. He twisted his body with incredible flexibility, so his legs moved upward where his head had been. The beast gear armor on his shin clashed against an incoming sword blade, stopping the attack completely while he balanced perfectly on one hand. Creating distance instantly, Kyle drew the purple crow sword in one smooth motion. You've been an absolute pain in my side this whole time, following me wherever I go, watching me constantly, Kyle shouted, genuine annoyance clear in his voice. Nathaniel, finally able to breathe and move again, could see who had just saved his life from certain death. It was Harry.
Harry was never the assassin. Instead, he was the one hunting the assassin. Everyone wake up! We're being attacked!
Nathaniel shouted at the absolute top of his lungs. The desperate cry jolted the other sleeping leaders awake. Half-conscious and disoriented, they looked around trying to understand what was happening. All they could see clearly was Harry with both his blades drawn and Kyle facing him with his own.
Harry? Kyle? What's happening here?
Jack was confused.
Lenny!
Kyle shouted urgently before anyone could assess the situation properly.
It's Harry! He's been taken over by the Shadow! He's the assassin we've been hunting. He just tried to murder Nathaniel.
I'll protect the prince, Kyle continued, dashing toward Nathaniel. Harry moved to intercept and stop Kyle, but Kyle's accusation had already done its work. Lenny acted on instinct and training, trusting Kyle's word. Using his glowing magical reinforcement, Lenny physically grabbed and restrained Harry, preventing him from pursuing Kyle.
No, he doesn't understand,
Harry thought with frustration.
You have it completely wrong,
Harry shouted desperately, struggling against Lenny's iron grip.
Protect Nathaniel from Kyle. Kyle is the assassin, not me. He won't listen. Kyle has deliberately planted the seed of doubt in his mind,
Harry realized. A satisfied smile appeared on Kyle's face. His plan was working perfectly. I knew this moment would come eventually, when I'd be revealed, so I prepared. During his time as the hidden assassin, Kyle had known there would inevitably come a point where someone would discover his true allegiance. Yet there was one specific person who'd been particularly suspicious and constantly on his case, watching his every move: Harry. Kyle's plan had been to gradually turn everyone against Harry over time, making the Pale Knight seem like the obvious suspect. However, Harry had built tremendous trust with the other leaders since the last war. He'd proven himself repeatedly. The only person Kyle had successfully convinced to doubt Harry was Lenny, but that appeared to be enough for the moment. Lenny's strength is buying me time, enough time to complete my mission. Still, there was one more person who remained completely unconvinced by Kyle's performance. Release Harry, Lenny. Kyle is the one infected by shadow corruption, not Harry, Ray said with absolute authority. How does Ray know? Kyle wondered with alarm. Ray didn't fully understand how, but Kyle had somehow managed to hide his corruption from the Dragon Eyes this entire time, an impressive feat. But when attacking Nathaniel, Kyle must have used shadow powers to paralyze him, to make him immobile. Using his enhanced dragon vision, Ray could clearly see the dark shadow aura swirling around Kyle's entire body. Unmistakable corruption. He's completely consumed. There's no saving him now, Ray understood. Kyle was already naturally fast, one of the quickest fighters in the Red Wings. Now, with shadow enhancement assisting his movements, he was faster than he'd ever been before. Nathaniel tried desperately to run away, but it was completely useless against Kyle's speed. Kyle appeared behind Nathaniel instantly, grabbed both his arms, and twisted them behind his back with painful precision. One arm held, the other twisted cruelly. Then Kyle forced the white crystal into Nathaniel's hand and gripped it tightly, preventing him from dropping it.
"What are you doing?"
Nathaniel said, trying to struggle free.
"Why is he giving me the crystal back after stealing it from me?"
Nathaniel wondered in confusion. But the struggle was beyond useless. Nathaniel wasn't a trained key user, and Kyle was exceptionally skilled. The strength difference was simply too vast. My aim was never your life, young prince, Kyle said, his mouth close to Nathaniel's ear. My target was always him. Nathaniel's eyes widened as the dark realization set in.
No, I don't want to do it. I won't do it. Stop it, Kyle,
he cried, and struggled in Kyle's hold, but to no avail. Kyle began channeling his own ki directly into Nathaniel's body, using it to forcefully manipulate Nathaniel's mana, pushing it into the crystal against his will.
He's controlling my energy, using me as a weapon.
Nathaniel didn't understand the technical mechanics of what was happening. Many people in the tent didn't understand either. They were unaware of the fundamental truth that ki and mana were essentially the same type of energy, just different names for the same force. But Kyle knew, and now he was using that knowledge to use Nathaniel as a weapon. The crystal began glowing with increasing intensity. A brilliant, blinding beam of pure white energy erupted from it, shooting directly toward Ray with devastating force.
No!
Martha screamed in horror, leaping forward to help, but there was nothing she could do. The divine power from the crystal wasn't something that could be blocked with ki reinforcement or magical barriers. Ray had absolutely no choice but to avoid it entirely. He ran, breaking through the tent wall and escaping into the night.
Kyle, stop it! You're going to kill him! You're going to kill Ray!
Jack shouted desperately. The white beam continued following Ray's movements precisely, and the affected area started growing wider as Kyle forced more power through Nathaniel.
I could summon Noir to circle behind and attack Kyle, but there's a significant chance she'd also be affected by the beam spread. No, it is too risky,
Ray calculated while running.
No, please stop! I don't want to do this! I don't want to hurt Ray!
Nathaniel shouted, tears streaming down his face. Can't you see how terrified he is of your power? Kyle shouted, his voice taking on a fanatical edge.
Just like the shadow fears the divine, your powers have determined that Ray is something that shouldn't exist on this earth. An abomination. Get rid of him. Destroy the dragon.
Finally, despite Ray's enhanced speed and agility, the wide white beam of divine light managed to catch him. It struck his back, then his legs as he stumbled. Ray immediately slowed, feeling desperately weak. An intense burning sensation spread across his entire body wherever the light touched.
I can't die again. Not again. Not like before.
Ray shouted, fury and frustration in his voice. Kyle started laughing, a cruel, triumphant sound echoing through the night. But his laughter was cut abruptly short as tremendous pain suddenly erupted in his side. It felt warm, wet.
What?
Kyle thought with shock. I'm so sorry, old friend, Harry said quietly, his voice heavy with grief and regret.
When did he...
Kyle's mind processed slowly.
Lenny let him go.
You've been with us from the very beginning. You have been with Ray and everyone since the academy. You've done so much for all of us, Kyle. You were a hero, Harry continued, tears visible on his face. Harry's second blade moved with practiced precision. But we need Ray alive. The world needs Ray alive. The cut was clean, surgical. Kyle's head separated from his body and fell to the ground, rolling several feet before stopping.
I failed,
was Kyle's final thought. The white light beam stopped instantly. All the Red Wing leaders stood frozen, staring at the scene in complete horror. Kyle lay dead on the ground, and there was absolutely no healing him from this. Harry stood over Kyle's body, both blades dripping red. His hands finally shook, and the swords slipped from them. Soon his knees gave out, and Harry dropped to his knees. Then he wept.
Oh! Burns. They are worse than the previous attack.
Ray clenched his jaw, suppressing the pain. After all the evolutions and gaining so much power, he didn't remember any attack that made him feel such terrible pain. A large hole had been torn through the tent wall from when Ray had frantically attempted to escape the white crystal's attacks. The divine light had managed to strike him for several seconds before he'd gotten clear. Ray examined his arms that had taken the hit while he shielded his face with them. His skin was bright red and raw, already starting to flake off in patches. Eventually, as the damaged skin fell away, his normal coloration returned underneath, the accelerated healing finally working. However, the entire process felt excruciatingly slow due to the immense pain Ray had suffered. Feeling better than before, Ray turned his head in the direction of the tent.
The white light has stopped. Nathaniel must be unconscious. Or worse. Kyle! Shit!
Ray pushed himself up on his feet, but winced. He still felt the after effect of the crystal's attack. The pain from the attack had been far worse than Ray had imagined possible. It was no wonder the purifying energy had managed to completely destroy the corrupted dragon Gary had summoned.
If I'd been caught in that blast longer, I might have died. Truly died.
While the white crystal helped them tremendously in battle, this incident served as a stark reminder that it could also be weaponized against Ray himself.
My greatest ally can also be a potential threat to me.
Once his burns had healed sufficiently, Ray decided to return to the tent. When he entered, he immediately noticed the other Red Wing leaders standing in a circle around something in the center. The silence felt heavy. The only sound that disturbed it was someone sobbing silently.
What happened? What did I miss?
Ray wondered. As Ray walked closer, they made way for him respectfully, their heads bowed in collective shame.
What's going on here? Why is nobody meeting my gaze?
That's when Ray saw it. He halted in his tracks, unable to take a step forward. For a moment, he felt like his heart had forgotten to beat. Yet his face remained passive as he stared at Kyle's body lying motionless on the ground. "Kyle!" That word came out as a bare whisper from his lips. Nobody dared to move. Nobody uttered a single word. Martha tried to gauge Ray's thoughts, but his face didn't give anything away. Ray stood there staring at the corpse for a long while, not saying a single word. The others watched him nervously, imagining this must be incredibly difficult for him. Jack wanted to say something to console Ray. He opened his mouth, but then closed it, not knowing what words could help Ray cope up with the reality.
Kyle had been one of the original Black Sash members, just like Gary and Monk, Ray's companions from the academy. And now, out of all the original Black Sash Knights who'd started this journey together, Ray is the last one who hasn't succumbed to shadow corruption or death.
The sobs finally stopped, and Harry approached Ray. "I'm so sorry, Ray," Harry started explaining, his voice shaking. He was the only person speaking, but seeing how Ray was reacting, Harry felt compelled to say something, to explain himself before Ray drew conclusions. "I have to make him understand," Harry thought desperately. "I truly had no choice. I saw Kyle with the dragon bones before, alone with them, and he had this strange expression, but I knew it would be extremely difficult to expose him without proof." Harry took a breath. "So I deliberately made everyone think I was the one who'd been cursed instead, drew suspicion to myself. I was never planning to actually kill Kyle, but Ray, you would have." Ray raised his hand, cutting Harry off. Harry gulped nervously, exchanging glances with others. Lenny felt equally guilty for not trusting Harry and wanted to support him in front of Ray. But at that moment, Ray's silence was too overwhelming to utter a word. Ray could tell by the trembling quality in Harry's voice that his words were authentic. Even after Master Knight Delbert's betrayal, Ray chose to trust his son, Harry. Jack trusted Harry as much as he trusted Ray, and over the years, Harry had proved his loyalty time and time again. Ray knew he was not lying about Kyle. Everyone in that group had been close. They'd survived so much together, fought against the enemy, and rose victorious. However, they had also lost so much along the way. Gary, then Monk, and now Kyle. The other leaders were silently wondering how Slivia would handle this devastating news. Before anything else was said, Ray called Noir forward with a gesture. He carefully picked up Kyle's body and placed it gently across Noir's broad back. Then he gave clear orders. Run directly back to Avrion at full speed.
"Take him home,"
Ray commanded mentally through their bond. Ray would personally inform Slivia about what had happened later, but he thought it was essential for Kyle to be buried properly at Avrion, not in some random forest far from home.
"He deserves better. He deserves to rest with honor,"
Ray thought. Ray hadn't spoken a single word aloud since entering the tent. The others weren't sure what to do. They couldn't just remain in the tent doing nothing while Ray processed his grief. So Martha had taken temporary command of the situation. Even Harry still seemed somewhat out of sorts, shaken by having killed his friend. Martha decided it was best to give Ray the space he clearly needed. She directed the others to go check on the regular soldiers and explain what had happened, while Lenny continued keeping an extremely careful eye on Harry.
"I still don't fully trust him. Something about all this doesn't add up completely,"
Lenny thought, despite his guilt from earlier. Even though Harry claimed Kyle had been under shadow influence while Harry himself was not, Lenny didn't entirely believe that explanation.
"There were still strange things Harry did periodically, and the skin color change was highly unusual and remains unexplained."
With Ray being left completely alone with his thoughts, he sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a meditative state. He focused on feeling the ki flowing around and through his body, something he hadn't done in an extremely long time.
"Vaughn taught me this so long ago, when I was still learning the fundamental principles of ki. Why can't I stop the shadow from doing as it wishes? It continues infecting those close to me, even though I'm right beside them, even with all my power.
Thinking deeply about his failures and what he could possibly do to prevent this pattern from repeating in the future, Ray realized something crucial about himself.
I've been relying far too heavily on my dragon eyes,
Ray admitted. Somehow the shadow had managed to avoid detection by his enhanced vision more than once now. Kyle had been corrupted right under his nose. Gary before that. He'd had absolute confidence in his powers and abilities.
And that confidence was my downfall. Pride, arrogance, assuming I was untouchable.
"Can I come in?" Martha's voice called from outside the tent. Ray nodded silently and stopped meditating, curious about what Martha wanted to say. "Ray, I just want to tell you something important," Martha said, walking closer and sitting across from him. "I've been down this exact same rabbit hole you're currently in, blaming myself for everything that goes wrong." She looked directly at him. "You absolutely cannot blame yourself for what's happening. You're not responsible for the Shadow's actions or other people's choices." Martha stood to leave, then paused. "And just a friendly reminder, there are still 2 people out there that we desperately need to bring back, Gary and Monk. I haven't given up on saving them yet, and neither should you." Without waiting for Ray to formulate a reply, Martha left the tent quickly. It had been a brief message, but it made Ray realize he'd been overthinking everything, spiraling into self-blame and despair.
Somewhere along the way, I unconsciously decided both Gary and Monk were already lost, already dead in all the ways that matter. But they're not. Not yet. There's still a chance. There was still an opportunity for him to fix his past mistakes, to save his friends before they were truly beyond redemption. I won't give up. Not yet. Standing up decisively, Ray exited the tent. In a booming voice that carried across the entire camp, he shouted, "Everyone, gather your equipment and pack up immediately!" "What's happening?" Soldiers wondered, looking at each other with confusion. But they quickly moved to comply, wondering what Ray had decided. Many assumed they'd be returning to Lion's Mouth Fortress after this tragedy. After all, they'd seen Monk's forces clearly. The Dark Guild outnumbered them significantly. It would be perfectly logical to return home after such a devastating loss. When everyone had finished packing their gear and stood ready, Ray started walking purposefully forward, in the same direction Monk and his army had traveled.
"Wait, he's not going back. He's going forward,"
Flynn noticed. "Come on, we're heading directly to that fortress, immediately," Ray announced clearly. "The duel is completely void," Ray continued, his voice carrying absolute authority. "They must have known Kyle was infected by shadow corruption. There was no honor in that duel whatsoever. We will make them pay for what they've done to our friend." He looked at each soldier. "If anyone has a problem with what I'm planning to do, it's best you leave right now. I won't hold it against you." Ray waited, scanning the assembled faces. However, not a single soldier voiced a complaint or turned to leave. Instead, they smiled with grim determination. "We're with you, all the way," a voice came from the group. "For Kyle," someone said. "For Kyle," others echoed. Ray watched each face. "My people, they're truly mine," Ray thought with pride and gratitude. The small Red Wing army began moving forward at double time, playing catch-up with Monk's larger force. "We're coming, and we're bringing justice," Ray thought. For Kyle, for Gary, for everyone the shadow had stolen from them, the hunt had begun. After Ray's decisive order, the group had immediately set off, chasing behind Monk's forces toward the distant fortress. They had significant ground to cover, and truthfully, it was extremely unlikely they'd reach the fortress before Monk's larger, faster-moving army did. Still, the longer they allowed Monk to investigate the fortress ruins completely on his own, the higher the chance he'd discover something valuable and deliberately hide it from the Red Wings, or worse, weaponize it against them. Ray could have easily gone ahead of the others using Noir's incredible speed, scouting the fortress and potentially intercepting Monk before his forces arrived. But after what had just happened with Kyle's betrayal and death, Ray was genuinely worried about leaving the group vulnerable.
It might have been part of their plan all along. Draw me away from the others, isolate me, and then launch an attack.
They were still deep in Shadow Continent territory. The enemy had eyes everywhere, corrupted beasts, possessed scouts, shadow magic surveillance. They probably already knew exactly what the Red Wings were doing right now, tracking their every movement. Ray refused to let the same catastrophic incident happen again, losing people under his protection while he was absent.
Damn it!
Flynn suddenly shouted, stopping to stomp the ground hard in frustration and anger.
I just can't believe it!
Flynn continued, his voice breaking slightly.
How could Kyle be the traitor? How was he taken over by the Shadow? It makes absolutely no sense to me.
He looked at the others desperately, seeking answers.
Kyle was always looking after us, protecting us, teaching us. He had countless chances to kill us at any time if he wanted, so why didn't he? Why wait until now?
Good question. Why did Kyle protect us for so long if he was corrupted?
Wendy thought.
Many strong knights and genuinely good people get taken over by the Shadow. It happened to Gary, too, and Monk. Even the strongest can fall,
Wendy said gently, trying to comfort Flynn despite her own confusion.
But that's completely different. Kyle was with us for so much longer than they were. We knew him. We trusted him completely,
Flynn protested. He paused, a darker thought occurring.
And what about Harry? I heard he was the one who actually killed Kyle, executed him. Isn't Harry still suspicious? What if he's making everything up? What if Harry is the real traitor, and Kyle was trying to expose him?
The young knights hadn't witnessed what happened in the leader's tent that terrible night, since they'd been sleeping in their own separate tents some distance away. The only people who were truly aware of Kyle's actions and betrayal were the leaders themselves, and the information had been carefully passed down from them.
They don't understand because they didn't see it. To them, I'm just the person who killed their teacher,
Harry thought as he overheard their conversation.
You can hate me if you want. Trust me, I completely understand how you feel right now. But you should know, this isn't the first time someone extremely close to me has been affected by shadow corruption,
Harry said quietly, deliberately slowing his pace to match the speed of the young knights.
It can genuinely happen to anyone,
Harry continued.
When I touched those cursed dragon bones, I immediately knew there was something trying to take over my mind, corrupt my thoughts. Unfortunately, most of the Shadow's corrupting power must have already been transferred to Kyle before I ever touched them.
Harry's voice grew more serious.
You have to be extremely careful and vigilant. The Shadow is able to feed on and amplify some of our darkest desires, then use those desires against us as weapons.
He gestured vaguely.
Maybe Kyle genuinely wished to improve his swordsmanship and black sash techniques, become the absolute best. So the Shadow encouraged him to test those skills on fellow knights in the middle of the night, killing them for practice. Perhaps Kyle harbored some type of hidden jealousy against Nathaniel, some resentment toward the prince's status or power. That's why he specifically tried to kill Nathaniel. The Shadow twisted that small resentment into murderous hatred.
Harry sighed heavily.
The fundamental problem is that sometimes it's incredibly hard for us to distinguish what actions were influenced by shadow corruption and what actions were genuinely that person's own choices.
He looked directly at Flynn.
It's nearly impossible to tell whether these extreme violent actions were authentic expressions of Kyle's hidden darkness, or if they were the Shadow itself using Kyle's body like a puppet, forcing him to do things he never would have chosen.
Kyle's not a puppet,
Flynn mumbled stubbornly, disregarding everything Harry had just explained.
Take this as a crucial lesson,
Lenny said,
joining the conversation.
Anyone can be affected by the shadow at absolutely any point in time. No one is naturally immune to corruption. Not the strongest warrior, not the wisest mage, no one.
He looked at each young knight.
Did you know that even the legendary old dragon knights of Avrion were eventually affected by shadow corruption? How do you think those nearly invincible warriors were finally defeated after holding back the shadow for years?
The dragon knights fell to shadow corruption? The young knights thought with shock.
The divine being had given them tremendous power, ancient knowledge, and even incredibly powerful weapons,
Lenny continued.
In the end, when they were infected by shadow corruption, all of those gifts that had been given to protect humanity were turned against Avrion itself.
The young knights knew about the old dragon knights reasonably well. Everyone in the Red Wing army did. It was a legendary story told to all aspiring knights during their training. At the time, the Dragon Knights had been humanity's only genuine hope against the Shadow's advance, and they'd successfully managed to hold the darkness back from conquering further territory for decades. But until this exact moment, they never heard that the Dragon Knights' ultimate defeat was due to shadow infection and corruption from within. None of the history books or training manuals mention this dark truth.
They hide the shameful parts and only tell the heroic stories,
Claire realized. But this reminder made them understand that Lenny probably wasn't lying or exaggerating, considering he was genuinely one of the very few people still alive who'd been present during the time of the Dragon Knight's fall. All of Lenny's extensive experience and deep knowledge didn't come from books or stories. It was known to him firsthand through living those terrible years.
Kyle isn't coming back to us.
Ray spoke suddenly, his voice cutting through the melancholy conversation.
He's gone. What we need to focus our energy on are those who are still alive, Gary and Monk, and make absolutely sure that another Kyle situation doesn't happen again to anyone.
After traveling for a full day at forced march pace, it was finally time for them to establish camp as they usually did each evening. They were still deep in the giant forest, surrounded by trees that made them feel like tiny insects, constantly on edge. Still, they notably hadn't encountered many beasts during their journey. No shadow-corrupted creatures, and barely any natural wildlife at all, except for their very first encounter with the fog beasts.
The forest is too quiet, dead quiet,
Jack observed. This eerie absence of threats had paradoxically made them feel slightly safer when camping at night, though the silence itself was disturbing. That night, when Ray was attempting to get some much-needed sleep, he suddenly heard a strange voice calling out to him, distant, echoing, not quite real.
What?
Ray thought, instantly alert. He looked around the tent carefully, but could clearly see that everyone else was still sleeping peacefully. Their breathing was slow and regular. Activating his dragon eyes to scan for threats, Ray could also perceive that the guards stationed outside were standing at their posts, alive and alert. No one appeared to have been attacked or to be dying. The strange voice called out again, more insistently. This time, Ray realized something crucial. The sound wasn't being picked up by his ears at all.
It's directly in my head, projected into my mind somehow,
Ray understood. Leaving the tent quietly without waking anyone, Ray looked at the two guards who were wide awake at their posts. They didn't seem like they'd seen or heard anything unusual at all.
They can't hear it. Only I can hear it.
Now, though, the voice calling to him was getting progressively louder and more distinct. Ray knew with certainty he wasn't imagining things or hallucinating.
Someone wants me to follow, but who and why?
Following the mental call, Ray left the camp perimeter entirely, walking deeper into the dark forest. Now he could finally make out a few actual words through the psychic static.
Over here.
the voice said, still guiding him forward. Ray followed for some more distance. Then he saw it clearly. A dark, shifting shadow in the unmistakable shape of a human figure, partially hiding behind one of the massive tree trunks.
What is that?
Ray wondered, approaching cautiously. Completely unsure if this entity was friend or foe, Ray proceeded with extreme caution, ready to attack or defend at any moment. Then the shadow figure carefully dipped its head out from behind the tree, revealing itself more fully in the faint moonlight. Ray realized with shock that it wasn't exactly a shadow he was seeing. It was a ghost.
Impossible! Ghosts are not real.
Ray,
The ghost said, its voice clearer now.
I don't have much time. I'm here to warn you about something important.
And then Ray's eyes widened with recognition. Kyle! He whispered in disbelief.
He came back. But why? To warn me about what?
Kyle's translucent form flickered in the darkness, unstable and fading.
Listen carefully.
Kyle's ghost said urgently.
There's something you need to know. Something about what's really happening. About Monk. About the shadow. About...
The ghost flickered more violently, beginning to fade.
Please,
Kyle said desperately.
you have to understand before it's too late.
Ray stepped closer, listening intently. Whatever Kyle had returned to say, it was important enough to bring him back from death itself. I'm listening. Tell me everything. Looking at Kyle's spirit form carefully, Ray noticed he appeared to be glowing with an ethereal light. When Ray glanced down at Kyle's feet, he saw the ghost was floating several inches off the ground, hovering in place. Kyle's body could be seen through, translucent like mist or water. Although his spiritual energy felt somehow alive and present, it was visibly spilling outward rapidly, dissipating and disappearing by the second.
He's fading. This interaction won't last long,
Ray realized. It was absolutely clear that Ray was talking to a dead person, or, more accurately, a spirit temporarily manifesting. Ray had never possessed the ability to speak with the dead before in any of his lifetimes. There were some people throughout history who'd claimed they could communicate with spirits, but it had always been impossible to verify if they were telling the truth or simply performing elaborate tricks. But this was a world fundamentally full of magic, supernatural phenomena, and even reincarnation. Ray himself was living proof of that. In some documented cases, it appeared the shadow was actively attempting to bring back or reanimate the dead as corrupted puppets.
So this comes as only a small surprise. Death isn't always final here,
Ray admitted.
Ray,
Kyle's ghost said, his voice carrying an otherworldly echo.
you're upset, aren't you? You think what happened to me is your fault somehow.
He can read me even in death.
Ray was surprised to say the least.
I used absolutely all my remaining energy and all my willpower to manifest here. To come to you specifically.
Kyle continued.
So I could properly thank you before I fade completely.
Kyle's translucent form flickered.
When someone is possessed by the shadow, it's not how other people imagine it works. You freed me from my pain, Ray. You gave me release. Even though I was being controlled by the shadow to do its bidding, to commit terrible acts, I was consciously aware of everything I was doing the entire time. Every single action, every murder.
His voice grew heavy with anguish.
I've been hurting, Ray. Hurting constantly ever since I killed those Red Wing soldiers in the tunnels. The whole time my body was committing those atrocities, the real me was screaming inside, begging for someone to discover what I was doing and stop me permanently. I'm genuinely happy Harry figured it out when he did, that he had the courage to end it, to end me.
Kyle's form brightened slightly.
More than anything, though, Ray, I want to tell you that I'm happy, truly happy, that I was able to work under your leadership, to work alongside you as a genuine friend. I don't have time to tell you my complete life story, but I'm absolutely certain you can imagine what life was like for me growing up as a red-haired boy in this world. We all experienced that discrimination and hatred.
Yes, it was true. As a red-haired boy himself, Ray had faced so much injustice throughout his life. Even at that point, he could have been killed by his own villagers.
But because of you, Ray, our lives were so much better at the academy. Some of the absolute best memories of my entire life were made during those years training with you and the others,
Kyle said with warmth in his ethereal voice. He looked directly at Ray.
Why am I telling you all this now? Because I desperately don't want you to feel guilty or responsible. When you kill those who've been possessed by the shadow, when you end their suffering, you're doing them a tremendous favor.
Kyle's voice grew urgent as his form began fading faster.
Don't hesitate, Ray. Otherwise, I'm genuinely afraid we could lose this entire war. Promise me you won't hesitate.
When Ray had first learned that Kyle had died, been executed by Harry, he genuinely hadn't known what to feel. Should he have felt sad, angry, betrayed?
I only knew Kyle for a few years. It is such a tiny fraction of my total existence,
Ray thought. Yet for some inexplicable reason, something had felt distinctly missing when he'd learned Kyle was permanently gone, an emptiness he couldn't quite identify or explain.
But now I understand. Now I know what that feeling was,
Ray realized. Having this conversation with Kyle's spirit eased something deep inside Ray. He finally understood why he'd felt that particular emptiness, that specific sense of loss.
It wasn't the fact that Kyle died. Many people I've known have died throughout my long life. It was the fact that I wasn't able to say goodbye properly. No closure.
Thank you, Kyle, for everything you've given me, for your friendship, Ray said with a genuine smile, his voice carrying real warmth. The spiritual energy started disappearing into the wind from Kyle's translucent body much more rapidly now. Seeing this accelerating dissolution, Ray suddenly remembered there was something crucial he wanted to ask.
I have one question, before he's gone forever.
Wait. When you were possessed by the shadow, did you see anything? Who was controlling you? What entity was giving you commands?
That's right,
Kyle said, his voice growing fainter.
I almost forgot to tell you this part. I don't know if this information is related to you personally in any way, but I saw something specific.
He paused, the memory clearly difficult.
I saw a black dragon. All the information I received, all the commands I was compelled to follow, everything was somehow going back to a black dragon.
A black dragon? Not a human? Not a demon?
Ray thought with shock.
And I'm not talking about a corrupted dragon like the reanimated one that attacked us at Lion's Mouth Fortress. I'm talking about a real living dragon, ancient, powerful, intelligent,
Kyle clarified.
A real dragon? Alive, not corrupted. Is the shadow controlled by a dragon?
Ray's mind raced. It was far more specific information than Ray had been expecting to receive, a crucial piece of the puzzle. Thank you, Kyle, Ray replied, his voice sincere despite his racing thoughts. You may go and rest now. You've earned your peace.
Rest well, friend,
Ray thought. Soon the transparent spirit form that Kyle had manifested dissolved completely, blowing away like smoke into the night wind. His ghostly body was no longer visible at all. There was no longer any possible way for Ray to communicate with Kyle further, even if he wanted to. The connection had been severed permanently.
A black dragon,
Ray thought, turning the information over in his mind carefully. Ray stood alone in the dark forest, thinking long and hard about Kyle's final revelation. The description seemed to match something from Ray's fragmented memories, images that would often appear unbidden in his mind.
My head pounds sometimes, and when it does, it's always visions about the dragons of old, about that time.
A time when dragons still existed openly and were being systematically hunted to extinction by organized human forces. Wanting desperately to create a safe haven for his endangered kind,
Ray had established a hidden settlement, swearing a sacred oath to protect all dragons who came there. "Come to think of it, that's the only black dragon I personally know," Ray murmured aloud. At the settlement Ray had created centuries ago, there had been one specific dragon present, a young black dragon whom Ray himself had rescued when the child was badly injured. It had been a wounded infant dragon that Ray had brought to live at the settlement he'd painstakingly created for their protection.
That little one used to try following me everywhere,
Ray thought with something almost like fondness. However, there was only a slim possibility that the dragon and the Shadow's controller were the same entity. The timeline didn't quite match up properly.
because one time, when I returned to the settlement after being away, all the dragons living there had been slaughtered by human hunting parties.
Ray remembered with pain. Every single one. Men, women, children, all dead. "Wait," Ray said aloud, a crucial detail surfacing. "Did I actually see the black dragon's body among the dead?"
I'm not certain. I can't remember clearly.
It had happened so incredibly long ago. Centuries had passed. When Ray had returned to find the massacre, he tried desperately to see if he could locate anyone still alive, anyone who'd survived the attack. He checked using his magical detection powers, but had found no living dragons remaining. But he genuinely couldn't recall making a detailed note of which specific dragons had been killed.
I was far too consumed with rage to think straight, too angry to examine the bodies carefully. I just wanted revenge.
Is it actually possible that the young black dragon survived the massacre? Ray wondered aloud, the implication staggering.
It would make perfect sense. If the humans attacked the settlement and killed everyone that child knew and loved, it would certainly be a sufficient reason for all the hatred. A valid reason why the black dragon would want to systematically destroy the entire human race.
Ray paused, struck by the parallel. Just like I wanted to destroy them, Ray finished quietly. Ray suddenly understood the thoughts and desires he'd once harbored so intensely toward the human race, and only now, only in this moment, was he seriously considering the genuine possibility that the entire Shadow Plague, all of this death and corruption, had been started and orchestrated by a dragon.
One that I personally knew, one I saved and protected.
Ray thought, is this what he meant when the Shadow said he knew me, that we had history? Ray said aloud. Still, there were numerous significant questions that remained frustratingly unanswered, even if this theory was correct.
Why wait until after I was defeated as a dragon to start this campaign?
Ray wondered.
Why begin the Shadow Plague so long after the settlement massacre? What's his ultimate plan after destroying humanity? And why not simply speak to me directly, face to face, dragon to dragon?
There was only one way Ray could get definitive answers to these questions. Ask the person behind the shadow directly, face to face, dragon to dragon. He felt like he was finally getting closer to the fundamental truth behind everything, the origin of the shadow, the reason for the war, the identity of his true enemy. Ray turned and walked back toward the camp. There was still a war to fight, and now he knew who he was really fighting against. Not a demon, not an evil god, but a dragon. A dragon he'd once saved, a dragon who'd survived, and become something terrible.
Continuing their journey toward the fortress, they moved at a deliberately fast pace. They desperately needed to make up the time they'd already lost after Kyle's death and burial, but they also needed to remain cautious. The Shadow most likely knew exactly what they were doing, tracking their movements, anticipating their plans. With Monk's forces already at the fortress, the enemy had ample time to have everything thoroughly reported back to the Shadow's command. By now, the Shadow would certainly know their embedded spy, Kyle, was dead. It was entirely possible that multiple traps had been carefully set up along their route, specifically to slow the Red Wings down even further. Because of this legitimate concern, Ray had Noir scout far ahead of the main group. She would return periodically to report back if there was anything dangerous or unusual blocking their path. Which was why the others became slightly worried when they saw Noir returning much sooner than expected, running directly to Ray's side with obvious urgency.
"Something's wrong. She found something,"
Jack recognized immediately. Ray looked at Noir carefully and listened to what she needed to communicate.
Master, Master.
Noir's voice projected directly into Ray's mind through their special mental link.
Up ahead, there's a village. I didn't approach too closely like you instructed, but from what I could see, it appears there are many people who are dead.
"A village? Here? In Shadow Territory?"
Ray thought with surprise. After their successful evolutions, Ray and Noir could communicate through this special telepathic bond, where she could speak directly into his consciousness. She was genuinely just as intelligent as a regular human and understood language perfectly well, but she couldn't communicate with the other Redwings, only with Ray through their unique connection.
"What's wrong? What did Noir tell you?"
Martha asked, noticing Ray's expression had shifted to something concerned and puzzled.
Noir reports that up ahead there's a small village. The concerning thing is, it appears to be full of people who have already been killed. A massacre,
Ray explained to the group.
"Any survivors? Anyone we could question about what happened?"
Lenny asked pragmatically.
I specifically made sure Noir didn't venture in too deep on her own, in case there's an ambush waiting for us. Too risky to send her into a potential trap alone,
Ray replied.
It could be Dark Guild family members. Civilians who lived here supported the military forces,
Harry suggested.
What makes you think that?
Martha replied skeptically.
Even if that's accurate, isn't it extremely odd that they would all be dead? The Dark Guild works closely with the Shadow, so they shouldn't have had to deal with any surprise beast attacks from their own side.
She gestured vaguely.
Unless it was a third force entirely, or possibly Monk himself ordering executions. But he's the acting leader of the Dark Guild now anyway, so why would he kill his own people's families?
I think we need to completely rethink the way we've been viewing the Dark Guild. The Dark Guild and the Shadow aren't as closely allied as we initially assumed. They're not the same entity,
Harry said thoughtfully. He looked at each leader.
They're just regular humans like us, with their own individual stories, their own families, their own hopes and fears. They've simply chosen to work with the Shadow rather than against it. Most of them genuinely believe in the Shadow as a type of god, just like we believe in the divine being. It's a matter of faith to them, not pure evil.
He paused.
They feel like they've simply chosen the winning side in this war. They're hoping to live peacefully after the Shadow conquers everything. When I was captured and held by them before my escape, I learned quite a lot about their perspective and motivations. I would say there's a genuine chance some Dark Guild members no longer wish to work for the Shadow, especially after they witnessed us defeat one of their supposedly impregnable fortresses, and now a second fortress has been mysteriously destroyed,
Harry explained further. He looked around seriously.
Perhaps some are having second thoughts about who will actually win this war, and if the Shadow were to discover this fact, discover that its human allies were losing faith,
then the Shadow would order its beasts to kill every single last one of them, eliminate the potential traitors before they could defect,
Lenny finished grimly. It was a horrible thing to contemplate, but this was war. Death was an integral, unavoidable part of it. They all had to remember that when they fought and killed Dark Guild soldiers. Those people had families they would never return to. But just as much, if the Red Wings didn't kill those Dark Guild soldiers, then their own families back in Avrion could be the ones getting hurt or killed instead. Not wishing to waste time going around the village, which would add significant distance to their route, the group decided to proceed directly through it. At the same time, they thought they might be able to conduct a little investigating of their own. There was a significant problem Ray was experiencing, though. The deeper he traveled into the Shadow Continent's heart, the stronger the ambient shadow corruption became in the environment itself. His enhanced dragon vision was now showing him shadow power in literally all directions, saturating everything.
Soon it looked like he wouldn't even be able to clearly sense enemies directly in front of him through the overwhelming background corruption. When they finally reached the village proper, this sensory problem had become even more apparent. Ray genuinely couldn't distinguish who was alive and who was dead using his dragon eyes alone. Checking the bodies scattered throughout the village carefully, the scene was exactly as Noir had reported. The village appeared to be inhabited by completely ordinary people, farmers, craftsmen, families. They didn't wear any beast armor or carry proper weapons. It looked like they tried defending themselves using whatever improvised household items they could grab: kitchen knives, farming tools, clubs. It was genuinely surprising for many of the Red Wing soldiers to learn that regular humans actually still lived openly in the Shadow Continent territory, trying to maintain some semblance of normal life. However, the more immediately alarming fact was that the blood covering the bodies was still extremely fresh, wet, not yet dried.
"Everyone, stay alert! Whatever attacked these people could still be in the immediate area,"
Ray commanded loudly. And it seemed like Ray's warning was perfectly timed. Snarling sounds from all directions could suddenly be heard, guttural, hungry, violent. The Red Wing group immediately started gathering in the village center, forming a defensive circle. Nathaniel was carefully placed in the middle of the formation for maximum protection. Emerging from behind the village houses and from within the shadows of the giant trees were several dozen hounds, though these were several times larger than normal hunting dogs. They moved in a coordinated pack formation.
King Tyr,
Lenny assessed immediately. At a single glance, it appeared all of these corrupted hounds were at King Tyr power level at minimum. With the shadow actively powering them, they'd be even stronger than their base capabilities.
"No wonder the villagers stood absolutely no chance,"
Flynn said quietly, understanding the massacre they'd discovered.
Nathaniel, can you do what you did before with the fog, the wide area purification burst?
Lenny asked urgently.
"I'll try,"
Nathaniel said, immediately getting to work. He pulled out the white divine crystal and concentrated intensely, attempting to channel his mana properly. He aimed to create a spreading beam of purifying energy that would burn all the corrupted beasts surrounding them simultaneously.
"Focus, like Lenny taught me. Spread it wide."
Still, the technique would take considerable time to charge properly. The white crystal began glowing, then fading, then glowing again as Nathaniel struggled to accumulate sufficient power. Jack had already transformed into his full werewolf form and immediately got to work fighting the beasts at the front line. The other leaders joined the combat as well, including Noir, who'd grown to her massive battle size. Ray, at this critical point, was deliberately making sure the regular soldiers remained safe rather than engaging the beasts directly himself. He could have easily gone out and solo killed several of the corrupted hounds with his dragon powers, but he recognized that staying defensive would keep the formation intact.
With Nathaniel's crystal charged, the beasts will be eliminated. No need to waste my energy.
As soon as the white light became clearly visible and stable, that would be Ray's signal to evacuate everyone from the blast radius immediately. When the white crystal was finally fully charged, Nathaniel held it high in the air, preparing to release the devastating pulsating attack. But it seemed several more corrupted hounds had been hiding in ambush positions that even Ray's diminished senses hadn't detected. 4 of the giant beasts suddenly leaped in from completely unexpected angles, crashing into a group of soldiers. The soldiers stumbled and fell directly into Nathaniel, knocking him completely off balance. He dropped the white crystal, which fell to the ground and rolled away.
"No!"
Nathaniel thought with horror.
"You and your weak grip,"
Harry shouted with frustration.
"You should hold on to that thing like your life literally depends on it, because it does."
Seeing this disaster unfold, Ray instantly decided there was no time to conserve his strength any longer. They were deep in shadow territory now, and Ray genuinely had no idea when they might encounter a shadow guard, or perhaps even the entity behind the shadow itself.
Maybe it's waiting for me to exhaust my power before attacking, but I can't let my people die to save energy.
He started creating multiple clones of himself, perfect duplicates that could fight independently. While the clones kept the beasts busy and distracted, Ray began casting enormous-scale spells from his real position. Giant magical attacks erupted across the battlefield, killing the corrupted hounds instantly with single hits of concentrated elemental force. Fire, lightning, ice, overwhelming destruction. The fight was over within moments, thanks to Ray's intervention. Searching the ground for the dropped crystal, Harry spotted it and quickly picked it up, planning to return it to Nathaniel immediately. But when he lifted the divine crystal, he noticed something extremely strange. The moment his fingers touched it, a small reaction occurred. The crystal lit up briefly for several seconds. "It's reacting to me. Why?" Harry observed with confusion. But the color wasn't the normal pure white. It was distinctly purple. "Thank you, Harry," Nathaniel said, holding out his hand to receive the crystal back. "Does he not see the color?" Harry wondered. The purple coloration immediately disappeared from the crystal the moment Harry looked away from it. When Harry glanced at it again, it appeared perfectly normal, pure white like always. "Did I imagine that, or was it real?" Harry thought with doubt. Harry looked at the crystal carefully, then looked at Nathaniel's innocent, expectant face. There was a long moment of hesitation before Harry reluctantly handed the divine crystal back. "Something is wrong. But what? What did I just see?" "Hold on to it much more tightly next time," Harry said carefully, his voice carrying a warning edge. "Otherwise, who knows whose hands it could end up in, and that would be very dangerous for all of us." After dealing with the unexpected beast attack, the Red Wings decided to thoroughly search the village to see if they could locate any other humans who were still alive, perhaps hiding in cellars or homes. Unfortunately, they found absolutely no survivors. Not a single person had escaped the massacre. The only thing they conclusively discovered through their investigation was that the attack had definitely been done very recently, within the last hour at most, based on the blood's freshness and body temperature. Through careful examination of the wounds, they also determined that the fatal injuries on the villagers appeared to have been inflicted by corrupted beasts rather than human weapons. "I guess that confirms it wasn't Monk and his Dark Guild forces. Maybe it was done by the same pack of corrupted hounds that attacked us," Martha said, looking at the evidence. "So are you suggesting Monk's forces took a completely different route to the fortress?" Harry replied thoughtfully. "If that's accurate, then maybe taking this specific path will actually get us to the fortress quicker than we originally calculated. We might genuinely be able to catch up to them still." It was unfortunate, but there genuinely wasn't much the Red Wings could realistically do for the dead villagers. They sincerely wished to properly bury all the families they discovered, giving them respectful individual graves, but it would consume far too much valuable time.
It may take us a whole day to bury this many people. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time, but we cannot leave their dead bodies in the open like this,
Ray thought, as he watched the numerous bodies scattered around. So instead, as a compromise, the bodies were carefully gathered and piled respectfully in the center of the village. Then Ray used his fire magic to cremate them all at once in a massive funeral pyre.
At least this is dignified,
Ray thought. It was significantly more peaceful for them to pass on like this, through purifying flame, rather than having their corpses used as food for scavenging beasts later. Even if corrupted beasts didn't return to consume the bodies, there was a genuine medical concern that decomposing corpses could spread dangerous diseases to any other survivors in the region. After discovering that regular humans still somehow lived in the Shadow Continent territory, trying to maintain normal lives despite everything, they started thinking about these health and humanitarian considerations much more seriously. They continued their travels at a steady pace. Eventually, they reached an area where thick smoke could be clearly seen rising in the distance against the sky.
The fortress, or what's left of it,
they all recognized. Looking up above them, there was what could only be described as several absolutely massive trees all bunched closely together and intertwined, their trunks merged, their branches tangled. Beyond what they could see clearly, the smoke rose from somewhere high above.
Judging by the fact that we haven't encountered Monk and his group yet on this path, it would strongly suggest they've already reached the fortress ahead of us. We're behind schedule,
Lenny said analytically.
Fortress?
Jack replied, confusion evident in his voice. He sniffed the air carefully and looked around at ground level.
I can't see any fortress structure anywhere. Where is it supposed to be?
The rest of the group did the same, scanning their surroundings for walls, towers, fortifications. Nothing was visible at ground level.
The fortress originally belonged to the Kindle Kingdom. They were extremely well known throughout the continent for having exceptionally strong defensive capabilities and innovative military architecture.
Lenny started explaining, drawing on his extensive historical knowledge. He pointed upward.
So they built their primary fortress here in this forest of giants, and they constructed it at the very top of these enormous trees, hundreds of feet in the air.
What made Ray even more worried, when carefully examining where the fortress was positioned, was that on the opposite side of these giant intertwined trees was the very edge of the forest. Everyone could clearly see it. The environmental conditions changed dramatically once you exited this forest path, transforming into the treacherous snowy mountain range they'd struggled through before reaching Lion's Mouth. If someone fell from the very top of the tree fortress and was pushed toward the mountainside, they might never be found again, their body lost in crevices or buried under avalanches. Ray started climbing one of the massive trees first, testing the route. There was a clear path carved from previous climbers who'd walked this route before, handholds cut into bark, sturdy vines strategically positioned to help pull yourself upward. Soon, Ray heard the tired huffing and puffing sounds from those climbing behind him, labored breathing, occasional grunts of effort.
They're struggling,
Ray realized. The regular soldiers, including Katie, were genuinely exhausted, completely worn out from the relentless fast pace they'd been maintaining this entire journey. They weren't superhuman like the Red Wing leaders. They hadn't been partially enhanced with beast crystal fusion through the beasting process. There was certainly the tactical option of just having the Red Wing leaders proceed upward alone to scout or engage, but Ray quickly dismissed that idea entirely. He absolutely didn't want to split up the group at all, not while deep in the Shadow Continent, where corrupted beasts could emerge from absolutely anywhere at any time without warning.
We'll rest here at the bottom of the trees. That way we can monitor if Monk and his group eventually leave the fortress above. One more day of delay won't hurt us significantly at this point,
Ray announced decisively.
They need rest. Exhausted soldiers are useless in combat.
Although absolutely no one wanted to openly show it or admit weakness, the entire group felt profound relief wash over them. They immediately started pitching tents and establishing camp for the night with renewed energy. As they prepared for sleep, everyone had different heavy concerns weighing on their minds. Ray was increasingly concerned with discovering what the shadow truly was as they got progressively closer to its center of power.
The Black Dragon. I need to know for certain. Need to confront him.
Martha was still desperately thinking through strategies, wondering if there was any possible way to bring Monk back from corruption, to save him like they'd failed to save Gary and Kyle.
There has to be a way. I won't give up on him,
Martha thought stubbornly. Jack had absolute dedication to Ray for helping resolve his werewolf family troubles and saving his people. Now he would support Ray's mission completely, no matter the personal cost.
I owe him everything. My life. My pack's lives,
Jack thought. Nathaniel was consumed with worrying about how the ultimate fate of the entire human race was possibly resting in his inexperienced hands. dependent entirely on the white divine crystal he carried.
I have such a great responsibility on my shoulders. What if I fail? What if I drop it again at the critical moment?
Harry was watching Nathaniel extremely carefully from across the camp, not just observing Nathaniel himself, but also monitoring where the white crystal was at all times. His eyes remained glued to the sacred object as he watched Nathaniel settle into his makeshift sleeping bag.
Something about that crystal. Something wrong. The purple glow. What did it mean?
Harry thought. A sudden tap was felt on Harry's shoulder from behind. He instinctively pulled his sword with lightning reflexes, but it was immediately stopped, knocked back into his sheath before he could even fully draw the blade.
"Calm down," Ray said quietly. "I just wanted to talk to you privately about something important."
Ray? Of course it has to be him. Who can be so fast except him?
Harry nodded his head, listening to Ray attentively.
"I wanted to tell you not to be so obsessive or obvious with your desires," Ray said seriously, his voice low so others wouldn't overhear. "I've observed something crucial. I believe the shadow is able to enter our hearts and corrupt us much more easily based on how strong our specific desires are. It makes promises of fulfilling those desires, whispers of power, of achievement, of revenge. Eventually, through that temptation, it gradually enters us and takes control."
He looked at Harry directly.
Gary was too obsessed with gaining strength, finding his sister's killer, proving he was the absolute best swordsman. That obsession became his weakness. Kyle was always feeling inadequate, always blaming himself for not being strong enough to help his friends. Eventually, that self-consciousness festered. He desperately wanted to prove he could follow in our footsteps, match our strength. That desperation let the shadow in. And now Kyle is dead. Because he wanted too much, Harry thought. "Oh, really?" Harry said, a slight edge in his voice. "And what's your specific desire, Ray? I experienced your shared memories. Wasn't your burning desire at one point to systematically kill all of humankind? To eradicate humans entirely? Yet somehow it didn't affect or corrupt you. So don't lecture me about desires and obsession. The only thing I want is to make absolutely sure that people around here are doing their jobs properly and safely."
He glanced toward Nathaniel.
"I fear that Nathaniel is hesitant and uncertain when he uses the white crystal. I understand he can technically control its powers due to his own divine abilities, but when I personally held it in my hand earlier, I felt it. Power. Incredible power," Harry remembered. "You felt like you could wield it better?" Ray finished for him. "Control it more effectively than Nathaniel? That you'd be the superior wielder?"
Harry's silence was enough confirmation.
"And this is precisely why I'm worried about you specifically," Ray said with genuine concern. "I don't want anyone else to fall into shadow corruption, especially not you, Harry. You're too important."
Ray's voice grew heavier.
"Right now, my desire more than anything is to make the shadow pay for all the suffering I've personally experienced during my time living as a human. All the pain, loss, betrayal. Once my desire is satisfied, once the shadow is destroyed, then I'll leave everyone at peace to do as they wish. I'll depart, return to being a dragon, perhaps. They won't need me anymore," Ray said with finality. "Leave? He plans to leave us?" Harry thought with surprise.
With those words hanging in the air, Ray walked away toward his own tent to enter deep meditation before sleep. But Harry remained where Ray had left him. His mind was still replaying Ray's last words.
"Leaving everyone? What are you really thinking, Ray? Do you genuinely believe this world will no longer need you when the shadow is gone? That we'll all be fine without you?"
Harry stared into the darkness where Ray had disappeared.
"Once the shadow is eliminated, humans will just fight each other again, Ray. Kingdom against kingdom, empire against all. It's our nature. The humans need you far more than you realize, Ray. We'll always need you."
"Just a few 100 feet more," several thought with impatience.
They were so tantalizingly close to the fortress perched high at the top of the giant intertwined trees that some of them desperately wanted to climb up immediately without waiting for the others to see what was up there right now. But Ray had made it absolutely clear that rushing ahead wasn't going to be an option, regardless of how eager anyone felt. They either all ascended together as a unified group, or they didn't go up at all. That was final. It was obvious that Monk and his Dark Guild party had reached the fortress significantly before them. Originally, if the Red Wings had honored the duel's terms after Kyle lost, Monk would have had 3 full extra days to investigate the ruins without interference. Due to their aggressive, fast pace and the single night's rest they were taking now, they would only be approximately 1 day behind Monk's group instead. Keeping vigilant watch for most of the night was Noir in her massive form. Ray trusted her significantly more than he trusted anyone else for guard duty, and she would always come to him at impossible speed when there was trouble. Due to Noir being stored in Ray's system most of the time when not actively needed, she remained perpetually well-rested. Staying awake and alert all day and nights would be relatively easy work for her enhanced physiology.
If there's one being I can rely on to not be corrupted or influenced by the shadow, it's Noir. Her loyalty is absolute.
Early in the morning, when the sun still hadn't fully risen above the horizon and the massive trees were still blocking out most of what minimal light existed, the entire group was already wide awake and preparing. They all understood clearly how critically important the task ahead was, potentially discovering what weapon or force had destroyed an entire fortress.
"Everyone is ready to move whenever you give the order,"
Martha reported to Ray after checking with each unit. Even if some soldiers were still somewhat drained from yesterday and wanted desperately to yawn, they held it in out of respect. They'd witnessed how genuinely caring Ray had been recently, giving them rest when they needed it, never pushing them beyond breaking. They didn't want to delay the expedition any further after Ray had been so considerate. This journey had made them all significantly more loyal to him than they'd been before. Using the great thick vines that hung abundantly from the massive trees, they began walking up the carved spiral path while pulling on the vines for support and leverage. The vines acted like handrails on a steep staircase, and due to how uneven and treacherous the wooden path was, they helped everyone traverse the climb with considerably more ease and safety.
"Who thought it was a good idea to build a fortress on top of a giant tree?"
Flynn complained loudly as he yanked hard on a vine and pulled himself forward with obvious effort.
"This is exhausting."
"If you trained your forearms and shoulders more consistently, it would be a significantly easier climb,"
Wendy replied matter-of-factly. She wasn't struggling anywhere near as much as Flynn was. All those years of dedicated archery practice had given Wendy incredibly strong arms, shoulders, and grip strength. Flynn then glanced toward Claire and Dale, who were climbing upward without even bothering to use the vines at all. Instead, they'd partially transformed their arms and hands, digging their sharp, wolf-like claws directly into the tree bark itself, using the trunk as a natural climbing wall. Jack, who was climbing ahead of them, notably wasn't using the same technique. He still didn't have precise control when it came to his transformation abilities. It was all or nothing for him.
"Man, you guys must have it really nice with those abilities,"
Flynn said without thinking. Wendy immediately gave Flynn a sharp nudge in the ribs with her elbow. That was quite a rude and insensitive thing to say.
"Think before you speak,"
Wendy's look conveyed clearly. The 2 young werewolves, being what they were, meant they got discriminated against constantly back in Avrion. Not as severely as they would have experienced if they joined any other human city, certainly, and there were many citizens who were genuinely supportive, especially due to Jack's heroic reputation. But that didn't stop the prejudiced few who were vehemently against the idea of living near werewolves from keeping their hostile feelings poorly hidden. Remembering this context, Flynn felt genuinely bad about his thoughtless comment, but didn't know what to say to apologize properly.
"Stupid,"
Flynn thought.
"It is kinda cool, actually.
Dale said with surprising openness, looking at his transformed claw hand with something like pride as he smiled back at Flynn.
I like it.
You kids should be on the lookout and prepared for absolutely anything. There's a strategic reason why building a fortress high in trees offers tremendous advantages.
Lenny started lecturing them in his characteristic instructional tone. He gestured around.
For one, it's exceptionally well hidden. Unless someone knew about its existence beforehand through intelligence or maps, they'd find it nearly impossible to locate such a place from ground level. And secondly,
Lenny continued,
it makes the location absolutely perfect for defensive operations. See how we're all struggling to reach the top? Imagine defenders with the high ground. They could easily strike us from above with arrows, rocks, or spells, sending us tumbling down to our deaths.
The massive tree trunk spiraled upward gradually. There were occasional flatter platforms where no vines were necessary, but when the kids looked over the edge of the giant tree, they could see the snowy cliff drop and frozen fields far, far below. Flynn thought with vertigo.
We're so incredibly high up.
They gulped nervously as they imagined trying to defend themselves from an attack while balanced on this narrow path. One wrong step or hard push would mean falling to their deaths. At that exact moment, Martha, who had been flying reconnaissance patterns through the sky above everyone using her harpy form, came swooping down rapidly.
Prepare for battle immediately! Beasts! Beasts are coming!
Martha shouted with urgency. The group could see a flatter section of the spiraling path up ahead and immediately made their way toward it at a run. They sprinted with all their remaining energy, but still couldn't see the beasts Martha had spotted. While running, fumbling desperately around in his pouch, Nathaniel pulled out the white divine crystal with shaking hands.
I need to be ready this time.
Finally, the group reached the defensive position and stopped, breathing hard. They waited tensely for the beasts to appear. The sound of hundreds and hundreds of small, light, rapid footsteps echoed from somewhere, but they still couldn't see anything approaching.
What kind of beasts are these? Where are they?
Jack wondered, sniffing the air. Then Martha attacked first, releasing a concentrated arrow of wind magic from her position.
They're here! Below us!
She shouted. The magical arrow left her bow. At the same moment, from around the underside of the massive trunk, crawling from beneath where they stood, a giant centipede-like creature could be seen scaling upward toward them.
Centipedes! Giant ones!
Flynn thought with revulsion. The centipede had a soft brown underbelly and a black hardened carapace on top. As for its hundreds of legs, each one was lethally sharp like little blades designed for cutting.
Those legs will slice us apart,
Wendy observed. The first beast was killed with relative ease as Martha's arrow went directly through its head with no resistance, and it fell away from the tree. The critical problem was that there appeared to be literally hundreds more of these centipedes coming toward the group in a coordinated swarm, and not everyone possessed a king-tier weapon like Martha's bow to pierce their armor.
Do you think this ambush was deliberately set up by Monk?
Flynn asked nervously.
I don't think we should be worrying about that particular question right now,
Wendy replied pragmatically.
Even if those centipedes are individually weak, all they need to do is swarm us or knock us off balance. We'll fall to our deaths.
Like every time, there was a straightforward solution they could use that had managed to extract them from tough situations repeatedly so far: Nathaniel and the crystal. Naturally, everyone turned their heads toward Nathaniel, who was positioned at the back of the defensive formation for protection. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the crystal, holding it up.
Please work,
Nathaniel thought desperately. The crystal started glowing with white light, building power. But then the glow quickly faded, and sweat began running down Nathaniel's face.
Not again. Not now,
Nathaniel thought with panic. Everyone present knew Nathaniel's personality by now. The more pressure placed on him, the harder it became for him to activate the white crystal's power. Performance anxiety paralyzed him. They could only imagine what Nathaniel was experiencing internally. With everyone watching him expectantly, it would be psychologically difficult. So they deliberately turned their heads away, giving him privacy. but deep down, they were all still desperately relying on him completely.
Come on, you have to do it. You have to activate it. Everyone's counting on you,
Nathaniel muttered to himself, trembling. But the self-directed pressure was only making everything worse. The crystal started glowing, then faded again, repeatedly failing to charge. If I used my full magical powers, there's a significant chance it could damage the tree we're standing on, so I'll have to rely primarily on physical combat. This isn't a problem for me, Ray said calmly, assessing options. Ray prepared to create multiple clones of himself and fight the beast swarm off manually. Small targeted spells combined with hand-to-hand combat would accomplish the objective. While the others were panicking around him, Ray remained completely calm and ready. However, something unexpected happened before Ray could even act. Seeing how much Nathaniel was visibly struggling with activating the crystal's power, watching him fail repeatedly, Harry grew increasingly frustrated.
He's useless,
Harry thought with anger.
Just give it here,
Harry shouted suddenly, reaching forward.
I can do it. I can control it better.
He attempted to snatch the crystal directly away from Nathaniel's hands. Now, both of them were holding onto the crystal simultaneously, but Nathaniel refused to release his grip.
What are you doing? You know this crystal reacts to my divine powers the best. We don't even know if you can control it safely.
Nathaniel started shouting back defensively.
The crystal reacted to me before when I touched it,
Harry shouted back angrily.
Which means I can activate something, and right now you're completely useless, so we might as well give it a try.
Suddenly, there was a physical struggle between the two of them, both pulling on the crystal. Fueled with both of their energies simultaneously, divine power and normal mana, the crystal began reacting violently to the conflicting inputs. Eventually, through sheer force, the crystal was yanked out of Nathaniel's hand entirely. It activated with a massive surge, releasing a single concentrated beam of pure white energy.
It's working,
Harry thought triumphantly. The beam started shooting out from the crystal with devastating force, but it was firing in completely the wrong direction.
No, it's the wrong way,
Harry realized with horror. Instead of toward the approaching centipede swarm, the purifying beam was shooting directly at their own people. Luckily, the white divine beam passed harmlessly through most Red Wing members without causing injury. They weren't corrupted by shadow, so the purifying energy didn't harm them, all except one person.
Ray! Oh gods, Ray! What have I done?
Harry realized too late. The beam of white energy was far too fast for even Ray to react properly. The concentrated divine light struck him directly before he could dodge.
I feel like getting burned alive,
Ray thought, agony exploding through him. Ray crossed his arms defensively and felt an intense burning sensation. He suddenly felt desperately weak, as if his mana and all his powers were being forcefully drained from his body by the purifying light. Not having sufficient strength to push back against the beam or escape its path, the light continued hitting him. Ray screamed in genuine pain, a sound few had ever heard from him. The beam continued pushing him backward with tremendous force, until eventually it shoved him completely off the trunk of the tree. Ray had fallen. He was badly injured and plummeting toward the snowy, deep cliffside hundreds of feet below, and there was nothing anyone could do to save him.
Ray!
Everyone screamed, but he was already gone. When the white light struck Ray directly, it felt like he absolutely couldn't move, as if the divine energy was actively draining everything out of him, pulling his very life force away. Trying desperately to counter the overwhelming force, Ray attempted his best to resist and push through the excruciating pain. Eventually, despite his efforts, the beam's pressure became too much, pushing him backward until he fell completely off the giant tree trunk.
No, I'm falling.
As he plummeted, Ray entered the snowy territory far below. The massive tree had been acting as a natural border between the jungle forest and the treacherous snowy mountain range. Ray, feeling hurt and utterly exhausted from the divine light's drain, realized that if he hit the ground from this extreme height at full speed, there was an extremely good chance he would suffer catastrophic injuries, or die outright, even with his dragon physiology.
I need to slow down. I need to do something. Anything.
Trying to implement whatever solution he could improvise, Ray canceled his transformation spell immediately. His dragon-like features manifested on full display, no longer hidden by human disguise.
No point hiding now. Survival matters more than secrecy.
From his body emerged a small red tail, and, more importantly, a pair of red dragon wings unfolded from his back. Using what little strength remained in his drained body, Ray tried desperately to flap them, to catch air, to fly. "Come on!" Ray shouted into the rushing wind. "Work, you useless things! You once carried the weight of an entire dragon's body. Are you telling me you can't carry this lightweight human form?" Eventually, the wings began responding to his commands and started moving, beating against the air. But as for actually keeping him afloat and stopping his fall, they didn't accomplish much. Ray continued plummeting downward.
They don't have enough strength. I'm too drained from the crystal's attack.
However, his wings were at least allowing him to glide somewhat through the air, which was slowing his descent considerably. Although he couldn't use them to fly back upward toward the tree, the gliding motion reduced his falling speed significantly, meaning the eventual impact would be far less devastating.
At least it looks like I won't be dying from the fall itself,
Ray thought with grim grief.
Maybe there's something else I can still do.
Ray considered, his mind racing through options. Thinking of a way to get back to the others immediately, Ray wanted to use his teleport skill through the system. All he needed to do was select a Red Wing member from his list, and he would instantly teleport to their location. When trying to open his system interface, though, for the first time since receiving it, the display looked completely wrong, distorted and malfunctioning.
E54R5820938EIO.
What? That's not right. That's not how it should look.
Ray thought with confusion and growing alarm. The system screen was distorting wildly in and out of existence, flickering with corrupted data. Ray initially thought perhaps it was similar to the times before, when his system had been temporarily disabled by external forces. Upon firing out a small experimental fireball and activating his dragon eyes briefly, both abilities seemed to function completely fine, no problems whatsoever. The only thing that wasn't working properly was the system menu itself. It wouldn't open or respond to his mental commands. Was it from the White Crystal's attack? Did it somehow mess up my system permanently? Or is this disruption from something else entirely? Ray muttered aloud while falling. While in the middle of his analytical thoughts and distracted by the system problem, Ray's body suddenly entered a massive snowstorm that had emerged with tremendous strength.
Great. Just great. A snowstorm was all I needed in my life right now.
Ray groaned in annoyance. The wind was so incredibly powerful that it completely swept Ray away from his original falling trajectory, carrying him sideways through the air.
Where is this taking me? If it continues like this, I'll end up miles away from the others.
He tried gripping his hands and channeling his returning strength, attempting to fly against the flow of the snowstorm. But it still wasn't enough. The winds were too powerful, his body too weakened.
I can't fight it,
Ray admitted. I'll just have to trust the others for now. Wherever this storm takes me, it takes me. I'll find my way back eventually, Ray said aloud to himself, making peace with the situation. Soon, the snowstorm intensified dramatically, becoming even worse. Ray couldn't see anything at all using his normal vision, just white everywhere, disorienting and blinding. He only realized he'd actually hit the ground when he suddenly went tumbling and skidding violently across soft snow. With his strength gradually returning, Ray managed to reposition his body slightly, trying to control his momentum. But repositioning didn't help much. Ray bounced and rolled across the deep snow repeatedly, each impact covering him with more white powder, until eventually his entire body was buried deep beneath the snow, completely submerged. A few seconds later, the snow around where Ray had landed began melting rapidly. He could be seen standing up slowly, his gauntlets glowing intensely red from generated heat. The snow that had reached up to Ray's waist had now completely melted within a meter radius around him, creating a perfect circle of exposed ground. "My powers still work normally, which is definitely good," Ray said aloud, testing his voice and abilities. "The problem is, where exactly am I?" He started turning his head in every direction, scanning the horizon. Nothing but endless snow and distant mountains in all directions.
No landmarks I recognize.
Attempting to open his system interface again, the screen was now barely visible at all, just a faint flicker of corrupted data for a few seconds before closing entirely. It wouldn't let him send messages to the others or access any functions. "Is it possible that something has happened to Bliss? The system is connected to her somehow. If she's injured or—" Ray wondered aloud.
No, don't think like that, Ray. There's no way for me to check anyway.
"Those idiots!" Ray suddenly shouted in genuine anger, his voice echoing across the empty snowscape. "How can those two fight like that at such a critically important time? Fighting over the crystal while beasts attack. What were they thinking?"
Harry and Nathaniel, their petty struggle pushed me off a cliff,
Ray thought with fury. But then Ray paused, forcing himself to reconsider more fairly. "No," Ray said more quietly. "Maybe I shouldn't blame them entirely. Perhaps being in the Shadow Continent for too long has caused their minds to be gradually affected more by the Shadow's influence without them realizing it."
Gary became obsessed with strength. Kyle became obsessed with proving himself. Now Harry is obsessed with the crystal. The Shadow feeds on desires and amplifies them into obsession.
Ray recognized the pattern. Ray looked down at the ground beneath the melted snow. He could clearly see the land was still visibly covered and saturated with shadow corruption, dark veins running through the earth itself.
At least I'm still on the Shadow Continent. That's something. I couldn't have been blown too far from where the others are.
"Well, far enough that I can't see the jungle area at all. I don't even know which direction to walk in to get back," Ray muttered, scanning the horizon again. Knowing how far out they'd traveled from Avrion and with the system completely non-functional, Ray knew the others wouldn't be coming to search for him anytime soon.
They don't even know I'm alive. For all they know, I died in the fall,
Ray realized. "They should focus on the task at hand, investigate the fortress, find out what destroyed it," Ray said aloud, as if the others could somehow hear him.
For some reason, I have a strong feeling that Monk and his group won't chase the others away or start a fight, even with me absent. But it's better to be cautious. While I'm away, Jack, you're the only one I can truly rely on for now. Keep them safe, keep them focused,
Ray thought. Walking through the deep snow with no clear destination, Ray really had no choice but to simply head in a random direction and hope for the best. Eventually, he decided to walk in the direction the snowstorm had been heading, simply because it was easier to move with the wind patterns rather than fight against them. Soon, the intense snowstorm seemed to be dying down considerably, the winds calming, visibility improving. "I've been walking for quite a while now, but I still haven't seen anything I can recognize. Maybe I should turn around and head the opposite direction instead," Ray said aloud, checking the sun's position to estimate time. Just when Ray was seriously contemplating reversing course, he spotted something distinctive in the distance. Two mountains were positioned extremely close to each other, creating a natural formation. The gap between them created a perfect V-shape against the sky.
For some inexplicable reason, Ray felt like he recognized this specific geographical feature. Why would I recognize a place here in the Shadow Continent, and from this far away? What is this feeling?
Moving toward the distinctive mountains with increasing urgency, Ray soon began seeing human structures, buildings that had been systematically destroyed. It appeared as if a massive, catastrophic battle had taken place here long ago. The destruction wasn't recent. Weathered stone, overgrown vegetation in some areas despite the snow, structural decay from time rather than fresh damage. Ray continued walking forward much faster than before, now genuinely curious about this place. Eventually, he came across an enormous castle with substantial portions of its outer walls completely crumbled and collapsed. Ray stopped completely, standing frozen in place. His mouth fell open in shock as he finally, fully remembered this location.
No, it can't be.
But it was. Ray said aloud, his voice filled with awe and disbelief, This is the place where the Divine Being and I had our final battle. During his time spending centuries as a massive dragon, Ray genuinely didn't remember where small, specific things and locations were situated. He could remember the general direction of terrain features and broad geographical areas, but to him back then, one human city had been essentially like all the others, insignificant, interchangeable.
Humans were insects to me then. I never bothered learning their cities. Why would I?
Once in the past, Ray had asked Bliss directly about where his original dragon body was currently being kept. He remembered being trapped and sealed by the massive divine crystals during their final battle, and she had refused to tell him the location.
She wouldn't answer. She just said I didn't need to know,
Ray remembered. Is it because if I find my original body, there's a genuine chance I could get it back somehow? But then, what would happen to this human body I'm inhabiting now? Ray wondered aloud.
Would I abandon it, or would both exist simultaneously?
Ray considered. Ray started thinking deeply about the mechanics of his existence. Every time he advanced to the next beast stage by consuming powerful crystals, he became progressively closer to what he once was as a full dragon. However, one fundamental thing was absolutely clear. This human body he currently inhabited was definitely a different physical form from his original dragon one. He genuinely didn't understand how the reincarnation worked at a technical level. Was it because his dragon soul was inhabiting and gradually transforming this human body, or was it something else entirely, some metaphysical process beyond his comprehension? Still, out of pure curiosity more than any real purpose, Ray chose to go ahead and walk closer to the ruined castle rather than turning away. With each step forward through the snow, Ray observed large impact craters from devastating magical spells, evidence of the legendary battle. Portions of the castle wall had completely fallen down, and snow had accumulated over the ancient rubble, creating natural ramps from ground level up to the top of the collapsed sections.
My magic did this, and the Divine Being's power,
Ray recognized. Everything was flooding back to him now, every detail sharp and clear. This was the day that had fundamentally changed his entire existence, the day Sen the Great Dragon had died. It happened before the shadow even existed. I don't know why I never consciously thought about the fact that this place would be located in what's now Shadow Continent territory, Ray said aloud, piecing together the timeline. Perhaps, in the past, Ray would have gone actively searching for this battlefield if he'd never established the Red Wings and gotten involved with humans again. But would there even be any valid reason for him to look around and examine the place now? To deliberately bring up painful memories of the past? Ray took a decisive step backward and turned away from the castle, preparing to leave.
I've gone in the wrong direction. I need to find the others. This is a waste of time,
Ray decided.
But then something strange stopped him completely. It was as if his body itself was physically urging him, almost compelling him, to turn back around and walk toward the castle instead.
What is this feeling? Why do I want to go back?
In the end, Ray couldn't fight the inexplicable compulsion any longer. He started walking back up toward the castle entrance, despite his rational mind telling him to leave.
Something is here. Something important.
Ray's instincts insisted. When approaching the massive walls closely, it became absolutely clear that no one had lived in this castle for an extremely long time. Decades at minimum, possibly centuries. Not even the Shadow seemed to have used this place as a military fortress, as it had strategically done in other conquered areas throughout the continent.
Why not? This is a strong defensive position. Why leave it empty? Is there a specific reason the Shadow avoids this place?
Ray considered. Using his considerable strength enhanced with ki, Ray gripped the massive front door and pulled hard. The door was incredibly heavy. It would have normally taken at least 30 strong men working together to move such a thing. Since the door hadn't been opened in such a long time, rust and settled debris made it even more difficult. With Ray's supernatural strength and ki reinforcement, he was eventually able to force it open, but not without creating a loud, harsh metallic screeching sound that echoed through the empty courtyard. The door opened just barely wide enough for Ray to squeeze through, and he continued walking forward into the abandoned courtyard. Just like I remember. There are no people here, not even bones or remains, Ray said quietly, his voice echoing.
Bliss cleared the entire place before our battle, evacuated everyone. She didn't want civilian casualties,
Ray remembered. And it looks like no one ever set foot here again after that day, Ray continued. Left it as a monument, or a tomb. Taking another step forward past the outer gate walls toward the main castle doors, Ray suddenly felt it clearly. He couldn't sense it from outside, but there was definitely a strange, powerful energy emanating from within the castle structure itself.
What is that? What kind of energy?
Looking down at the ground beneath his feet, Ray noticed something extremely unusual. The ground wasn't black with shadow corruption. It was normal brown dirt, like regular earth. The shadow can't even get close to the castle, Ray said aloud, understanding dawning. Is it because of this strange power I'm sensing? That's why there's no shadow presence here at all. The strange power was somehow familiar to Ray, but he couldn't identify it with complete certainty yet. He opened the main castle doors and walked inside to investigate further.
I know this energy, but from where?
The power he could feel remained constant as he entered. Ray had thought the energy signature might intensify when stepping inside the castle proper, but it hadn't changed at all. The mysterious energy was distributed all throughout the place uniformly, and Ray couldn't pinpoint a specific source location. The only thing I can do is start systematically searching room by room, I guess, Ray said, resigning himself to the task. He started exploring methodically, checking each room on the ground floor, but there genuinely wasn't much of interest in most spaces, just what you would typically expect to find in an abandoned castle.
Rotted furniture, decayed tapestries, broken pottery, old ornaments, furniture remains, standard castle fixtures, but nothing unusual or magical.
Eventually, Ray reached a decision point where he could proceed in two distinct directions, a stone staircase leading down deep below ground level, or another staircase leading straight up to the top of the castle. Will I have to explore every single room systematically? This is going to take quite a while, Ray muttered with frustration. And the search did take considerable time. Ray decided to ascend the stairs first, checking each floor level thoroughly, trying desperately to locate the source of the mysterious power.
Second floor, nothing. Third floor, nothing.
Ray cataloged mentally as he climbed. On his way back down eventually, he could investigate whatever was hidden under the castle in the basement levels before leaving entirely. As expected, most of the upper floors contained absolutely nothing of particular interest, just more abandoned rooms with decayed furnishings. That continued until Ray finally reached one of the very top floors, specifically the location where the kingdom's throne room would have been situated during active occupation. No glytherium reinforced door or dwarf-made security locks. How ancient is this kingdom? Predates modern security, Ray observed aloud, examining the simple wooden door. Ray pushed the throne room door open slowly, and to his genuine surprise, there was finally something of significant interest inside. Standing motionless in formation before him were 5 figures in strange red armor. One of them was holding a large, impressive sword. The reason these figures immediately stood out was that each person appeared to be wearing individual armor pieces that were distinctly different from the rest of their equipment. One figure had brilliant red shoulder guards, while the rest of the armor on its body was heavily rusted and deteriorated. Another figure had red armor plates covering the legs specifically, and so on throughout the formation. Then, one figure was holding nothing at all except the magnificent sword, no other equipment visible. Looking more closely at the figures, Ray could see that these warriors, although standing upright in formation, were nothing but ancient skeletal remains, men who had died here long ago. From each piece of their specialized equipment, Ray could distinctly feel something emanating, the same mysterious energy that saturated the entire castle.
The power comes from their equipment,
Ray understood.
from those red armor pieces and that sword.
Maybe I can see exactly how you died and discover who you really were in life, Ray said aloud to the silent skeletons.
A vision spell,
Ray decided. Ray started casting the specialized spell carefully, channeling mana into the precise pattern. The spell would show these warriors' final moments, replaying their deaths like watching a recording.
Show me everything,
Ray commanded through the magic. The spell activated successfully, and visions began flooding Ray's consciousness. He witnessed their difficult lives, their training, their battles, and their ultimate sacrifice. It was only after witnessing their complete and tragic life stories that Ray finally learned the truth. These 5 skeletal warriors were the legendary Dragon Knights of old, the ones Lenny had spoken about, the ones who'd held back the shadow for years. And the specialized equipment each was carrying, those distinctive red pieces that glowed with power, those were the actual dragon weapons. Looking at the 5 skeletal figures standing before him, Ray noticed they were all positioned in oddly specific poses. It was absolutely clear they were no longer alive. Their flesh had completely degenerated long ago, leaving nothing but ancient bones. But what seemed genuinely strange was how they still remained standing upright in perfect formation after all this time. Looking more closely at these warrior figures, Ray thought they appeared powerful even in death. The same impression applied to the odd mismatched pieces of armor each wore and the magnificent sword one held. Because of these unusual details, Ray felt intensely interested in discovering their complete story.
Why would you deliberately choose this specific place as your final resting place?
Ray thought toward the silent skeletons.
And what exactly happened to you in those final moments?
Placing his hand flat on the stone ground, Ray decided he would activate a particular spell right here in this throne room, hopefully allowing him to communicate with these dead warriors and witness them relive their last moments.
Show me how you died,
Ray commanded through the magic. With the spell properly activated, strange light blue spirits began manifesting, seeming to leave the 5 skeletal figures like mist. Each spirit form passed through the throne room door, then re-entered.
The spell is working.
What was genuinely surprising, though, was when Ray could actually hear distinct voices coming from the spirit forms themselves. Clear speech, conversations, emotions.
What? I can hear them speaking, but how is that possible?
Ray thought with shock. This was absolutely not supposed to be possible with the spell Ray had cast. It was meant to show visual memories only, like watching a silent recording.
Wait, I think I know why I can hear them. Their own power is doing this. The dragon weapons are amplifying my spell, allowing me to hear them.
The 5 spectral warriors came fully into the room and stood in the exact positions where their skeletons now stood. They began conversing with each other, and Ray could hear every word clearly.
The shadow corruption seems to have significantly less effect on our bodies in this specific area, but we can't stay here forever. We'll starve eventually,
one warrior said, his voice heavy with exhaustion.
They're infected, just like Gary, just like Kyle.
Ray understood.
You're absolutely right,
another warrior agreed grimly.
I don't know why the shadow cannot reach this particular place, but it's allowed us to temporarily clear our minds of the corruption's influence, to think clearly again.
He paused.
But if we leave here and venture beyond whatever protection this castle offers, then the same terrible thing that happened to Albert could happen to us. It was as if Albert's body, along with that cursed hammer, became completely possessed,
the warrior continued,
controlled by something else. I fear the same fate awaits all of us. We've all already been infected by shadow corruption. It's only a matter of time before it takes over everything. Our minds, our bodies, our souls.
So you're saying we have only 2 choices?
A third warrior said.
Either stay here, unaffected by the shadow, and slowly starve to death, or leave this protected place and be consumed by corruption, becoming monsters?
The warriors all seemed deeply disheartened by their situation, but their expressions showed they already knew what the right, the only honorable, thing to do was.
They've already decided. This isn't a discussion, it's a farewell,
Ray recognized. The warrior who held the magnificent sword looked at his weapon for a long moment, examining it carefully. It was clearly a beast weapon, but one that was completely unlike any other Ray had ever seen. The sword guard was shaped precisely like a dragon's fang, with multiple dragon teeth running both upward and downward along the guard. A brilliant red crystal shone prominently in the middle of the blade itself, glowing with internal power. Going up the length of the blade, several more stylized teeth could be seen integrated into the design. The great sword gleamed and shone like absolutely no other weapon. Ray was enchanted by the weapon.
Our weapons and our armor were gifts. They were handed directly to us by the divine being herself. We were gifted weapons forged from the remains of the legendary creature, a dragon, specifically to kill the shadow and protect humanity,
the sword-bearer said solemnly.
Made from a dragon? They killed a dragon to make weapons?
Ray was stunned, hearing that. His heart skipped a beat as wild thoughts ran through his head.
But we have failed in our sacred duty, the warrior continued, his voice breaking slightly. We couldn't stop the shadow's advance. We can't let the enemy claim victory. We can't let what happened with Albert's hammer happen with the rest of our equipment.
He raised the sword higher.
My sword was specifically made to slay the shadow, and it will finish doing its job one last time.
The other 4 warriors stood silently, accepting their fate. They knew exactly what would come next. The sword-bearer raised his weapon, and with swift, precise strikes, stabbed each of his companions through the heart, killing them instantly on the spot with the special sword. Then, finally, when he was the only one remaining alive in the throne room, the warrior carefully positioned the sword point against his own chest and proceeded to fall forward onto it, impaling himself. The vision ended abruptly there, the blue spirits fading back into the skeletons. Ray stood in silence for a moment, processing what he'd witnessed. He understood completely now who these warriors were from the scene he'd just watched.
The Dragon Knights of old, the legendary heroes.
The ones who had originally founded and created Avrion, the city Ray was now king and leader of. They were genuinely brave men, determined to eliminate the shadow until the very end, dedicated enough to even take their own lives rather than be corrupted. And that takes courage, a real courage. It looks like the shadow had already infected their bodies completely, and they knew there was absolutely no chance of recovery, no cure, no hope. It sounded like the hammer belonged to another Dragon Knight who had already fallen, this Albert they mentioned. Is that what possessed Gary? Was it a Dragon Knight's residual will and regret that haunted that hammer instead of a god or demon? Ray couldn't help but think about all the disturbing possibilities as he walked slowly over to the 5 standing skeletons.
If the hammer corrupted Gary, could these other pieces corrupt me?
Ray's mind raced as he weighed all possibilities. After some contemplation, he finally made up his mind. "I'm sorry to disrespect the dead like this," Ray said formally to the warrior's remains, bowing slightly. "But your goal is now the same as mine, eliminating the shadow completely. It would be an absolute waste not to use the equipment that was specifically created to defeat the shadow." He straightened. "And I shall use them to accomplish what you could not. You may all watch from above as I finally defeat the shadow and avenge your deaths." Ray reached forward and grabbed the magnificent sword carefully. Immediately upon contact, the red crystal embedded in the blade started glowing intensely with inner light.
"I feel tremendous power flowing inside me."
Energy began flowing into Ray's body through his hand. But it wasn't just any random energy. This was extremely familiar, intimately familiar. The realization hit him like a physical blow.
It's my energy. This is Sen's power, my power from when I was a dragon.
The energy surge intensified, becoming almost painful. Ray cried out involuntarily, shouting at the absolute top of his lungs. He screamed until the overwhelming energy eventually dissipated to manageable levels.
Bliss did this. She took my power, forged it into weapons,
Ray thought with sudden rage. "That damn witch!" Ray shouted, his voice echoing through the empty castle. "Once I have dealt with the shadow completely, I'll deal with her as well. She carved me up, made me into weapons. She killed me, then harvested my body, turned me into tools." Ray touched the sword again more carefully, then examined the rest of the equipment worn by the other skeletons, making absolutely sure they all contained the same energy signature. Ray finally understood completely why the items were called dragon weapons, why they possessed such incredible power. He hadn't felt it so intensely when he'd first gone against Gary's hammer in combat, but with the sword, which contained the strongest concentration of energy, the truth became undeniable.
The weapons were made from a dragon beast crystal. Not just any dragon crystal, my crystal. The crystal created from Sen's body after death.
Ray genuinely hadn't known dragons even had beast crystals inside them. It had never occurred to him to check. So he remained unsure of how Bliss had even managed to extract it and forge these items. But there was absolutely no question that it could only have been her. Only the divine being would have access to his body after their battle. Only she could have done this. After the initial anger gradually left his body, Ray started methodically taking the equipment pieces from the skeletal warriors. He wore them piece by piece, shoulder guards, leg plates, gauntlets, chest piece.
Forgive me, I need these more than you do now.
With each piece of dragon-forged equipment worn, Ray felt himself growing progressively stronger. It genuinely felt like his old dragon body was slowly coming back to him, power returning, abilities reawakening. "Maybe I don't need to keep consuming beast crystals anymore," Ray said aloud, testing his enhanced strength.
Before, I was slowly using crystals to get my strength and old body back through evolution. But now I understand. I just need to gather all the energy that was lost from me when I died as a dragon. These items contain that power. My power. Reclaiming what was mine, taking back what she stole.
But there was one significant problem with this realization. After wearing everything available in the throne room, Ray could distinctly tell he was close to his full original power, but something crucial was still missing. One more item from the dragon equipment set was needed to complete the collection and restore his full strength. It was the item which Gary had been wielding when he fell, the dragon hammer that had possessed him. And supposedly, Gary was now trapped in a completely different dimension altogether, sealed away when Ray had thrown him into the shadow pit.
Gary has the final piece, and Gary is beyond my reach. I need that hammer. I need it to become complete again. I need to find Gary.
Wearing all the Dragon Knight equipment on his body made Ray feel significantly better, more complete, more powerful. Ray was now covered head to toe in the special Red Dragon armor pieces. It was absolutely clear, though, even from external observation, that the set remained incomplete. His left arm was completely void of any armor protection whatsoever. His right arm bore a brilliant red gauntlet, but his left remained bare and exposed. Thinking back carefully, Ray started remembering Gary's dragon hammer, how it had transformed into a powerful gauntlet when equipped. It seemed like it would be a perfect fit for his missing left arm piece. However, even though the armor set was demonstrably incomplete, Ray could already feel tremendous power coursing through him. The piece that impressed him most was definitely the magnificent dragon sword, now gripped in his hand. He swung the sword as hard as he possibly could through the empty air experimentally. The blade cut so cleanly through space itself that the entire throne room started shaking violently for several seconds before finally stopping. This equipment must be significantly stronger than any beast equipment currently in existence. It's no wonder, since it was literally made using my own dragon body. These weapons must have given the Shadow Forces tremendous trouble back then, Ray said aloud, testing the sword's weight and balance. Ray also started thinking about Gary specifically, how holding on to something forged from Ray's own body had gradually possessed and consumed Gary with overwhelming power and corruption. Now, Ray was feeling genuinely guilty, thinking perhaps it was partially his fault that Gary had fallen.
If the weapon is made from my body, then am I responsible for what it does?
No, Ray said firmly aloud, shaking his head. This is all the Divine Being's fault, getting me wrapped up in this entire mess in the first place. She killed me. She harvested me. She created these weapons. But was that really the complete truth? If the humans had approached Ray peacefully and treated him with respect when he was still a dragon, instead of hunting his kind to extinction, would any of this have happened at all? Not wanting to dwell on these uncomfortable philosophical questions anymore, Ray proceeded to exit the throne room and walk back down the stairs toward the ground floor. Not without pausing at the doorway to bow respectfully toward the brave Dragon Knight warriors who had sacrificed their lives to prevent corruption. Thank you. Your sacrifice wasn't in vain. I'll finish what you started. Finally, Ray reached the ground floor entrance hall again. It was time to investigate what lay beneath the castle in the basement levels.
One more place to check, then I can leave and find the others.
After such a significant surprise at the top of the castle, Ray said to himself while walking, I genuinely doubt there's anything particularly interesting below, but there's no harm in thoroughly checking it out while I'm already here. The main reason Ray wanted to check underneath the castle was to locate the source of that strange energy he'd been sensing since entering, the mysterious power that repelled shadow corruption.
What is that energy? Why does it feel familiar?
At first, Ray had thought maybe the castle area wasn't affected by shadow corruption simply due to the presence of the dragon armor and weapon radiating protective power. However, when reviewing the Dragon Knight's final memories carefully, they'd spoken as if the surrounding land was already heavily corrupted by shadow even back then. Yet for some inexplicable reason, just like now, this specific castle hadn't been possessed or infected.
So the protection existed before the Dragon Knights arrived. Something else is responsible.
While Ray descended the stone staircase into the basement, he noticed it was becoming incredibly dark, far darker than the upper floors. For the first time since entering the castle, the strange, mysterious energy he'd been sensing was getting progressively stronger with each step downward. And it was definitely familiar, extremely familiar, though Ray still couldn't quite identify it with certainty. The armor and sword equipped on Ray's body started vibrating noticeably, as if the equipment itself wanted to physically pull him toward whatever was located down there. Ray abandoned caution and ran down the remaining stairs at full speed, taking them 2 and 3 at a time. At the bottom, he was met with 2 gigantic doors towering impossibly high above him. The doors were so extraordinarily large, they were nearly as tall as the entire castle structure itself, easily 50 feet high, maybe more. On the front surface of each door were complex special locks, and Ray could immediately tell the doors themselves were constructed from solid glytherium, the virtually indestructible dwarven metal. Ray couldn't wait a single moment longer. He placed his hand on the cold glytherium door surface immediately.
Open,
Ray commanded mentally. With certain complex locks, you would normally need to know the specific combination pattern, but in the past, Ray's system had consistently opened locked doors for him automatically, bypassing security entirely.
The system will open it, like it always does,
Ray expected confidently. His hand touched the metal, and the familiar system message interface appeared before his eyes as usual.
You do not have access to this room.
What?
Ray thought with shock and fury. The system message was explicitly denying him access, refusing to open the door.
No!
Ray shouted, his voice echoing through the basement.
You will not stop me this time, not when I'm this close.
Ray slammed his 2 fists together forcefully, starting to gather absolutely as much ki as he could possibly channel. His aura began glowing visibly around him.
If the system won't open it, I'll break through.
In the past, Ray hadn't been able to destroy glytherium-made doors. They were simply too strong, too well crafted. But he had grown tremendously in power since those early days.
I'm stronger now, much stronger, and this is more important than anything.
Using all his accumulated strength and concentrated ki reinforcement, Ray pounded his right fist directly into the door with devastating force. A loud, echoing bang reverberated through the basement. The door vibrated visibly from the impact, but wouldn't budge at all.
Hit it harder.
Soon after, another fist came colliding into the exact same impact point on the door. The same result. Vibration, but no visible damage.
I'm not going to stop here. I'll break through. I'll punch until this door falls,
Ray shouted defiantly, preparing for another strike. Ray continued delivering punch after devastating punch, deliberately aiming for the exact same spot, trying to create a weak point to compromise the structural integrity.
Again. Again.
Back at Avrion, many miles away, Bliss was busy in her workshop, carefully making more of the special dragon blood solution to help clear shadow corruption from the reclaimed land. Almost done, Bliss thought, carefully measuring ingredients. Suddenly, she felt something violently jolt inside her body, a sharp stabbing pain in her chest. What? Bliss thought with alarm. She dropped the glass container she'd been holding. It shattered against the stone floor, spilling the precious solution everywhere. No, Bliss thought, ignoring the mess. Her hand instinctively grasped at her chest where the pain originated, intense, burning, wrong. What is happening? Is Ray doing something? Bliss said aloud, breathing hard. As Ray punched the glytherium door again back at the castle, the pain struck through Bliss's body even more intensely. Blood began trickling from the corner of her mouth. It's the seal I placed. I never thought he would find it while traveling in the Shadow Continent. And certainly not this soon, Bliss said, coughing blood. The pain continued racking through her body with each of Ray's strikes. She could tell with certainty that Ray was extremely close to forcing the seal open,
through sheer brute strength.
He's going to break through. I can't stop him.
Bliss understood.
I have no choice,
Bliss said, making a difficult decision.
If I want to survive, if I want to live through this, then I absolutely have to voluntarily undo the spell, release the seal before he destroys it completely.
She closed her eyes and carefully sat cross-legged on the floor, ignoring the broken glass and spilled solution. Bliss started chanting in the ancient language. It looked like she was whispering to herself, but the words carried power.
Release. Let him have what he seeks,
Bliss commanded through the spell.
But Ray, I sincerely hope you make the right choice after this. I hope I'm not making a terrible mistake,
Bliss whispered aloud. Back at the castle basement, Ray could see his progress finally manifesting.
Finally,
Ray said with satisfaction.
The door seems to be giving in. It just needs one more big push.
He could clearly see the door was now heavily dented where he'd been striking repeatedly, the supposedly indestructible metal actually showing damage. Then, suddenly, Ray felt the sword on his hip calling to him. The dragon blade wanted to help finish this.
Use me. I can break through,
the sword seemed to communicate.
So be it,
Ray agreed, grabbing the magnificent sword and gripping it firmly with both hands. He gathered his energy, channeling everything he had into the blade. The red crystal embedded in the sword started glowing intensely with accumulated power. At the exact same time, miles away in Avrion, it looked like Bliss was nearly finished with her spell as well, the timing perfectly synchronized.
Unlock the seal,
Bliss shouted, twisting her hand in a specific pattern. At that precise moment, Ray swung his sword with absolutely all the energy he'd gathered. The blade glowed brilliant red.
Now,
Ray thought. He could see a complex circular pattern on the door suddenly light up for just a few seconds, the seal releasing, deactivating. But Ray's attack was already in motion, far too late to stop or redirect. A massive red slash of pure destructive aura erupted from the sword and collided directly into the weakened door. The entire underground basement shook so violently that Ray genuinely feared the whole structure might collapse on top of him. But when the shaking finally stopped, Ray remained safe. The top half of the massive glytherium door had been completely severed and had fallen inward to the other side with a tremendous crash. The single strike to the door had cut it diagonally, a clean, perfect slice. Usually, Ray would have been absolutely amazed by such a display of overwhelming power, but right now, he was far more concerned about something else entirely. Ray jumped up through the destroyed door opening to the other side, landing in the chamber beyond. He raised his head, curious to see what lay before him, but when he did, it felt like his heart stopped beating for a moment. Ray was so completely stunned by what lay before him that he nearly dropped the dragon sword from his hands. His knees went weak, and he almost collapsed entirely. For there, directly in front of his eyes, preserved perfectly in the hidden chamber, was his real body. The massive, magnificent body of Sen, the Great Red Dragon. After the white light had struck Ray and knocked him completely off the giant tree, Harry immediately let go of the divine crystal. Nathaniel was left holding it alone, staring at it in complete disbelief.
What have we done?
Nathaniel mumbled aloud to himself, his voice barely a whisper.
We?
Harry shouted back angrily.
If you had just let me use the crystal properly, or if you had learned to control it adequately, we wouldn't be in this catastrophic mess right now.
It's not my fault. I could have controlled it better. I know I could have,
Harry thought defensively. However, there was absolutely no time for arguing or assigning blame. Only a few soldiers had actually witnessed what had truly happened to Ray. Most everyone else was far too busy fighting the massive swarm of centipede beasts that were still launching themselves at them from underneath the tree trunk.
Ray, we need to get Ray back. I need to save him,
Nathaniel thought desperately. With this single thought dominating his mind, the crystal held in Nathaniel's trembling hand suddenly started glowing brightly with accumulated power. He charged forward more fearlessly than Nathaniel had ever moved before in his entire life. He allowed the white purifying light to shine out brilliantly and destroy the attacking beasts in front of him, one by one.
For Ray. I'll protect everyone for Ray.
The corrupted centipede beasts disintegrated almost instantly once struck by the concentrated laser of white light from the crystal. Soon, all the beasts that had been attacking their position were completely dead, burned away to nothing. When the fighting finally stopped and the last beast fell, rather than immediately moving forward toward the fortress, the group decided to conduct a quick head count and tend to any serious injuries received during the chaotic battle. That was when they collectively realized that a critically important figure was missing from their ranks.
You two idiots!
Katie suddenly screamed at the absolute top of her lungs, her voice carrying across the entire platform.
I saw what happened. I saw everything.
Katie continued shouting as she clenched her fists toward Harry and Nathaniel, her face red with rage. Martha, who had been flying reconnaissance patterns above, quickly descended and folded her harpy wings in. The other Red Wing leaders soon started gathering around at the commotion.
Hey, Katie,
Martha said, approaching carefully and placing her hand on Katie's armored chest piece. She could feel Katie's heart beating rapidly underneath, pounding with adrenaline and fear.
She's terrified. Something bad happened,
Martha recognized. This particular group of people cared for Ray more deeply than almost anyone else in the army, and that definitely included Katie.
What happened? Is this about Ray? Where is he?
Martha asked urgently.
The white light from the crystal struck Ray directly. It knocked him completely off the tree. He fell down to the other side, the mountain side,
Katie explained, her voice breaking slightly. Everyone listening was absolutely stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock at the revelation.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I never wanted to hurt Ray. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry,
Nathaniel sobbed, falling to his knees on the wooden platform. Tears streamed down his face.
It's my fault. I killed him. I killed Ray,
Nathaniel thought. Just as everyone was about to condemn Nathaniel for what had happened, about to blame him for Ray's fall, a powerful fist suddenly shot out, hitting Harry directly in the face with tremendous force.
What?
Harry thought, his head snapping back. The punch sent Harry flying backward, throwing him several feet to the other side of the platform, where he crashed to the ground.
Are you really just going to stand there and say absolutely nothing? Take no responsibility whatsoever?
Jack demanded, standing over Nathaniel protectively.
You and I used to be the closest of friends,
Jack continued, his voice heavy with disappointment and anger.
The Harry from before, the real Harry, would have immediately admitted what happened, would have taken responsibility.
Jack walked slowly toward Harry, who was still on the ground, nursing his face.
I saw exactly what you did. You deliberately tried to take the crystal away from Nathaniel's hand. That's why the attack went astray and hit Ray instead of the beasts.
Jack stood directly over Harry now.
Tell me right now, are you infected by the shadow? Has it taken you like it took Gary and Kyle? Please say no. Please tell me you're still you,
Jack hoped, despite everything. Jack's punch had contained quite a bit of serious power behind it, and his tone made it clear this wasn't a casual question. It was deadly serious.
Don't any of you understand what I was trying to do?
Harry pleaded his case desperately from the ground.
Nathaniel was having severe trouble activating the crystal properly, but he's not the only one it responds to. When I hold the crystal, it works for me as well. I felt the power. I was trying to help us survive. I never thought it would accidentally hit Ray either. You have to believe me.
I don't think this should be something we argue about right now,
Lenny interrupted, his calm voice cutting through the tension.
That's not productive. First, let's assess our actual situation clearly.
Lenny understood the implications of Ray's absence. If they continued discussing this matter in front of their army, they would lose their faith and confidence, given the tensions brewing inside the Red Wings' leadership. And now they couldn't afford it. They needed to think practically before deciding their next plan of action.
Everyone turned to look at Lenny, waiting for his analysis.
Ray has fallen down the snowy mountainside. We all know Ray is extraordinarily strong, probably the strongest being alive. So he will survive the fall. However, going down to retrieve him is completely out of the question. Scaling up this tree was difficult enough. Scaling down the sheer side of the mountain from this height is absolutely impossible. We have no equipment for it. The others, Monk's forces, are already at the fortress ahead of us. I think we need to keep moving forward and complete the mission.
He's right. As much as I hate it, he's right,
Martha thought reluctantly. It was genuinely true. The others really couldn't do much to help Ray, no matter how desperately they wanted to.
I can try to find Ray. I can use my werewolf nose to track him and scale down the mountain using my claws. I'm strong enough,
Jack suggested immediately.
I won't abandon him. Never,
Jack thought with determination.
Then who will lead the army? Who will command?
Lenny asked pointedly. He gestured around.
I am originally an outsider to the Red Wings. The soldiers will find it extremely hard to take orders from me. They don't know me well enough. Harry used to be a good choice for temporary command, but his mind is clearly no longer what it used to be. His judgment is compromised.
Lenny looked directly at Jack.
Although you may not be the smartest strategist, Jack, you are absolutely one of the most trusted Red Wing members. You have others here who can help guide you tactically. Besides, communication through the system is no longer available, if you haven't noticed. System is down. Messages don't work. We can't communicate with Ray or anyone else at Avrion,
Jack confirmed. What Lenny was referring to was the system interface that normally would allow them to send messages to each other across distances. The system had become increasingly unreliable recently. They could no longer depend on it like before to help coordinate.
This means the need for a present, visible leader is more critical now than ever before,
Lenny concluded. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Jack expectantly. They agreed completely with Lenny's reasoning and assessment. If they continued forward to the fortress, they would only do so under Jack's command. However, Jack couldn't forget about Ray lying injured somewhere below. He didn't think getting to the fortress was more important than going after his friend.
Ray saved me multiple times, saved my entire pack. I owe him everything,
Jack thought. Until suddenly, a voice entered Jack's mind, clear and distinct.
I will find my master. You do not have to worry about him.
What? Who said that?
Jack thought, looking around, confused. Jack was genuinely wondering where the voice was coming from, especially since no one else seemed to have heard it at all.
Telepathy?
Jack wondered, until he spotted a familiar black wolf standing behind the Red Wing army, looking his way directly with intelligent eyes.
Noir!
Jack recognized.
I am significantly quicker than you, and my nose is just as sharp as yours, sharper even. I promise to bring Ray back safely to all of you, and you must promise to protect the people he cares about. That is your duty now. Protect them while I retrieve our master,
Noir said directly into Jack's mind through their mental connection.
How did she communicate with me like that?
Jack was confused. Before Jack could even formulate a response or argument, Noir was already running at incredible speed back down the tree, moving faster than any human possibly could.
She'll find him. She'll bring him back,
Jack thought with relief.
All right,
Jack announced loudly, accepting his role.
We move forward to the fortress immediately. We will discover what happened here and at that village. But be prepared. Our enemy is waiting there. It could possibly be Monk who sent those centipede beasts after us just now. We have to be prepared for absolutely anything. Expect ambushes, expect traps.
He turned and pointed directly at Harry.
And Harry, leave the crystal with Nathaniel from now on. That's a direct order. Do you understand?
Jack snarled slightly toward the end, deliberately trying to put Harry in his place and establish dominance. The group, now ready to proceed, had its morale slightly boosted by Jack's confident leadership and by the knowledge that Noir was searching for Ray.
Ray can never die. He'll survive. He has to,
they believed. With this reassuring thought in their minds,
they resumed their climb up the final section of the giant tree. Eventually, after another exhausting hour of climbing, they finally reached the fortress positioned at the very top of the massive intertwined trees.
What the hell happened here?
Arriving at the destroyed fortress, what the Red Wings were witnessing wasn't what they'd expected at all, though truthfully, they didn't really know what to expect in the first place.
What happened here? What could do this?
Soldiers wondered, staring. They only knew, based on the limited intelligence they'd received, that someone had successfully attacked another shadow fortress inside the continent itself. It was something that had never been accomplished before the Red Wings had achieved it at Lion's Mouth. But shortly after their historic victory, news arrived of another fortress that had been mysteriously attacked. What the Red Wings absolutely didn't expect was for the place to look as if it had been almost completely obliterated, utter devastation. At the top of the giant intertwined trees, a strange, strong black material comparable in durability to glytherium had been used to construct the fortress walls and structures. The material's main distinctive trait was that it was supposedly completely fire-resistant, impervious to flame-based attacks. Yet looking at the outer fortress walls now, it was genuinely hard to believe that claim was remotely true.
The fortress is burned despite being fireproof. What could be so powerful to do it?
Jack wondered as his eyes scanned the surroundings for damage. The entire top of the massive tree had been deliberately flattened out during construction, creating enough open space and width for more than an entire army to maneuver comfortably. But where the protective walls would have originally stood, they had completely collapsed. The walls looked almost burnt and disintegrated, reduced to rubble and ash. The devastated scene reminded those who'd witnessed it of what Nathaniel's divine crystal could accomplish when unleashed at full power.
White light that burns away corruption. Could it have been another divine weapon?
Lenny scratched his beard thoughtfully. As the Red Wing group continued moving forward cautiously with Jack leading from the front, Monk and his Dark Guild soldiers could be clearly seen throughout the ruins, investigating the scene.
There he is,
Martha thought, her heart clenching. They were systematically moving debris from all over the destroyed fortress, searching to see if they could discover any signs of what had happened here, or perhaps locate someone who had miraculously survived.
Sir!
One of the Dark Guild members suddenly shouted, spotting the Red Wings.
It's those Red Wing scum! They've arrived earlier than the agreed schedule!
Several Dark Guild soldiers immediately drew weapons, preparing for potential combat. Moving out with a small escort group, Monk walked forward to meet the Red Wings halfway. Both forces stopped with maybe 20 feet separating them.
What are you doing here? I thought we clearly agreed that whoever won the duel would have 3 full days to investigate before your group arrived,
Monk asked, his voice cold and controlled.
He sounds calm, too calm, like he expected this,
Martha observed. While saying these words, Monk's eyes seemed to be actively searching through the Red Wing army, scanning faces, looking for someone specific.
He's looking for Ray. Of course he is,
Martha realized. It was painfully obvious who Monk was searching for, but no matter how hard or thoroughly he looked, Ray was absolutely nowhere to be seen among the gathered Red Wings.
Where is he?
Monk wondered.
The duel is completely void,
Martha spoke up firmly, stepping forward.
I'm absolutely certain you know that Kyle was already infected by shadow corruption. He was secretly working for your side and deliberately lost the duel on purpose.
You're insane,
Monk replied, swinging his hand out dismissively.
That's a ridiculous accusation. Bring Kyle out right now. Why don't you prove that he was infected? Show me evidence.
He's bluffing. He knows. He has to know.
Lenny was sure and was not buying Monk's words. There was an awkward, heavy silence from the Red Wing side. Kyle was no longer with them, no longer alive to prove anything.
You know exactly what happens to those who are infected by shadow corruption. You know what we had to do,
Martha said quietly,
her voice carrying weight. For a brief second, even Monk seemed genuinely at a loss for words. Something flickered across his face, pain perhaps, or regret.
You've already had a full day ahead of us to investigate. From what I can observe, you haven't been able to discover anything particularly useful yet,
Lenny interrupted, breaking the tense moment.
They would have long gone if they had found anything useful.
Lenny figured that much as soon as they arrived there.
Why don't we strike a fair deal?
Lenny proposed.
Whatever information we discover, we will share openly with you, and you do the same with us. Mutual benefit.
He gestured at the devastation.
Besides, it appears this enemy is extremely troublesome for you, and could very well be equally problematic for us as well. Common threat means common interest.
Although the other Red Wing leaders hadn't been informed of this diplomatic proposal beforehand, Martha and the others decided it was best to just let Lenny proceed with the negotiation. It wasn't really a bad tactical proposal for their situation. Besides, given Lenny's age and his tremendous experiences in dealing with such situations, they trusted him to make the right choice for the Red Wings.
We need information more than we need confrontation,
Martha admitted to herself. However, the critical question remained whether those in the Dark Guild would actually honor any agreement and genuinely share discovered information.
Can we trust them? Can we trust Monk?
Jack was concerned, but decided not voice it out just now.
Fine,
Monk agreed after a moment's consideration.
It would be genuinely helpful to work with some people who can actually use their brains for strategic thinking, rather than hanging around with these idiots all the time.
Monk scoffed slightly, gesturing at his own soldiers with mild contempt.
He agreed? Wow, that was easier than expected,
Martha thought with surprise. With the temporary truce established, the two groups spread out among the fortress ruins and began their separate investigations. There were definitely some awkward, tense interactions between Red Wing members and Dark Guild soldiers, as they would occasionally examine the same areas. But whenever tensions threatened to escalate, either the Red Wing leaders or Monk himself would quickly intervene to put the agitators in their place and settle the brewing arguments before violence erupted. However, even with both groups investigating thoroughly and systematically, they were frustratingly unable to discover much of significant value.
Nothing. There's nothing here,
Katie thought with frustration. Lenny continued stroking his scruffy beard thoughtfully while examining the entire devastated scene with analytical eyes.
What weapon could do this?
Lenny wondered. Whatever force had caused this destruction, it seemed to harness either tremendously great magical power or had been accomplished by a legendary artifact.
This is an incredible feat, one that just isn't naturally possible for normal humans to achieve. Divine weapon or something similar. Something beyond normal magic must have been used,
Lenny concluded. Eventually, darkness fell, and it was time for both exhausted groups to rest. Monk and his Dark Guild forces had already established their camp inside the main fortress structure itself, claiming the best defensible positions. That left the Red Wings to set up their tents within the outer fortress walls, but not actually inside the main structure, essentially camping in the courtyard ruins. The Red Wings didn't argue about this arrangement at all, partly due to Lenny quietly suggesting it might actually be tactically better for them to remain outside anyway.
This way we will have easier escape routes in case the enemy tries to do something funny, and there are still a few things I want to investigate out here,
Lenny explained. Most of the Red Wing soldiers were fast asleep now, exhausted from the climb and the investigations. But inside one of the leaders' tents, one person noticed something unusual, something that had been discreetly slipped into her side pocket at some point during the day.
What's this?
Martha wondered, pulling out a folded piece of paper. Taking it out carefully, she realized it was a note. She was genuinely wondering when or how she could have possibly received this without noticing.
Someone got close to me. When? How did I not notice?
Martha thought with alarm. Opening the note, she read the brief message written there.
It's Monk. Meet me behind the fortress, behind the outer walls.
the note read in familiar handwriting. It was short and direct, but Martha honestly didn't know whether she should meet him or not.
Is this a trap, or does he genuinely want to talk?
She used to be his love. The two of them had cared about each other more than anything in the world. And then everything had changed suddenly when Monk returned one day from a mission, inexplicably declaring war on Avrion.
Have you really been taken over by the shadow? If Kyle and Gary genuinely were corrupted, then maybe it's true that you were too,
Martha whispered to herself. Thinking about the decision for several more minutes, weighing risks and benefits, Martha finally decided to go and meet him. She had accumulated far too many questions over the months, questions she desperately wanted answers to.
I need to know if he's still in there.
Leaving quietly through the front of the fortress walls, Martha walked carefully around the side of the ruins until she eventually reached the place the note had instructed her to go. She remained extremely cautious, constantly looking around to see if anyone was following her from either camp. She also watched for signs this might be an ambush, multiple enemies waiting to capture her.
If things get really bad, I can just transform and fly out of here immediately, warn the others, escape. My wings are my advantage,
Martha planned. Turning the corner around a collapsed section of wall, she could finally see him standing there completely alone in the shadows.
Long time no see, Martha,
Monk said, and his voice carried that soft, gentle tone she remembered so well from before everything changed. His smile was the same one he'd given her countless times at Avrion, warm, genuine, the smile she'd fallen in love with.
Is it really you, Monk, or is this the shadow wearing your face?
Martha desperately wanted to reach out to him, hold him in her arms, and tell him how much she had missed him. But she couldn't let her emotions override her conscience.
I can't trust him. Not yet.
I have a lot to tell you,
Monk continued, his expression serious now.
Things I've wanted to tell you for a very long time now. Things I couldn't say before.
As soon as Martha saw that soft, familiar smile on Monk's face, it brought back a powerful wave of memories they'd shared together, happy times, peaceful times, times before war. However, she quickly forced herself to remember that those memories were from a long time ago now. The time they'd actually spent together was significantly shorter than the time they'd spent apart as enemies. First and foremost, she was a member of the Red Wings. She had come to this meeting as a Red Wing, not as Monk's former lover.
Duty first, always,
Martha thought.
Monk, I hope you aren't playing any manipulative games with me. Why did you leave a note specifically for me and only me? What do you want?
Martha got straight to the point, instead of beating around the bush. There was a long pause from Monk. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out initially. He seemed to struggle with how to begin.
He's nervous. I've never seen him nervous before,
Martha observed. For some reason, seeing him standing in front of her now, Monk felt small, diminished somehow. All the previous times while leading the Dark Guild forces, he had seemed larger than his actual physical presence due to the confidence and authority shining within him. But right now, that commanding presence wasn't the same at all. Something fundamental had changed.
He looks exhausted, defeated.
Then, suddenly, putting both his hands over his face in a gesture of complete defeat, Monk slumped his back against the cold castle wall. He slid down slowly until he was sitting on the ground, no longer standing tall.
I don't know how much longer I can keep this up,
Monk said quietly, his voice muffled by his hands.
I've had so many sleepless nights. I genuinely can't even remember when I last slept the same way I did before all of this started.
He lowered his hands, revealing his exhausted face.
But now with Gary gone, and the same with Morfran, both dead or lost, I'm the only one the Dark Guild can rely on, the only leader they have left.
Monk looked genuinely weak, utterly exhausted.
Martha could feel all of these heavy emotions now pouring out of him like water from a broken dam. But still, she didn't completely understand the point he was trying to make, or why he'd called her here.
"What do you need from me?"
Martha wondered.
I'm so sorry for everything I've done. You must have been hurting a lot. All this time not knowing why I left, why I betrayed you.
Monk finally said, looking directly at her.
I'm not infected by the shadow. If you were wondering about that, I never was. Not for a single moment.
"Not infected? Then why? Why did you join them?"
Martha was desperate to know, but she held back her words. She didn't want to say something and set him off when he was actually giving her some reasoning, even if it might be fake.
When I fell down into that pit that day, I saw a mysterious man standing there in the darkness, and he was riding on top of an actual living dragon.
Monk explained that the memory was clearly painful.
That creature was what was systematically killing and eating all those shadow monsters we'd been fighting. It was not any corrupted beast as we suspected, but an actual dragon,
Monk said. He looked up at Martha.
When standing directly in front of it, I felt its absolutely sheer power radiating outward. I couldn't believe what I was experiencing. If that dragon had attacked Avrion at that exact moment, it could have easily wiped us out completely. Every person, every building, everything. What I didn't understand was why it didn't attack. Why didn't that mysterious man command the dragon to destroy Avrion back then? We were vulnerable. He had the power, so why didn't he do it?
Good question. Why show mercy?
Martha, too, wondered the same now.
I thought it was absolutely critical that we discovered the answer if we wanted humanity to survive. So I made the decision to attempt to infiltrate the other side, to learn their secrets.
Monk explained. He took a breath.
Eventually, I successfully joined the Dark Guild. I met up with Morfran and Gary, or at least what was left of Gary after his corruption.
It was a tremendous amount of information to absorb all at once, but it seemed like Monk was finally telling her the complete truth about what he'd gone through and why he'd done what he'd done.
A spy. Monk sacrificed everything to be a spy. He was acting against us when, in reality, all he wanted to do was save us.
For some inexplicable reason, Martha believed his words completely. Her instincts told her this was genuine.
When I joined the Dark Guild, Martha,
Monk continued, his voice growing passionate,
I realized something fundamentally important about them. They're people, regular human beings. They're not mindless beasts trying to kill us, and they're not shadow demons. They're just desperate people fighting for their lives and the lives of their families. Because of this realization, I decided I wanted to genuinely help them. They deserved help. They deserved a chance.
He looked at her seriously.
Did you see the village that you passed through on your way here?
Yes, we were attacked there by centipede beasts as well,
Martha replied carefully, wondering how much intelligence she should be revealing right now.
How much does he know about our journey?
Martha wondered.
Those were the families belonging to Dark Guild soldiers,
Monk explained sadly.
Wives, children, elderly parents. They were explicitly promised by the Shadow that they would be completely safe if their men worked loyally and stayed in Shadow Continent territory.
He gestured bitterly.
As you clearly saw with all those corpses, that promise was exactly not true. The Shadow killed them anyway, slaughtered them. Gary and Morfran were deeply connected to the Shadow entity. They knew the leader personally and well. But with both of them gone now, there's only me remaining. And since I'm not actually infected by shadow corruption, the telepathic link between the Shadow and me is extremely weak.
Martha's mind was racing with numerous thoughts, but before speaking her mind, she decided to listen to Monk's full story.
It's causing a growing divide between the Dark Guild forces and the Shadow itself. But where can these people possibly go now? We can't safely leave Shadow territory. We'd be hunted. and there's absolutely no kingdom that will accept us. We're marked as traitors to humanity."
Martha could see the genuine struggle written across Monk's face. He'd carried so much weight on his mind from day one of this mission. From the very beginning, he'd been doing absolutely everything for the sake of Avrion, for the sake of humanity.
"This is the kind-hearted man I remembered, the man I used to love. The problem is, he's too gentle. He wishes to save everyone, enemy and ally alike. And that's impossible."
Martha was sad and wished to console Monk.
"You probably don't believe anything I'm saying,"
Monk said, starting to lift his head in defeat. Only to find Martha's face directly in front of his, inches away. Their eyes met. Monk's breath caught in his throat, and his cheeks immediately reddened. When was the last time he heard his heart beating so loudly, reminding him that he was alive? Monk couldn't help but stare into Martha's beautiful green eyes. They were even more spectacular up close than he'd remembered.
"One of the first things I ever noticed and fell in love with about her."
"Monk, you're an absolute idiot,"
Martha said firmly, then flicked him hard on the forehead with her finger.
"Ow!"
Monk said, rubbing the spot. The canvas of sweet memories shattered as Monk now remembered the other side of her personality, stubborn and hot-headed.
"You didn't have to go through all of that completely on your own, bearing everything alone, and of course I believe you."
Martha scolded him just like she scolded her green sash students at Avrion Academy.
"I could always tell when you were lying and when you weren't. That's precisely why I was so absolutely sure you never truly went to the other side with evil intentions. I knew something else was happening. But we could have helped you. Why didn't you come back and tell us everything sooner, rather than now, while everyone is stuck in this impossible mess?"
Martha said, her voice rising with frustration.
"But you don't understand at all,"
Monk protested, standing up suddenly.
"Have you ever actually seen a real dragon before? Not a corrupted shadow beast, an actual dragon?"
He visibly shuddered at the memory of the immense power the creature beheld.
"Their powers are beyond that of any ranked beast classification. They're just incomprehensibly strong. I'm not talking about that reanimated shadow dragon you saw during the war at Lion's Mouth either. That corrupted thing was absolutely nothing compared to what I witnessed in that pit. I needed to find a way to beat the shadow from the inside out, but I still haven't accomplished it. The shadow guards don't treat me with the same respect or trust they showed Gary and Morfran. I haven't seen that mysterious man or his dragon since that day."
Martha started chuckling quietly, then louder.
"Huh? What's funny? Why are you laughing?"
Monk asked, confused. Martha's laughter subsided a little, yet the smile remained on her face.
"No, I personally haven't seen a real dragon. But if you're genuinely worried about the shadow having one on their side, then you should know we have one as well on our side. And ours is the strongest dragon that has ever existed in history,"
Martha finished. There was clearly a deeply confused look on Monk's face initially, trying to process what Martha was saying.
"What does she mean? How could they have a dragon?"
Then, slowly, that confused expression changed to absolute shock as Martha revealed the truth.
"Ray, our very own reincarnated the great red dragon Sen."
"Sen? Ray is Sen, the dragon who tried to destroy humanity. Our friend is that dragon."
Monk thought, his mind reeling.
"But how can that possibly be?"
Monk thought aloud, his eyes suddenly filling with tears. He thought back to all the times he and Ray had gone on journeys together at the academy, training, laughing, surviving, even when Ray had saved them from Morfran's trap.
"Every moment he was protecting us. A dragon was protecting humans." "Ray,"
Monk said, tears streaming down his face now.
"No wonder you were so impossibly amazing. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you, for ever thinking you might fail us."
But then, Monk was suddenly reminded of something crucial, something wrong.
"Speaking of Ray,"
Monk said, looking around as if Ray might appear.
Where is he? Why isn't he with your army? I searched for him but couldn't find him anywhere."
Martha's expression changed, became heavy, sad, and Monk knew something had happened to Ray. Something bad.
"Tell me, what happened to him?"
Monk said urgently. Martha took a breath.
He fell. He is lost, and we have no means of contact with Ray."
It took quite a while for Monk to fully absorb and process everything that Martha had told him. How Ray had been accidentally knocked off the giant tree due to the violent fighting between Nathaniel and Harry over control of the crystal.
"It seems like the shadow has affected your group tremendously, more than I expected. What surprises me is why the shadow has never been able to take my own heart and corrupt me, despite being so deeply involved with shadow forces for so long."
Monk replied thoughtfully.
"Why am I immune? What makes me different from Gary and Kyle?"
Monk wondered.
Ray said it might have something to do with our deepest personal desires. The shadow preys on those desires specifically. Maybe your desire is too strong and pure for the shadow to corrupt or sway. Or perhaps the shadow simply cannot help you fulfill what you truly want."
Martha explained. She smiled at him warmly.
"Monk, you have always been an exceptionally strong person mentally. That's one reason I loved you. Still love you."
Martha thought, but didn't say aloud. Monk felt warmth spread through his chest at her words and smile. The two of them needed to end their secret meeting there. For now, Monk had to continue acting convincingly as the loyal leader of the Dark Guild while helping the Shadow, maintaining his cover. But at the right time, Monk knew he could potentially get those in the Dark Guild to turn against the Shadow and join humanity's side. Meanwhile, Martha would have to pretend she knew absolutely nothing about Monk's true allegiance. With a brief moment of staring into each other's eyes, Martha finally smiled and waved at Monk before she turned to leave. Monk watched her retreating form with a smile on his face, and the weight lifted off his chest. The morning sun rose over the ruined fortress, and both groups were ready to continue their investigation of the mysterious destruction. After all, so far they had discovered nothing useful, and still had absolutely no clue who or what was behind the devastating attack. However, the morning didn't start as they'd expected. A slow panic was beginning to settle in among those from the Red Wing camp. Martha had woken up considerably later than the others, due to staying up most of the night after her long conversation with Monk. When she finally emerged from her tent, she could immediately see Katie, Lenny, and Jack speaking to each other with deeply concerned looks on their faces.
"I can't smell him anywhere at all. It's absolutely clear that he is not anywhere in this fortress. He's gone."
Jack reported that his werewolf nose had searched thoroughly.
"Who's gone? Who are they talking about?"
Martha thought.
And if he's truly gone, then we must assume the white divine crystal has disappeared with him as well. How did none of us see this coming? We're literally in enemy territory, camping next to the Dark Guild, so of course something like this would happen,"
Lenny replied grimly. Hearing only the tail end of the urgent conversation, Martha quickly pieced together what was happening. If they were discussing someone missing along with the white crystal, they could only be talking about one person.
"Please, update me immediately on what has happened. Has Nathaniel gone missing? Tell me everything,"
Martha said, approaching the group quickly. Lenny nodded gravely, and Martha's worst fears were confirmed.
"It has to be those from the Dark Guild who took him,"
Katie said, scowling with anger and suspicion.
"The Shadow knows exactly how much of a threat the White Crystal is to their forces. They've attempted to steal it multiple times from us already. You stated that Monk used to be a Black Sash Knight, correct? One of the absolute best fighters we ever trained? He could have easily snuck into our camp during the night and taken both Nathaniel and the crystal without anyone noticing."
"No, Monk wouldn't do that. I know he wouldn't,"
Martha thought firmly. Although what Katie was suggesting was probably the most logical conclusion, Martha knew with certainty that it wouldn't be the case. Monk wouldn't have betrayed them, not after their conversation. But it seemed like the other Red Wing leaders were already being swayed and thinking along the same lines as Katie. At that exact moment, there seemed to be a physical scuffle breaking out nearby. A Red Wing member who'd been asked to investigate the fortress was arguing loudly with one of the Dark Guild soldiers. Not being able to tolerate the Dark Guild member's dismissive attitude anymore, the frustrated Red Wing soldier suddenly swung his sword at the man's head. It was completely unexpected. The Dark Guild member hadn't been prepared for actual violence. Martha was too far away to physically intervene or stop the attack. "No!" Martha shouted desperately, as if she was witnessing the whole terrible thing happening in slow motion.
If blood is shed on either side, then it will be nearly impossible to make the two groups cooperate ever again. The truce will shatter. This will start a war between us.
However, before the descending sword could strike and split the Dark Guild member's skull open, another blade suddenly appeared, parrying the attack away with expert precision. The defending sword wrapped around the attacking blade in a smooth semicircle motion, and the sheer strength of the expertly executed parry disarmed the Red Wing member completely. His sword fell to the ground with a clatter.
What exactly do you think you're doing, attacking our people unprovoked?
Monk demanded, standing between the two sides with his sword still drawn. The other Dark Guild members who had witnessed this attack and near murder immediately drew their weapons in defensive reaction. They were ready for a full scuffle now, ready for war. After all, their army was far larger than the Red Wing's small force, and without their dragon leader, Ray, present, the Dark Guild soldiers were confident they could achieve victory in open combat.
"Monk, wait!"
Martha called out quickly, running over.
"One of our men has gone missing. Prince Nathaniel, the one who carries the crystal. I think this might just be a terrible misunderstanding between our two groups."
She stood between the hostile forces.
"You haven't seen him around anywhere, have you? Please, we need to find him."
Putting his sword away deliberately, Monk tried his absolute best to calm the rising tension and bloodlust between the two sides.
No, I haven't seen your missing man. But before immediately looking at my side with accusations, I strongly suggest you should look at your own people first,"
Monk replied carefully. He looked directly at Martha, his expression meaningful.
"Hasn't there been significant problems within your own camp recently? Internal conflicts?"
"A hint. He's trying to tell me something without saying it directly,"
Martha recognized. At that moment, Martha realized something crucial herself.
"Where's Harry? Has anyone actually seen Harry this morning?"
Martha asked loudly, looking around. The other Red Wing leaders looked at each other with dawning realization, then frantically looked around the camp.
"Harry's missing too,"
they all realized. Now they understood it could very well be a real possibility. Harry had taken Nathaniel.
"After their violent struggle yesterday, this was inevitable,"
Jack remembered. They'd been so intensely focused and on high alert, being camped close to the Dark Guild, that they completely didn't look at the obvious threat already inside their own camp.
"We were watching the wrong people,"
Lenny thought angrily.
"Everyone, try to find Harry immediately and bring him back. Search everywhere,"
Martha ordered, transforming. She flew up into the air with her harpy wings and started scouting ahead across the fortress ruins.
"Where did you go, Harry? What have you done?"
Just as they suspected, the real culprit behind Nathaniel's kidnapping was none other than Harry. He had the white divine crystal clutched firmly in his hand, and at the same time, a severely beaten and bruised Nathaniel slung over his shoulder like a sack. For several days now, a voice had been persistently speaking to Harry, one he found strangely familiar and comforting.
"Father, that's Father's voice."
It was the words of his deceased father. The voice spoke to him constantly, telling him exactly what to do, guiding his actions.
"Trust me, I know it's best for you."
the voice said. Everything had started when Harry first touched the cursed dragon bones back at Lion's Mouth. The voice had awakened then. Harry felt like the incident opened a connection between the father and the son. The voice had told Harry about a secret hidden path in this fortress, one that would allow him to travel through ancient tunnels beneath the ruins.
Follow the path. Take the crystal. Take the boy. Deliver them.
Those winding tunnels had led them directly back toward the main Shadow Fortress, the heart of enemy territory where the Shadow Entity itself resided.
Almost there.
When finally emerging from one of the dark tunnel exits, Harry could see it clearly up ahead in the distance.
Magnificent,
Harry thought with awe. A fortress far larger than anyone had ever seen, bigger than any human city. It was massive enough to be its own independent kingdom, with towering black spikes rising from the walls to create a menacing silhouette against the sky. However, the most striking and distinctive feature of the entire structure was the enormous spiral that wrapped completely around the fortress exterior.
This is more beautiful than Avrion, more powerful and more magnificent.
It looked like a giant dragon had been carved from stone, as if it was actively protecting the building, coiled around the fortress like a guardian serpent. Harry walked forward toward the massive gates, Nathaniel still unconscious over his shoulder, the white crystal glowing faintly in his grip.
"I've come here to deliver exactly what you wanted,"
Harry announced to the fortress. The gates began to open, welcoming him into darkness. After a long and thorough search of the entire fortress ruins, Harry was absolutely nowhere to be found. It didn't look like anyone else from either camp had spotted him either during the night. The suspicion that the Dark Guild was behind Nathaniel's kidnapping quickly disappeared once they realized Harry was also missing. They all knew exactly how Harry had been acting recently, especially toward Nathaniel and the crystal.
"He was obsessed with that crystal, so much so that it led us to lose Ray."
Martha punched a nearby wall in anger. It was something they should have seen coming and prevented. Now, it seemed like they'd grown too overconfident after successfully defending against several attacks from shadow forces. Harry himself had even been one of the people who'd helped defend them, which made his betrayal sting even more.
He fought beside us, and now he's gone to them,
Jack thought. But what worried Jack most was the thought of facing Ray. It was Jack's unshakable trust in Harry that made Ray trust him too, and now Harry had betrayed them.
What will Ray say about it? I failed to lead our team in his absence and let this tragedy happen.
The real question is, what do we do now?
Lenny pondered deeply, stroking his beard. It was a critical concern for the entire Red Wing group. They had already lost strong, valuable members of their force on this expedition. That included Ray, their single most valuable asset, the dragon himself.
It would be extremely tough to travel deeper into Shadow territory without Ray,
Jack said honestly.
especially with no clear goal or target. They might have already taken Nathaniel directly to the Shadow's main fortress by now. With so few people here, there really isn't much we can realistically do. Perhaps we should send a message to Slivia and ask for her tactical guidance, or return to Avrion ourselves and regroup with a larger force.
I don't think that would be a good idea at all.
A voice suddenly interrupted from the tent entrance. Every head turned in that direction, only to be surprised. The voice had come from Monk. This meeting had been taking place inside one of the large command tents the Red Wings had set up. Only the Red Wing leaders were supposed to be present.
"How did he get past the guards? How long has he been listening?"
Katie wondered. Upon seeing Monk, the new leader of the Dark Guild and technically their enemy, they all quickly drew their weapons and assumed defensive positions. Every hand went to a sword hilt. They didn't trust Monk at all, and several thought perhaps a whole group of Dark Guild members was about to raid them at any second, using Monk as a distraction.
Where are the others? I don't smell an ambush. He's alone.
Jack wondered, sniffing the air. Relax, everyone, Martha said calmly, making a deliberate gesture with her hand for them all to lower their weapons. I was the one who personally invited him here. He's safe.
Martha, Jack called out, his voice heavy with concern. I know you care about him deeply, but he's not the same person anymore. He can't be.
He is exactly the same, Martha interrupted firmly. Isn't that right, Monk? In this critical situation, Monk had decided it was finally time for him to come completely clean about everything, not just for the sake of the Red Wing members, but for those in the Dark Guild as well.
If they don't know the truth now, it could be the end of us all. Everyone.
Monk explained everything that had happened, his fall into the pit, seeing the Black Dragon, infiltrating the Dark Guild, his mission to find weaknesses from inside, just as he'd done with Martha the night before. But it didn't seem like the other leaders were as easily convinced as Martha had been. Suspicion remained heavy in the air.
How do we know he's telling the truth? This could be an elaborate lie.
Many of them were skeptical.
I don't know much about your personal past,
Katie said bluntly. She didn't know Monk like the original Black Sash members did. She was one of the last to join the Red Wings, along with Lenny.
However,
Katie continued,
if you are genuinely acting as a so-called double agent like you claim, then you could at least tell us why the Shadow wants Nathaniel so desperately. And why exactly did you say it wasn't a good idea for us to return to Avrion?
Monk looked down at the ground for several long seconds, then clenched both his fists tightly before finally answering.
That's precisely why I've decided to tell you everything now. Honestly, I genuinely thought that with the White Crystal and Ray protecting you, the Shadow might never be able to get to Nathaniel. But it seems the Shadow has successfully infected those closest to you without anyone realizing it until too late. I'm sure you know that there are entities in our world known as gods. We don't know exactly what they truly are, but we understand they're beings with special powers that seemingly live forever. Even if they're killed, they're eventually reincarnated somehow.
He paused.
It is believed that one of these gods is currently inside Nathaniel, inhabiting his body.
This information actually lines up perfectly with what we know so far,
Lenny interrupted, his analytical mind working.
Bliss is the god known as the Divine Being. Then there's Sarah from the Empire, who seems to possess the power of a god as well. Bliss specifically mentioned that Nathaniel's power comes from a god dwelling within him.
Correct,
Monk replied, his expression growing darker.
Although your confirmation has only made me realize that what the Shadow told me was completely true, and I desperately hoped it wasn't. Using God's power inside Nathaniel, the Shadow hopes to open up a portal. The Shadow was able to open a portal once before, but it didn't succeed the way it had hoped.
What do you mean? What type of portal are you talking about? A portal to where?
Martha asked urgently. Monk took a deep breath.
Using Nathaniel's body as a conduit, just like they attempted before with someone else, the Shadow can open up a portal to hell, but it's not hell as we commonly understand it. This is a special place, a specific realm, where dragons lie once they have died. A dragon graveyard of sorts. The Shadow successfully summoned one corrupted dragon before using Gary as a catalyst, but that was apparently a failure. The dragon was weak, incomplete.
Monk explained.
The dragon we fought at Lion's Mouth. That came through a portal.
Martha realized.
For some reason I don't fully understand,
Monk continued,
the Shadow is hoping to summon all the dead dragons and allow them to roam free on Bronzeland once again, an army of dragons. The more time we waste, the closer this nightmare becomes reality.
He looked at each of them.
We have to stop them, immediately.
It sounded absolutely beyond crazy what Monk was suggesting to them. Before they'd learned about Ray's true identity, they'd all thought dragons were just myths and legends from ancient times. At the same time, it didn't make tactical sense for Monk to lie about these apocalyptic things. Lying didn't change the decision they had to make: rescue Nathaniel or let him die. In the end, the one who broke their heavy silence was Monk himself.
I never expected the Shadow to capture Nathaniel so soon,
Monk admitted.
But what you all don't know yet is that the Dark Guild has been wanting to separate from the Shadow for quite a while now. We're not happy serving it. There have been several unprovoked attacks on the villages within Shadow Continent territory, and some of them are extremely suspicious. Too brutal, too random. It looks like the Shadow is purging its own human allies.
You mean the Shadow is eliminating the potential traitors?
Lenny asked as things began to make sense. Monk nodded in affirmation.
With a little more investigation and proof, I believe I can change the Dark Guild's minds completely. Perhaps our two sides can join together against our common enemy. Join sides with the Dark Guild? Insane! That's completely insane!
Katie scoffed at the thought, her voice dripping with contempt. What Monk was suggesting sounded completely barbaric. Even before the Shadow existed, the Dark Guild and the Knights of Avrion had been mortal enemies for generations. And now, Monk was suggesting they should join together, work as allies?
It's a very big if,
Monk replied honestly.
I'm not guaranteeing anything. What I suggest is this. You go and try to stop them from using Nathaniel by any means possible and necessary. Meanwhile, I will continue trying to find concrete evidence against the Shadow to convince the Dark Guild,
Monk continued.
That's why I volunteered to lead this investigation expedition here. But obviously, this fortress destruction doesn't look to be the Shadow's doing at all.
With that said, Monk turned and walked toward the tent exit, giving the group a tremendous amount to think about. It was absolutely clear what Monk had meant by the words, any means possible. If the Red Wings had to, they should kill Nathaniel to stop the entire world from becoming overrun with an army of resurrected dragons. After Monk left, silence filled the tent for several long moments. Finally, Martha spoke.
I think we should listen to him. We can send a message to Slivia asking for immediate reinforcements and support. I genuinely fear that this may cause a massive war, the biggest war in history. Ray is still somewhere in the Shadow Continent territory, and he will eventually be able to follow us and find us.
Yes, Ray will come. He always comes,
Jack agreed.
I know this is extremely dangerous, probably the most dangerous thing we've ever attempted. Many of our lives may be lost, but it's also our only chance to stop the Shadow from completing their ultimate goal,
Martha admitted. She looked at each leader.
We have to try. We have no choice.
Jack stood up decisively.
Then we go. We rescue Nathaniel, or we stop the portal. Either way, we move forward.
Agreed,
Lenny said.
Agreed,
the others echoed. The Red Wings would march into the heart of darkness itself, and pray they arrived in time. Although they no longer had access to Ray's system to communicate instantly between members across distances, there was something else they could use, and it was one of the primary reasons why Lenny had been brought along to this expedition. It would take considerable time to set up, but before the expedition had departed Avrion, a communication magic circle had been carefully established at the academy. Now, Lenny could draw a corresponding magic circle at their current location in the Shadow Continent and use it to communicate directly with Bliss back home. While they waited for Lenny to meticulously draw the intricate circle pattern, Monk and all the Dark Guild members had already departed the fortress ruins. Monk had promised that his forces wouldn't disturb or attack the Red Wings. He could guarantee that much at least. However, whether Monk could actually convince a long-time old enemy of Avrion to fight alongside them as allies was a completely different matter altogether.
Centuries of hatred don't disappear overnight, but maybe they can be overcome,
Martha knew. Although the Red Wing group now had a clear new goal, rescue Nathaniel and stop the dragon portal,
While waiting for Lenny to contact the Avrion, the others were still intensely wondering what on earth had actually happened here at this fortress. Someone had successfully taken down an entire fortress belonging to the Shadow. They knew from personal experience exactly how difficult that was to accomplish. Someone with tremendous power must have helped destroy this place.
But who? Who has that kind of power?
Martha wondered.
I can give you my educated guess,
Lenny said while covering his entire index finger in an unknown white powder, some kind of magical catalyst. He was inside the fortress grounds, carefully drawing the communication circle just outside where the main castle structure had stood. Everyone else was either getting ready to move out again or was packing up their camps.
You mean your guess as to who was behind this destruction?
Martha asked with interest.
I think it really can be only one specific group of people who are brave and powerful enough to attempt this. I believe it was the Empire. I know they recently had their own severe troubles with shadow infiltration. However, I also believe that perhaps once their internal problem had been resolved, it was the catalyst that finally spurred them to take direct military action against shadow territory,
Lenny explained while drawing. He then paused his drawing to look at Martha.
Rather than asking who did this, we should be thinking more carefully about what exactly was used to destroy this place so completely. I believe whatever they used holds nearly the same divine power that Nathaniel possesses himself,
Lenny said, finally completing the perfect circle with a flourish. Back at Avrion, Slivia had received urgent word from Bliss. She'd heard detailed accounts of everything that had happened so far on the expedition, including what had happened to Ray falling from the tree and what Monk had revealed about the Shadow's ultimate plan. Based on what the expedition leaders were telling her through Lenny's communication, Slivia chose to believe them. She believed that Monk was telling the complete truth. Immediately, an emergency council meeting had been called to discuss these recent catastrophic matters. Not only were the council members involved in the urgent meeting, but Bliss and all the high-ranking Red Wing members who had remained in Avrion were present as well. The council chamber was packed with worried faces.
Although I think it's absolutely best if we do send reinforcements to help them, I do have one major tactical concern that we must address,
Slivia said, addressing the council. Silence fell over as everyone listened to her attentively.
If we send most of our available forces to the Shadow Continent, it leaves Avrion and our territories wide open and vulnerable. We could be attacked by surrounding kingdoms, taking advantage of our absence.
She paused.
Or the Empire could finally make their long-awaited move against us while we're weakened.
We are surrounded by enemies. Slivia is right. We have to come up with a decent solution, or everything we have fought for will be ruined.
Wilfred frowned, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The more senior council members continued discussing amongst themselves in hushed, worried tones. Slivia could clearly see they had the exact same concerns she did.
We do not have enough good options to deal with this problem. No matter what we choose, Avrion's safety remains the concern.
Slivia pursed her lips, sighing heavily.
If I may speak,
Bliss interrupted, her divine voice cutting through the murmuring. The council chamber fell silent immediately.
We all know that this entire sequence of events started because of my visions,
Bliss said solemnly.
My glimpses of the future. But so far, in all my visions across all possible timelines, I have never once had a vision that goes past this specific point in time. With how close we are to the current timeline, I thought that I should be able to see at least something ahead, some glimpse of what comes next, but I cannot see anything at all. Complete darkness.
She looked at each council member.
Which to me means that this very well could be our final stand, our last battle. Everything ends here, one way or another. I think it's critically important that we send reinforcements. We must commit everything.
Hearing this prophetic statement from the divine being herself strengthened the council's resolve to send more soldiers.
But as the leader of Avrion, Slivia still felt like she couldn't make that decision. If it were just the lives of those who volunteered to be Red Wing soldiers, then maybe they could have all gone together. If they had to abandon Avrion temporarily, they could always return and reclaim it at another time. However, there were many more people involved with and dependent on the Red Wings now. The nearby towns and villages in the surrounding area had become part of their protection network. After Red Wing's victory over the Shadow at Lion's Mouth, people began trusting them with their lives and future. The city itself had grown dramatically in size and population. There were now significant numbers of non-combatants living in Avrion: merchants, craftsmen, farmers, families. It was no longer the city of only knights. Leaving this place undefended could mean sacrificing all of their lives to enemy kingdoms or opportunistic raiders.
I can't abandon them. I won't,
Slivia decided. Unfortunately, this wasn't a problem she could carefully mull over for days or weeks. They needed to make a decision immediately. Then, suddenly, an idea popped into Slivia's head, a potential solution. She suddenly rose from her seat and ordered in a clear voice,
"Inform Queen Liz of the Allure Kingdom immediately about what has happened. Tell her we will be committing all our forces to save her son from the Shadow. See what her response is. Do it now. Send the fastest messenger."
This could work. The Queen has to do something when it comes to her beloved son's safety.
Vaughn, Ray's former teacher and now Slivia's mentor, nodded his head in approval with a slight smile on his face.
She is learning faster, and soon I believe she will not need me by her side.
The council members moved quickly to carry out her orders. It didn't take long for Queen Liz to send back a message. They'd finally gotten the answer they'd been desperately waiting for. Back in the packed council room, upon hearing the good news delivered by the breathless messenger, a brief, genuine smile returned to Slivia's face, for the first time in days.
"Yes, thank you,"
Slivia thought with relief.
"The Allure Kingdom has agreed to completely ally itself with the Red Wings,"
Slivia announced to the council.
"Full military alliance. If any of the surrounding kingdoms or the Empire attempts to attack us while we're committed to the Shadow Continent, they will back us up with their full army."
Slivia explained her plan.
"We will leave the Black Ring members that we recently obtained here for city defense, and I will remain here myself with a token defensive force to maintain order."
She turned to face a particular council member directly.
"Wilfred, I know you are a retired former Master Knight, but if you could lead the main army to join up with the others in Shadow Territory, that would be greatly appreciated."
It didn't take the old warrior long to formulate his reply. A fierce smile spread across his face.
"I only took on the position of Council Elder to help guide you, young ones. I will definitely be happy to join the battlefield once more, to finally get rid of the evil that has plagued our world for so long. In fact, I would have genuinely hated it if I wasn't part of this final confrontation. This is what I've been waiting for."
Wilfred's passion as a warrior was inspiring. Everyone present in the room felt it. The rest of the high-ranking Red Wing members began mobilizing immediately. The entire army, thousands of soldiers, had now set off toward Shadow Territory. Only Slivia remained behind in Avrion along with her closest advisor and former council elder, Vaughn. Standing on the castle walls watching the army march away, Slivia raised her voice so all remaining defenders could hear.
"A lot of sacrifice will be made in this war,"
Slivia shouted with absolute conviction.
"Many will die, but we must win it. We will take back Bronze Land, and it will belong to the human race once more."
For the Red Wings!
Soldiers shouted back.
For Avrion! For humanity!
"This is it. The final battle. Everything ends here,"
Slivia thought, watching them disappear into the distance. Her hand rose to her chest as a wave of pain and desperation washed over her.
"Ray, wherever you are, please come back to us. We need you. I need you.
The Shadow Continent was cold. Most of it was buried under thick snow, spread across mountains and valleys that seemed to stretch on forever in every direction. The mountains were tall and sharp, and the valleys between them were deep. Rivers ran through those valleys, but they did not carry water. They carried boiling lava, slow and glowing, hot enough to melt everything around them. Where the lava flowed, the snow pulled back, and the dark ground underneath was left exposed. That ground was never still. The shadow crept across it slowly, spreading from one patch to the next, infecting everything it touched. At the center of it all stood Tenebris. It was the largest fortress on the continent, and there was nothing else close to it in size. Its spires rose high into a sky that never looked fully bright, and the lava rivers from the valleys fed directly into its walls, collecting into a massive pool of fire at its base. From above, dark clouds of shadow drifted toward the fortress constantly, as if they were being pulled in. They slipped through gaps in the stone walls and disappeared somewhere deep inside. The shadow from the land came here. The shadow from the infected came here too. It all found its way to Tenebris in the end. When the infected were killed, their bodies let out a dark, heavy smoke. The smoke would rise from the body and then drift away, always moving in the same direction, as if it knew where it was going. Nobody ever followed it. It was one of those things people knew not to do without anyone having to say it out loud. But there were rumors. People said that if someone were brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough to follow the shadow smoke, they would eventually find the source of the infection, the place where it all began. Nobody had tested that theory yet. At the very top of the tallest spire inside Tenebris, 4 figures sat around a rough stone table. The room was not comfortable. The table was crudely made, and the walls around it were bare, but nobody in the room was there for comfort. At the head of the table sat the Shadow Man. His armor was black and dense, but it never fully stayed still. Every few seconds, it would shift slightly, almost like it was breathing on its own, like the shadows had been pressed together and shaped into something solid just to cover him. Where his face should have been, there was only darkness, swirling and moving. No eyes, no expression, just shadow. But if you kept staring long enough, if you looked deep enough into that darkness, you might catch something looking back. A single eye, perfectly still, watching everything.
Has anyone been able to contact the Dark Guild, or that boy Monk?
The Shadow Man asked. His voice was calm and even. Wiz sat nearby. He was the Grand Mage, and the only one in the room who had started out as a fully human being, though how much of that was still true was hard to say. He folded his hands on the table before answering.
There has been no reply to any of our messages. We also sent people to check on the Dark Guild's bases. They were already empty. It appears they have started moving.
Before anyone else could speak, a fist came down hard on the table.
I knew it!
The voice belonged to a female shadow guard. She was on her feet now, her large wings pulled tight against her back, a horn rising sharply from her head. Her eyes moved around the table like she was daring someone to disagree with her.
I said this from the very beginning. We should have never trusted those humans. Never! They were always going to turn on us the moment it suited them. That was never going to change.
Sit down. The humans were only ever here to make the process easier for us. We can do this without them. We always could.
The Shadow Man then glanced over at Wiz briefly.
Besides, Wiz is still with us, and whatever he is now, he is still an ally.
The female sat back down slowly, though her jaw was still tight. Then the 4th figure in the room spoke. He had said nothing up until this point. There was nothing about him that looked human. His body was enormous, built from what looked like solid black rock. dense and heavy. And running through that rock, from the very top of his head all the way down through his body, were veins of deep glowing red, the same color as the lava flowing in the rivers outside the fortress walls.
"You keep saying we are fine,"
he said. His voice was low and slow, like stone grinding against stone.
"But look at this table. Look at how many seats are empty. There used to be far more of us sitting here. Now there are 4. And Wiz already ran from the battlefield once before. When things got hard the first time, he was gone. So forgive me if I am not fully at ease."
The Shadow Man was quiet for a few seconds. Then he stood up from his seat.
"It will be fine. I have just received word that our task has been completed. We have taken away one of the most powerful weapons they had against us. And because of that, we will now be able to call on the support we have been waiting for. All of this has been moving toward this moment."
He pressed his fist closed slowly and walked toward the doors. One by one, the other 3 pushed back their chairs and followed him without another word being said. There was a second tower inside Tenebris, not quite as tall as the main spire, but still high enough that the wind at its top was strong and cold. The roof of the tower was open to the sky, and up there 2 people were waiting. One of them was kneeling freely. The other had no choice but to stay where he was. Nathaniel had his wrists bound tightly and was fastened to a dark mound of rock that jutted up from the floor just high enough to hold him in place. A strip of tape had been over his mouth for the entire journey to this place. He had not been able to say a single word since Harry had tied him up and handed him over. But his mind had not stopped.
Harry, he looked us in the face every single day and was planning this the whole time.
While Harry had been tying him up, Nathaniel had so many things he wanted to say. He wanted to look Harry in the eye and tell him exactly what he had done, not just to Nathaniel, but to Jack and Ray, to everyone who had believed in him and never had a reason not to. He wanted Harry to hear all of it. But now, standing on this rooftop with the Shadow Man walking toward him, every single one of those words had gone somewhere unreachable. The Shadow Man raised his hand and held it near Nathaniel's face. The tape disappeared without being touched. Nathaniel breathed in. Cold air hit his mouth and the back of his throat. He looked at Harry. Harry was already standing beside Wiz, calm and still, like that was exactly where he had always belonged. He did not look back at Nathaniel, not even once. Nathaniel then turned his attention to the Shadow Man standing in front of him. He had seen infected before. He knew what they looked like, what they moved like. They were hollowed out, taken over, like something else had stepped inside their body and was using it to get around. But this man was not like any of those. His armor had a real shape to it, solid and deliberate, as though the shadow had not crept into him, but had been chosen by him, formed into something he wore with full intention. And his face, that swirling, eyeless darkness, Nathaniel kept his eyes on it, because something in there was already looking at him. One eye, quiet and unmoving. Nathaniel held its gaze and said nothing.
"You, Prince Nathaniel Lancaster, have a very powerful god living inside you, one that can control mana completely,"
the Shadow Man said. Nathaniel stayed quiet.
"You are a dangerous person,"
the Shadow Man continued.
"But right now, that power inside you is doing nothing useful. You don't have the ability to use it properly. So rather than leave it sitting there wasted, let me put it to use."
I had something powerful inside me this whole time, and I still ended up here, tied up on a rooftop, watching Harry stand on the other side like a stranger, waiting to find out what these people are going to do with me.
Nathaniel pushed those thoughts aside. He did not know what they were planning, but he was still alive, and that meant they needed him that way. That was one thing he had working in his favor, even if it was the only thing.
Wiz stepped forward quietly. He tapped his cane on the stone floor twice, paused, then tapped it once more. The dust on the floor rose. A magic circle spread out beneath them, moving outward from the point where the cane had made contact with the ground. It was enormous. The detail in it was extraordinary, layer after layer of fine lines folded together in patterns that could not have been drawn in a week or even a month. This had been built slowly and carefully over the years. Nathaniel looked at it and understood that immediately. The Shadow Man looked at Nathaniel one final time.
"I must thank you,"
he said. It was not warm. It was the kind of thanks that had nothing personal in it.
"Because of you, we can finally open the gate."
Nathaniel looked at him steadily, not understanding where this thing was going. But when the Shadow Man revealed his true intentions, Nathaniel was more than just stumped.
"We are going to bring all the dragons back to this world."
The Shadow Man's words hit Nathaniel like cold water.
Dragons! They want to bring back all the dragons!
And then something else followed that thought, something heavier and much harder to sit with.
They need me to do it.
He started pulling at the rope around his wrists. He kicked his feet against the molded rock he was tied to and screamed. Not words, just sound. Pure frustration poured out of him because there was nothing else he could do, and he knew it. And knowing it made everything worse.
Not again. I can't let this happen again. People are going to get hurt because of me. People are going to die because of me.
He had been here before, in that feeling, that specific kind of helplessness where the thing causing all the damage was him, not because he wanted it to be, but because he couldn't stop it. He had told himself after the last time that he would never let it happen again, and here he was. He kept screaming. He kept pulling. Neither did anything. The Shadow Man had already stepped out of the magic circle. He stood back and watched. He simply waited. Wiz stepped closer to the center of the circle. He tapped his cane on the ground once, then again, and again after that. The circle underneath Nathaniel began to glow. It started faint, just a low light tracing the lines that had been drawn into the stone over years of preparation. Then it grew. The glow climbed from dim to bright, and Nathaniel felt it before he could fully understand what was happening. A burning sensation started deep in his stomach. His screams changed. The anger was still there, but the pain hit so suddenly and so completely that even the sound stopped coming out. His mouth was open, but there was nothing. His eyes went wide for a moment and then slowly began to hollow out, fading, emptying, as the power that had been living inside him started to move. It was being pulled out. The god inside him, the one the Shadow Man had spoken about, the one that could control mana completely, was flowing out of Nathaniel's body and pouring down into the circle beneath him. The entire rooftop started to glow white. Then the light shot upward. A beam of brilliant white light rose from the circle and hit the dark shadow clouds above. Where it made contact, the clouds split apart, pulled back on either side, and through the gap, a circle began to open. Slow at first, then wider, turning like something unlocking from the other side.
"It looks like the plan is working out perfectly,"
the Shadow Man said. He turned to look at Wiz.
"I'm sure everyone will be happy to see you when they return."
On the other side of the Shadow Continent, the small group of Red Wing members that had made it down from the fortress in the Great Tree were moving through heavy snow. Before they had left, Monk had pointed them in the direction of Tenebris, the main fortress where Nathaniel would have been taken. That was where they were headed. The snow was thick, and the wind pushed against them with every step, but they kept moving. This stretch of land happened to run close to the area where Ray had fallen. Finding Ray was not the mission right now. The mission was to meet the force coming in from Avrion. Lenny had built a large teleportation device before they set out, and Bliss had set up a matching one back in Avrion. Using the beast crystals they had gathered throughout the journey, they were able to power both ends of the circle. It was not a simple thing to pull off, but Lenny had managed it. Then, out in the cold, open snow, the Red Wing members began to appear. Wilfred came through first, stepping out at the front of the group. Behind him came more, then more after that. Jack looked at them all as they materialized out of the circle and kept coming.
"It's good to see you again,"
he said. Flynn stood beside him, and his eyes moved across the arriving troops, counting without meaning to.
Did they send everyone from Avrion?
10,000 members. That was what it looked like when the last of them had come through. 10,000 Red Wings stood in the snow on the Shadow Continent. Jack spotted the werewolves near the front of the group, each one dressed in the special yellow armor that had been made specifically for them. He let out a short breath.
"Looks like that little dwarf did a good job,"
he said. Martha stepped forward.
Ray is not with us, so Jack has been leading for now,
she said to Wilfred.
But with council members like Sir Kay here, we should discuss how command will—
"We are here for support,"
Sir Kay said, cutting her off gently.
"If the people have been following Jack, that means they trust him. That counts for something."
He paused and glanced around at the group.
"As for Ray, I would not write him off just yet. He always knows when something serious is happening. He has a sense for it."
Nobody argued with that. The full force began moving toward Tenebris. According to what Monk had told them, the fortress was not far once you found the lava river. Follow the river, and it would take you straight there. They were about halfway through the journey when it appeared in the sky. A beam of white light rising from somewhere ahead of them, tall and bright, cutting straight through the clouds above. Where it hit, the clouds separated, and a circle was slowly forming in the gap. It was turning, opening, like a door being unlocked from behind.
"Are they opening another rift?"
Lenny asked, his eyes fixed on the sky. Jack stared at it.
"You mean like the one the dragon came through before?"
Nobody answered, but nobody needed to. They all remembered it. And if this was the same thing, only larger, then whatever was going to come through that circle in the sky was not going to be one dragon. Jack looked at the group around him.
"We need to move faster."
They followed the lava river, keeping close enough to use it as a guide, but far enough back that the heat was bearable, just barely. After a while, a second river came into view on the other side, running parallel in the distance. And then, between them, Tenebris came into sight. It was unlike anything most of them had seen before. The lava rivers didn't just run past the fortress, they curved upward on both sides, as if the land itself had been shaped to direct them, and swirled around toward the back of the structure. The fortress sat at the center of it all, dark and enormous. In front of it was a wide, flat stretch of snow, empty in every direction. Martha flew up to get a better view. She looked across the open ground and then back down at the group.
There are no beasts, nothing out there at all.
"They don't need any,"
Lenny said. His voice was tight. His eyes were already locked on something in the distance. 3 figures were standing in front of the fortress, far away but visible, still and waiting, like they had known the Red Wings were coming and had simply decided to be ready. At the front of the 10,000 stood Jack, Martha, Wilfred, Sir Kay, Lenny, and the twins, Badger and Sloth. Behind them, the rest of the army stretched back across the snow. Looking at that number and thinking about how many more there used to be, how many had been lost to the shadow over the course of everything that had led to this moment, was not a comfortable thing. And the person who had held all of these people together, the one who was the reason they were all still standing, was not here. Badger pulled out a pair of daggers and looked at the 3 distant figures.
They knew we were coming, and they only sent 3? They're going to fight all of us with just 3?
"Don't let the number fool you,"
Lenny said sharply. His ferric eyes were already scanning the 3 figures with a focus that the others recognized. This was not just a tactical assessment. This was personal.
"Look at them properly. They are not human."
He pointed toward one of them.
"That is the Grand Mage Wiz. and standing beside him are two of the most powerful humanoid beasts in existence.
Wilfred's frown deepened.
Humanoid demon tier beasts? He said quietly.
Yes,
Lenny said. That word traveled through the group. Demon tier. It was the highest classification of beast there was. People who had faced legendary tier beasts and barely survived knew that the demon tier was something else entirely. The kind of power that did not care how many people you brought with you. For a moment, the army behind them went quiet.
I will get revenge,
Lenny said. His voice was low, but it carried something underneath it that made the people nearby go still. He was staring at the winged female figure standing at the fortress.
That one especially, for killing my family.
He did not look away from her.
The shadow will pay for what they did.
The others had always known that Lenny's hatred for the shadow ran deeper than strategy or duty. He had never spoken about it in detail. He had never explained where it came from. Now, looking at his face as he stared across the snow at that figure, they were starting to understand. Nobody said anything. There was nothing to say. Across the open ground, Wiz raised his staff slowly into the air. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the first black portal opened. Then another. Then, more appeared one after the other across the front of the fortress. Each one tore open like a wound in the air, and from inside them, beasts began to pour through. Jack looked at the portals, then at the army behind him, then back at the sky where that white circle was still slowly turning and widening above the tower.
It's already started.
He tightened his grip and turned to face the army.
Get ready,
he said. Behind him, 10,000 Red Wings prepared for war. Slivia and Bliss stood on the roof of Avrion Academy side by side, both of them looking out in the same direction. They could not see the Shadow Continent from here. It was too far away, hidden behind distance and cloud and darkness. But they could feel it. Something heavy and wrong was sitting in the air, the kind of feeling that settles in your chest before you fully understand what it is. Slivia spoke first.
Do you not think you needed to go with them?
Bliss was quiet for a moment before answering.
I could say the same thing to you.
She glanced sideways at Slivia.
You have done more for the Red Wings than almost anyone. Don't you think their leader, the one they look up to most, should be there with them?
Slivia turned away from the horizon and looked out over the city below. The streets, the buildings, the people going about their lives, all of it sitting quietly under a sky that had no idea what was happening far away in the snow and the lava and the dark.
You're wrong about that,
Slivia said.
This place, all of it, the Red Wings, everything they have built, none of it would exist without Ray. He is the reason any of this is here.
She paused.
But this is their home, and when that battle is over, they are going to need somewhere to come back to. I'm going to make sure that place is still standing when they do.
Bliss did not argue, because Slivia was right, and they both knew it. Everything came back to Ray. That was the reason Bliss had reincarnated him as a human in the first place, to face the Shadow Plague, to end it. That had always been the plan, and yet somehow, at the moment it mattered most, he was not there. Bliss smiled quietly to herself.
The one who once wished to destroy all humans, she said softly, is now the one who has to save them.
The black portals opened one after another across the front of Tenebris, and through each one, beasts came pouring out. They filled the open ground quickly. Beasts with wings rose into the air almost immediately, circling upward in large numbers. On the ground, creatures with too many limbs and not enough eyes pushed forward through the snow. Every single one of them carried the shadow infection, and the shadow had made them stronger. There was not one beast among them that sat at the advanced tier or below. They all felt like king tier at the very least, and the shadow had pushed them beyond even that. For a moment, looking at what was coming toward them, The Red Wing troops felt the weight of it. 10,000 was a large number, but what they were facing was not small either. Then Jack moved. He did not wait, and he did not hesitate. He stepped out in front of the army and let the transformation take him completely. His body shifted into that of a full werewolf, down on all fours, and he launched forward across the snow. He covered the ground between the army and the beasts faster than most people could follow, slipping past everyone around him and throwing himself directly into the front line of the enemy. A giant creature swung a hammer down at him. Jack swatted it aside with raw strength, grabbed the beast by the head, drove his claw through it, and was already moving before it hit the ground. The other werewolves followed him in, fueled by the sound of him pushing ahead. Jack's presence in front of them, fearless and relentless, drove their own strength higher. Together, they tore through the front line of beasts without slowing down. The Red Wing members behind them watched it happen, and something shifted in the army. The weight that had been sitting on their chests a moment ago started to lift.
"If he can do that, then maybe we can actually win this,"
someone said near the back. The rest of the army dove in after them, blades and swords swinging in every direction. The snow beneath their feet turned dark as the fighting spread across the open ground. It did not stay clean for long. Jack pushed deeper into the enemy line, cutting through beast after beast, when something landed in front of him so hard it shook the ground. He stopped. The creature standing before him was enormous. It looked like it had been built out of black rock, dense and heavy, its body wide enough to block Jack's view of anything behind it. Running through that rock were veins of molten lava, glowing deep red, lighting up every crack in its surface. This was Ire, one of the Shadow Guard, a demon-tier beast.
"You are strong,"
Ire said, looking down at Jack with something that was almost appreciation. Jack was breathing hard. He could feel his heart hammering in his chest. He looked up at the creature and then threw himself forward anyway, leaping up and driving his claws toward its head. Ire raised its massive shoulders and absorbed the blow. Jack's claws scraped against the surface, chipping off small pieces of rock, but the damage was surface level, and they both knew it. A second later, the lava running through Ire's body surged with heat. It spewed outward from the cracks in the rock, and some of it landed directly on Jack's skin. The pain was instant and total. Jack hit the ground with a shout, and before he could recover, two enormous rock fists came crashing down toward him. He caught them both with his clawed hands, pushing back against the weight, the heat searing through his palms. They held. For a moment, the two of them were locked there, equal force against equal force.
"Without Ray here, I need to be the one to take you all out,"
Jack growled, the words barely recognizable through his werewolf jaw. He drove both legs up hard into Ire's stomach, pushing the beast back, and reset his footing. This was not going to be over quickly. He knew that. A demon-tier beast was not something you wore down in a few minutes, but he was not going anywhere. Up in the sky above the battlefield, the winged beasts were causing problems of their own. The mages in the army were doing their best to bring them down. The tower mage was sending firebolts upward in steady bursts, and the others were firing energy blasts, picking off targets one at a time with careful aim. They were managing. The numbers in the sky were coming down, but one beast was not going down. The female Shadow Guard moved faster than any of the others. Every firebolt missed. Every energy blast came closer, but found nothing but empty air where she had been a half-second before. She was not just fast in a straight line. She could change direction in an instant, dropping and rising and turning in ways that made her impossible to track. And every time she found a gap in the fire coming up at her, she would dive. Each dive ended the same way. She would drop at full speed, grab a Red Wing member, and pull them apart before climbing back into the sky. If Jack's charge at the start of the battle had pushed the army forward, what this demon was doing now was pulling them back. Each time she dove, the people near the impact point flinched. Lenny had been watching her. He had been watching her since the moment she appeared, and every dive she made saddened him like something burning. He pulled a blade across his own palms without hesitating, drawing blood, and knelt down in the snow. His hands moved quickly across the ground, drawing a magic circle with his blood running from his hands.
You drain our people, I will make you pay for every single one of them,
Lenny said, his voice tight and cold. He had never spoken much about why he hated the shadow the way he did. The others had always known the hatred was there, deeper than strategy, deeper than duty. Now, watching him kneel in the snow with blood on his hands, staring up at that creature in the sky, they were starting to understand where it came from. With Lenny focused on the one-horned demoness and Jack locked in his fight with Ire, Martha looked at Wilfred and Sir Kay.
That leaves Wiz,
she said. Wilfred followed her eyes to where the Grand Mage was standing further back, his staff raised, keeping the portals open. Beasts were still coming through them. As long as Wiz kept the portals running, the numbers on the enemy side would not go down, no matter how many the army cut through.
It will not be easy. The three of us will have to go in without support. We will be moving into the middle of their ground,
Martha suggested.
Then we move fast,
Wilfred said simply. Sir Kay said nothing. He was already looking ahead, calculating the path. The three of them broke away from the main group and pushed forward. High above it all, on the rooftop of the tower inside Tenebris, the Shadow Man stood and watched. The battle spread out below him across the snow, small figures moving in every direction, the sound of it rising upward in waves. He was not concerned. He looked at it the way someone looks at something that is already finished, something where the outcome has already been decided, and what you are watching is just the last part playing out. He turned and looked at Nathaniel. The power was still draining out of him. The magic circle was still glowing. The light overhead was still widening.
It looks like you managed to gather some strong humans, Sen. What were you planning to do with them once you took this land? Were you going to kill them yourself?
The Shadow Man let out a low laugh.
Well, do not worry. I will take care of that for you. I will finish what you always wanted.
Nathaniel's body felt like it was being taken apart piece by piece. Every second, the circle pulled more from him, and the pain that came with it was the kind that went beyond anything he had words for. But he kept his eyes open. He kept them on the Shadow Man. And then he spoke. "Ray is not like that," Nathaniel said. His voice was rough and broken, but it came out clear enough. "He will come, and he will kick your arse. I guarantee that." The shadow around the Shadow Man moved fast. It shot outward from his body like a flame-catching wind, spiraling and rising, filling the space around him. It was the clearest reaction Nathaniel had seen from him since arriving at this place. No words, just the shadow doing what his face could not, showing what was underneath. Nathaniel watched it and felt something small but real settle in his chest. Then the shadow pulled back in, slowly, and the Shadow Man turned to face him directly.
"Go on, then,"
he said.
"Tell me where this savior of yours is. Look down below at your people. Watch them struggle. Watch them fight and bleed and fall."
His voice was quiet and even, which somehow made it worse than if he had shouted.
"Because of you, they're all going to die."
He leaned closer, and something in the shifting darkness of his face sharpened.
"And never call him by that name again."
The words came out like a hiss.
"He is not Ray. He is the great dragon Sen."
Nathaniel said nothing. He already knew who Ray really was. That was not the surprise. The surprise was that the Shadow Man knew it too, and more than that, the way he said it, the way his whole body had reacted to hearing the name spoken out loud. It was not the reaction of someone who hated Sen. It was the reaction of someone who was obsessed with him.
Just who is this person? What is sent to him?
Nathaniel had no answer, and right now, with the circle still burning beneath him and the power still draining out of his body piece by piece, he was not going to find one. He turned his eyes downward toward the battle spreading across the snow below and held on to the one thing he had said. Ray would come. He had to believe that. Down on the battlefield, the Red Wings were holding. It was not easy, and it was not clean, but they were holding. The beast equipment they carried made a real difference, and the coordination between the members kept the line from breaking. For every beast that came through a portal and pushed forward, someone was there to meet it. Blades and swords worked constantly, and the snow around them had long since stopped being white. But the portals were not closing. Every time a wave of beasts was cut down, more came through behind them. There was no end to it. The portals just kept producing, and as long as Wiz kept his staff raised, that was not going to change. At the back of the main group, Lenny stood apart from the others. He had told the troops around him to clear a wide space, and they had done it without asking questions. Blood was still running freely from the cuts on his palms, dripping down from his fingers and hitting the ground below him. He was looking up at the winged demoness. She was circling above the battlefield, staying high, watching him the way a predator watches something it is not fully decided about yet. She had seen the red aura. She had noticed the strange energy coming off him, and it was drawing her attention even from up there. Then she dove toward him, and as she came down, thorns erupted from across her entire body, shooting outward in every direction as she dropped. Lenny did not move back.
I put my body through hell to find you,
he said, his voice shaking with something that had been sitting inside him for a very long time.
Experiments, modifications, over 100 years of it, all of it just to reach this moment.
He looked up at her without flinching.
You slaughtered my entire family. I watched it happen, and I could not stop it. I have never forgotten a single second of that day.
The blood from his hands was no longer just dripping. It was rising, slowly lifting from the ground beneath him, gathering, responding to him like it was part of him, because it was.
I made a deal with the devil to get this power, and this is the only chance I am ever going to get to use it.
He swung his arm. A wide sweep of red aura burst outward, the blood forming a shield across his entire field of vision, swallowing the thorns before they could reach him. Then he swung again, releasing slashing waves of red directly toward the demoness. The people nearby stopped what they were doing and stared.
Is that blood?
Someone said from the Red Wing line. The demoness pulled back fast, twisting in the air to avoid the swipes. She was still fast, still unpredictable, but something had changed. She was not diving freely anymore. She was watching the red aura carefully, giving it space, trying to find the gaps in it. The thought of getting hit by it was doing something to her that none of the fire bolts or energy blasts had managed to do. She was almost frightened. She was so focused on the blood swipes that she missed what was coming from the other direction entirely. A fireball slammed into her from the side.
You are not alone in this,
Roy shouted from below. He was the past tower leader, and once upon a time, he and Lenny had both been tower mages, the strongest class of mage in existence. Standing together now, they were not going to let this beast keep tearing through their people. The smoke from the impact cleared slowly. The demoness opened her wings and hovered in place, and when the air settled around her, she looked completely untouched. Roy glanced sideways at Lenny. The red aura was still running, still burning through whatever Lenny had left to give. Roy had seen powerful abilities before. He had spent his life around magic and mages. But what Lenny was using was not like anything he had encountered. It was stronger than magic, rawer than magic, and every time Lenny used it, the pain that crossed his face made it obvious what the cost was.
He's using his life. Every time he uses that power, it takes something from him that he is never getting back. I have to carry as much of this as I can before there is nothing left of him to carry it.
Roy took a deep breath and focused again on firing at the demoness to help Lenny. Not far away, Jack was still locked with ire. His wounds from the earlier lava had healed, fast as always, but he was no closer to finding a way through the beast's defense. Everything he threw at it hit rock and bounced off. His claws could scratch the surface but not penetrate it. His strength matched Ire's, but did not exceed it. He was running out of ideas, and he knew it. Then a werewolf near him leaped at Ire from the side, going for the head. Ire did not even look. One hand shot out and caught the werewolf by the legs midair, and then swung downward with full force, slamming the body into the snow. The sound of the impact carried across the nearby ground. Then molten lava poured from Ire's rock hand over what was left. Jack stopped thinking and moved. He threw himself at Ire's arm and grabbed it with everything he had, all four limbs locked around it, holding on. He looked at the rock surface just inches from his face and made a decision.
If I can't hit you, then I'll just eat you.
He opened his jaws wide and bit down into the rock. For the first time, Ire made a sound, something between surprise and pain, deep and grinding, coming up from somewhere inside the rock body. Jack had broken through. Whatever was in his bite, it had found something the claws could not. But what came back at Jack through his teeth was devastating. The lava running through Ire's body surged into Jack's mouth. It felt like the inside of his jaw was dissolving, bubbles forming in places they should not exist, heat spreading in every direction at once.
Is his blood actually made of lava?
Jack thought, and then the pain overtook the thought entirely. He flung his head back and spat, clearing as much of it as he could before it went deeper. His mouth was healing as fast as it was burning, the two things happening at the same time, which was its own particular kind of agony. Ire's eyes lit up bright red. It had been hurt, possibly for the first time in its life, and now it was done being patient. The giant stone hand rose above Jack's head and came swinging down. Something moved past Jack so fast he felt the air shift. The hand was knocked clean aside with a force that made Ire stumble sideways. Jack blinked and looked at what had just saved him. He recognized it immediately.
Noir,
Jack said. He straightened up slowly, staring at the blur that had just passed through.
You're here.
He paused as the full weight of what that meant arrived.
Wait, does that mean...
He did not finish the sentence. Above the battlefield, the winged demoness was diving again. She had found her rhythm once more, weaving between Roy's fireballs and staying just ahead of Lenny's blood swipes, moving faster than either of them could fully track. She was close to the ground now, arms stretched out, ready to tear into both of them at once.
What is the point of that power, if you can never actually hit me?
She came in low and fast, and then her vision blurred. It happened in less than a second. One moment, she was diving. Next, everything went soft at the edges, then dark. Then she was on the ground, and she could not understand how she had got there. And then she could not see anything at all. She never finished the question. The two halves of her body lay still in the snow. Standing between them was a man with red hair and red armor, a sword in his hand, his breathing steady. He looked out at the battlefield in front of him, at the beasts still pouring from the portals, at the Red Wings still fighting across the wide open ground, at everything that still needed to be done. Then he raised his voice so that everyone could hear him.
Sorry I'm late. Let's get rid of the shadow, once and for all.
For a moment, nobody moved. The demon-tier beast was dead. The winged demoness lay in two pieces in the snow, and the beasts in the surrounding area had simply stopped. They stood where they were, not attacking, not retreating, just still, like something in them had registered what had just happened and had not yet worked out what to do with it. Lenny stared at the red-haired man standing in the snow with the sword in his hand.
Is that Ray?
It looked like Ray. The face was the same, the hair was the same, but something about him was different in a way that Lenny could not immediately put into words. The armor he wore was radiating power at a level that was difficult to just look at directly. It pushed outward like heat from a fire, filling the air around him. Lenny had spent over 100 years preparing for this moment. He had modified his own body, made deals he could never take back, and carried the weight of one goal for longer than most people were alive. And Ray had walked in and finished it in seconds. Lenny let out a long breath. It was done. Then Ray raised his voice across the battlefield. "Let's get rid of the shadow once and for all!" he shouted, and threw a fireball into the group of motionless beasts nearby. It swept through them in one go, and the ones it touched did not get back up. That snapped everyone out of it. Lenny pulled his focus back and looked down at the blood still pooled around his feet. His body was running faster and stronger than usual, the deal he had made with himself still holding, though he had no way of knowing how much longer that would last. He looked at Ray and felt something he had not let himself feel in a long time.
"Thank you, Ray,"
Lenny called out, his voice rough.
"Thank you for helping me finish what I started."
He paused for just a second.
"But there is still more to do, so I am not stopping yet."
He drove his fist into the nearest beast, the blood aura around his arms adding force to the impact, and kept moving. Ray was already working across the battlefield. He cycled through spells without slowing down, lightning crackling out across groups of beasts, fire rolling through the ones trying to regroup, and earth rising up to knock others off their feet. He had more power than before, closer to what he had once been, but he was still burning through his mana points faster than he would have liked. He looked down at the crystal that had been left behind by the demon tier beast. "Absorb," he said. The crystal started to break apart in his hand, turning to dust, and the faint glow that spread out from it moved straight into his armor and equipment. The light settled in slowly, and then Ray tilted his head back as the energy locked in. A roar came out of him that had nothing quiet about it. It shook the ground beneath everyone's feet and rolled across the entire battlefield from one end to the other.
Dragon's Roar activated.
Martha was in the air, navigating a path toward Wiz at the back of the fortress, trying to find a route that did not take her directly through the thickest part of the fighting. She heard the roar and looked back.
"It's Ray. He actually made it,"
she said, and something loosened in her chest. Across the battlefield, the Red Wing members who heard the roar moved differently afterward. Not just faster, though they were faster. Something had shifted in the way they were fighting, like a ceiling they had been pressing against had been lifted. They pushed forward with a momentum that had not been there before, and for the first time, the end of this felt like something that could actually be reached. At the front of the fighting, Jack was not alone anymore. Noir was with him now, and the two of them were working together against Ire. Noir was fast, faster than almost anything on the battlefield, and she could dart in, land a hit, and be back out before the beast could respond. But her attacks were doing nothing. She hit clean, and she hit fast, and Ire simply absorbed every one of them. Jack watched her for a moment and made a decision. He moved in close and grabbed onto Noir's body.
"Take me with you,"
he said. Noir understood immediately. She was a wolf, and Jack was a werewolf, and between the two of them, no translation was needed. She moved, and Jack moved with her, and on the next pass, Jack drove his claws into the surface of the rock body, chipping away piece by piece. It was slow, it was grinding, but something was finally coming off. They thought they were getting somewhere. Then ire roared. It was a sound that came from deep inside the rock body, and with it, the beast started slamming its own chest with both stone fists. Hard, repeatedly, like a gorilla beating itself before a charge. Chunks of rock began to fall away from the chest. Jack stopped and stared.
Why is it hurting itself? What is it doing?
Then the rock pieces hit the ground, and he saw what was underneath. The molten lava that ran through Ire's body was visible now, exposed through the gaps in the rock. It dripped down the front of the beast and glowed with an intense, deep red light, more intense than anything Jack had seen from it before. Ire looked out across the battlefield and then back at the two of them.
This may kill me, but it will take everyone on this field with me.
The chest started to glow. The power inside it was building, climbing, reaching towards something that was not going to stay contained for much longer. "You will not be doing that!" The voice came from behind them, and then the ice came. It moved fast, wrapping around Ire from multiple directions at once, climbing up the body and hardening on contact. The lava fought back immediately, melting the ice as fast as it formed, turning it to steam that rose in thick clouds around the beast. But whoever was casting the ice was not stopping. The magic kept coming, steady and relentless, and it was outpacing the lava. Layer after layer of ice built up faster than the heat could burn through it. The steam kept rising, and then the glow started to fade. Then it stopped completely. Ire stood frozen, entirely encased, the red light sealed away inside. Ray came down from above. He had the dragon sword in his hand, and he dropped toward the frozen beast at speed, bringing the blade through on the descent. The first cut split Ire clean in half. Then Ray landed and kept going, cutting again and again, methodically, working through the ice until what had been one of the most powerful beasts on the continent was nothing but scattered pieces of frozen rock on the dark, wet ground around him. He straightened up and looked at what was left. Jack stood nearby, back in his human form. The energy that had been holding the werewolf transformation together had left him the moment the fight ended, and without it, he felt every second of what his body had been through. He looked at Ray standing among the pieces of Ire and let out a breath that had been in him for a long time. "Ray, you're here! How did you get so strong?" Ray glanced at him. "I have nearly regained all my powers. These beasts are nothing in front of the great dragon Sen." Wings spread from Ray's back in one quick motion, and he pushed off the ground, rising into the air. Two of the remaining shadow guard that had been causing problems across the battlefield were dealt with before most people even had time to register that he was moving. He was heading for the third one. "Ray!" Martha cut across his path, flying directly in front of him to stop him. "Leave that one to us," she said quickly. "You need to get to Nathaniel. You have to stop them from opening the portal." Ray looked past her at the sky. The circle that had been forming above the tower was still there, still turning, still growing wider with every passing minute. Martha did not wait for him to ask. "They are trying to bring back all the dragons. Not like last time. Not a form or a copy. Real dragons. All of them. You have to stop them now, before it goes any further." Ray stared at the portal opening in the clouds above.
Why would the Shadow want to bring back the dragons?
He did not have an answer, but he trusted Martha, and the portal was getting larger, and somewhere up on that tower, Nathaniel was still tied to a rock and running out of time. He flew. The tower came up fast, and Ray landed at the top, taking in the scene in front of him quickly. The magic circle was still glowing across the rooftop. Nathaniel was still bound, his eyes barely open, his body being pulled apart from the inside to keep the gate above them turning. And standing between Ray and all of it was the Shadow Man. The one behind everything, the one who had been pulling the strings from the beginning, from long before any of this had a name. "So, I finally get to meet you," Ray said. His voice was steady, but there was something beneath it that had been building for a long time. "You are the one who has been making my new life hell." The Shadow Man was quiet for a moment. Then he started to laugh. It was not a short laugh. It built slowly and settled into something that sounded almost like relief, like someone who had been waiting a very long time for a particular moment and had finally arrived at it.
"We reunite after such a long time, Sen,"
the Shadow Man said. The spiraling darkness around him shifted as he spoke.
"I do not understand. Is this not what you always wanted? You wanted to destroy the humans. You wanted all of them gone. So why are you standing against me? You should be standing beside me."
He spread his arms slightly. Ray's grip on his sword tightened. He was not at full strength. One more piece of dragon equipment was still missing, lost with Gary, gone in a way that could not be undone. What he had was what he had. It was going to have to be enough. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" Ray said. The Shadow Man stopped laughing.
"I will make you remember,"
he said. Then he leapt forward. The two of them, the two most powerful forces the world had seen in a very long time, came together at the top of the tower as the portal kept turning in the sky above them, and the battle continued to rage in the snow far below. Ray landed on the rooftop and took everything in quickly. Nathaniel was still bound to the rock, his head hanging, his body being drained piece by piece to keep the portal turning in the sky above. The magic circle beneath him was still glowing, and the Shadow Man stood between Ray and all of it, calm and waiting, like he had known Ray was coming and had simply been patient about it.
"He is standing right in front of the circle. He is protecting it,"
Ray thought. Ray looked at the tower beneath his feet. He looked at the ground. He looked at Nathaniel, then back at the Shadow Man, and a plan came together quickly. If the tower came down, the circle came down with it. If the circle came down, the portal closed. Everything the Shadow Man had spent years building would be finished in one hit. Ray pulled all of the power he had into both fists, raised them above his head, and drove them into the ground with everything he could give. The impact should have brought the whole structure down. Instead, shadows surged up from the floor the moment his fists made contact. They spread outward in every direction, covering the ground. The walls did not shake. The tower did not crack. It was as if the hit had simply been absorbed, taken in, and cancelled out by something that was not there a moment before. Ray straightened up and looked at the ground properly. The shadow was new. It had not been covering the floor before. He followed it back to its source and found the Shadow Man crouched with both hands pressed flat against the stone, spreading the darkness outward from his palms until it covered every inch of the tower's surface, including the magic circle, including everything. Over by the rock, Nathaniel's power was still being pulled from him. The portal was still opening.
"You could punch this tower 1,000 times, and it would never break,"
the Shadow Man said, standing back up slowly. Ray looked at him. "Then the answer was simple from the beginning. All I have to do is get rid of you." The fireballs that formed in his hands were not the ordinary kind. They burned deep red, the color of something older and more dangerous than standard fire, and Ray threw them both directly at the Shadow Man without hesitating. The Shadow Man did not move. The darkness around his body shifted and built itself into a barrier, and at the same moment, shadows opened up directly behind Ray. When the fireballs hit the barrier, they did not stop. They were redirected, absorbed, and turned around, coming back at Ray from behind with the same force he had put into them. He caught them. The flames wrapped around his hands, and the force behind them pushed hard, harder than he had expected, and it took everything he had to hold them. He wrestled them under control and then threw them sideways toward the unprotected section of the fortress wall. They hit, and the stone erupted. Fire spread fast across that part of the structure, climbing the walls, filling the air with smoke and the sound of crumbling stone. The Shadow Man watched it happen without moving.
Sen,
He called out over the noise.
I always looked up to you because of your strength. I believed you would be the one to achieve your wish, but it looks like I have become strong enough to achieve it myself.
Who are you? Ray ran forward with the dragon sword in hand. Magic was not going to work cleanly against whatever this was, so he would do it without magic. He swung the sword down hard. The Shadow Man stepped aside, and it cut through nothing. Ray followed immediately with a punch, driving forward with full force. A shadow wall rose between them. Ray's fist hit it and sank in, the darkness gripping his arm and pulling at it, slowing it down like it had been pushed into deep water. He tried to pull back, but before he could free himself, something hit him hard in the stomach. Then a foot connected with a massive force, and Ray left the ground entirely. He flew through the air and then hit a shadow before he could land, and the shadow took him and turned his direction. Suddenly, he was falling from above, dropping toward the Shadow Man from the sky instead of approaching from the ground.
Maybe this will help you remember,
the Shadow Man said. A tail made of pure shadow shot out and wrapped around Ray's body, locking his arms against his sides and pulling him still. Then the Shadow Man began to change. It was not fast. It was slow and deliberate, his body shifting and expanding, growing outward and upward, the armor cracking apart and falling away as something much larger took its place beneath it. The tower groaned under the new weight. The Shadow Man kept growing, spreading across the rooftop and then beyond it, pulling himself up onto a broader section of the fortress to hold his size. When it was finished, what stood there was not a man at all. A dragon. Black scales, broad wings folded against a massive body, shadow wrapped around the tail and running along every spike on its back like smoke that could not quite leave the surface. The tail that held Ray was enormous now, and Ray was small in its grip, suspended in the air beside a head that was the size of a wall. Down below on the battlefield, people started to look up.
It's a dragon!
The shout started near the back and spread fast across the Red Wing line. Some people stopped fighting entirely. Others stepped back without realizing they were doing it. Martha was in the air when she saw it. She looked up at the black dragon crouched on the fortress, and then at the portal still turning in the sky above it. The portal had not finished opening. It was close, but not there yet. She looked back at the dragon, at the shadow running along its body, and felt the reality of it settle over her.
Is this what we have been fighting this entire time? Not a person, not an infected human, but a dragon?
She thought of Ray, still held in that tail, and her concern sharpened into something urgent. Ray looked at the dragon holding him. And then the memories hit. They came back like a door opening all at once. The settlement he had built when the dragons were disappearing, when the last of them were scattered and hunted and dying. He had gathered them. He had made a place for them to exist away from the humans who wanted them gone.
And living in that settlement, young and curious and full of questions about everything, had been a black dragon. Crad, Ray said. The name came out quietly, disbelief sitting underneath it. He was still struggling against the tail, but the struggle slowed for a moment. Is it really you? He looked at the dragon's face properly. I thought you died in the settlement. Are the others still alive? Something moved across Crad's expression. Whatever it was not simple.
No, they're all dead, and it was because of me.
Ray went still.
I should have listened to you,
Crad continued. His voice was enormous now, fitting the body he was in, but underneath it was something that had been carried for a very long time.
You told us that humans were dangerous, that we could not trust them. But I was young, and I wanted to know things for myself. A human found me, spoke to me. I believed them.
He paused.
I showed them where the settlement was while you were away. I thought it would be fine. I thought I knew better.
The air around them was still.
They attacked while you were gone. They killed all of them. Every single one. The others protected me without knowing it was me who had led the humans there. I was the only one left.
His voice did not break, but it carried the weight of something that had never healed.
I was too ashamed to face anyone, so I ran. And then I heard about your rampage, what you did after, how you wanted revenge for what had happened to our kind. I looked up to you for it. I was glad someone was doing what I was too weak to do.
Ray listened without interrupting.
Then the rumors came that you were dead, and I had nothing left. So I made a decision. I would finish what you started. I would make up for what I did. I would bring all the dragons back and restore what was taken from us. That is why I built all of this. That is why I created the shadow. That is what this has always been for.
Ray looked at him for a long moment. He understood it. He understood where every piece of it came from because he had felt the same things once. The loss, the rage, the need to do something with the grief before it consumed everything. He had been there. He had lived in that same fire. But he was not there anymore. Crad, listen to me, Ray said. Do you remember what happened when you brought a dragon back before? What came out of that portal? Those were not our brothers and sisters. They were bones and memory wearing a shape. Their time is finished. Let them rest.
You have gone soft.
Crad pulled Ray closer, bringing him up to the level of his teeth, close enough that the shadow breathing from his nostrils drifted across Ray's face.
Living among humans has changed you. How do we tell the good ones from the ones that will kill us? Do we wait until they do it again?
There are bad ones. I know that better than anyone. But there are those who don't deserve it either. I have seen it myself, Ray said.
I am not going to kill you, Sen,
Crad said.
I want you to watch. I want you to see them come back, because it is finally time.
High above them, the portal was opening wider. The white edges of it were glowing hard, and at the center, a deep red was beginning to show, spreading slowly outward from the middle. Then Ray noticed something else. A small shape falling through the sky, off balance and dropping fast, spinning slightly, heading directly toward the tower without any apparent control over the descent. The shape hit the rooftop and landed hard, sending small pieces of stone skipping across the surface. When the dust settled, blonde hair was visible, and on one hand, catching the light, a gauntlet that looked brand new. Gary lifted his head and looked around at the dragon, the glowing circle, Nathaniel still tied to the rock, and Ray suspended in a shadow tail high above him. "What have I fallen into now?" Gary said.
Not long before Gary came crashing down onto that tower, he had been somewhere else entirely. He did not know exactly where. It was a place full of mist that never settled, shadows that moved without anything casting them, and no clear sense of how much time had passed. He had tried to find a way out more times than he could count. Every attempt led nowhere. The place had no exits he could find, no edges, no direction that felt different from any other. He had stopped trying after a while and had simply existed in it, which was its own particular kind of torture. He was not alone, though. That was the one thing this place had given him.
It seems you are no longer affected by the shadow, young boy.
Gary turned toward the voice. Through the drifting mist, a figure was standing there, Morfran, the ex-Dark Guild leader. The man Gary had known as someone who never went anywhere without his helmet. He was not wearing it now. The mist moved around his face constantly, never quite letting his features settle into something clear, but it was him. Gary looked down at the gauntlet on his hand. Whatever had been living in his head before, that voice, that pressure, the thing that had been pulling at his thoughts and bending them away from who he was, it was quiet now. The gauntlet had worn it down slowly until it was gone. He remembered everything he had done while it had control of him. Every single thing. He had spent a lot of time in this mist thinking about all of it, and he had made his peace with the fact that it was going to sit with him for the rest of his life. But he was himself again. That was what mattered right now.
What about you?
Gary asked, his hand staying close to the gauntlet out of habit. The power in it still felt real, even without the shadow pushing at him.
You never seemed like you were possessed. Not the way I was.
Morfran was quiet for a moment.
I did not think so either. But the armor he gave me had something in it I did not understand until it was too late. I believed everything I did was by my own choice. I was confident about that.
He paused.
It turns out I was wrong.
Gary said nothing.
I came to tell you something, Morfran continued. It seems like someone is trying to open a connection, a way back to where you came from. You should find it and use it. Go back to the others.
Gary looked at him.
And you? Are you coming?
He already knew the answer, probably. But he asked anyway because the two of them had been stuck in this place together long enough that leaving without asking felt wrong. Morfran shook his head slowly. In front of him, a small portal began to open. It was not the way out that Gary was being pointed toward. It was something else entirely. From every direction around them, growling started, deep and layered, coming from somewhere inside the mist. Gary could not tell where. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once.
I have lived my life,
Morfran said simply. Lightning crackled across both of his hands, quiet and controlled.
Besides, it was never my goal to kill all humans. Someone has to stay behind and make sure nothing else gets through.
He looked at Gary directly for the first time.
On my family name, Morfran Greylash, I will protect this place. Now go.
He did not wait. Gary did not hesitate. He turned and ran toward the connection before he could think about it too long, before he could catch a glimpse of what Morfran was going to have to face alone in the mist. He stepped through, and immediately started falling. The sky was above him, and the tower was below him. The distance between them was closing fast. He had his key, but even with key, a fall from this height was going to hurt badly. He reached for the gauntlet in the last few seconds and activated its power, angling himself as best he could. He hit the rooftop head first, rolled hard across the stone, and came to a stop with the sound of the impact still ringing through his skull. He lay there for a second, then he lifted his head and looked around. A dragon, an enormous black dragon covered in shadow, crouched on the fortress with a tail made of darkness, holding Ray suspended in the air. A glowing magic circle on the rooftop floor. A person tied to a rock nearby, with energy still visibly draining from their body. And above all of it, in the sky, a portal slowly opened wider and wider.
What have I fallen into now?
Gary said. He did not get long to take it in. The dragon had seen him land, and the moment it did, it stopped focusing on Ray entirely. Its full attention moved to Gary, and then its body moved to follow, pulling itself toward where Gary had landed with a speed that did not match its size.
Why is it coming for me? It's not just angry. It looks like it's panicking,
Gary thought, scrambling back to his feet.
I was not expecting this as my grand return,
Gary shouted, raising the gauntlet and firing continuously at the dragon as it closed the distance. The shadows on Crad's body moved every time a blast came close, shifting and blocking each one before it could make contact. Nothing was getting through, but Gary kept firing because stopping was not an option. While he was backing away, he noticed the person tied to the rock beside him. He could see the energy coming off them, being pulled out and fed into the circle. He looked at the circle spreading across the rooftop floor, then up at the portal in the sky.
I have to stop that from opening, but the shadow is covering everything. I can't attack the circle directly.
Then his hand moved to the sword at his side without him fully deciding to do it yet. It was the strange one, the one with an eye and a wing worked into its design. He had noticed what it did before. When he used it, things that should have worked stopped working. Abilities, magic, creatures, all of it seemed to get disrupted by contact with the blade. He pulled it out, ran toward the magic circle, and drove the sword into the ground right at the edge of it. The shadow around the blade pulled back immediately. It retreated from the sword like something repelled, clearing away from the stone around it. The circle where the sword had been lodged went dark. The lines stopped glowing at that point, the disruption spreading outward from the blade and breaking the pattern. Gary looked up. The portal in the sky was closing. Slowly, the edges of it drew back inward, the red center shrinking, the white light dimming. No! Crad's roar came from right behind him, and Gary spun around. The dragon was right there. He raised the gauntlet and started firing the weakest blasts he had, low power and rapid, aiming them at the rock where Nathaniel was tied. He was trying to loosen it, not destroy it. He needed to get Nathaniel off that rock without the impact finishing him off. The blast chipped at the base of the molded rock, and after several hits, it cracked. Nathaniel slumped forward with the binding still on him, but the structure gave way. The moment the connection between Nathaniel and the circle broke, whatever was left of the energy being drawn from him stopped. He passed out immediately, completely gone, not a flicker of consciousness remaining. Gary moved fast. He got his arms under the rock with Nathaniel still attached and lifted. His body was reinforced with ki, and the weight was enormous, but he got it up and held it. Then Crad was in front of him. The dragon filled the entire space ahead, blocking every direction at once. Gary looked at the wall of shadow and scale in front of him and made a fast decision.
Save him!
Gary shouted, and threw the rock with Nathaniel tied to it over the fortress wall as hard as he could. He did not get a chance to watch where it landed. He threw himself backward just as a claw came down at the space where he had been standing, the impact cracking the stone where it hit. Gary rolled and came up on his feet and looked at the dragon right in front of him. Then he ran at it. He grabbed onto the arm closest to him and started climbing, pulling himself up, using the gaps between the scales as handholds. The shadows on Crad's body noticed him immediately and started moving toward him, reaching down along the arm in his direction. Gary fired the gauntlet at them, short, controlled bursts, not trying to damage the dragon, but just trying to hold the shadow back long enough to keep climbing. It was working, barely, each blast buying him another second. He pulled himself up onto the back of the dragon and found a position between two of the shadow-covered spines.
Ray!
He shouted across to where Ray was still suspended in the tail.
Don't worry, I'll get you out and we'll beat him together.
Ray looked at him. Something had changed in Ray's face the moment Gary had appeared. He had been watching him since he landed, watching how he moved, how he spoke, how he made decisions. This was Gary, the real one. the one Ray had met at the beginning of all this, before everything that happened had happened. But there was no time for any of that right now. "Gary!" Ray called back. "Forget about me! The gauntlet! Take it off and throw it to me, now!" Gary looked down at his hand. He had been wearing the gauntlet since this whole thing started, had relied on it, had only just gotten himself back because of it, and Ray was asking him to throw it across to a dragon that was about to take off. He did not think about it for long. He pulled the gauntlet off his hand and threw it toward Ray in one motion. It spun through the air between them. As it got closer to Ray, something in Ray's body responded to it. The energy inside him began to rise, climbing fast, reacting to the last piece of the dragon armor coming home. He tensed every muscle he had and pushed against the shadow tail holding him, and this time it gave. He broke free, spread his wings, and flew toward the gauntlet. His hand closed around it. He pulled it on. The moment it settled into place, the rest of the armor responded, every piece of it. The weapons that had been made from his old body recognized the final part returning, and Ray's soul locked back into itself fully for the first time. He looked at Crad. "Now I'm back," Ray said. The moment the gauntlet locked into place, Ray felt it. Every piece of the armor responded at once. The glow that had been sitting low across his body surged upward, turning deep red, spreading from the armor outward until it covered him completely. He looked at his hands and felt the power moving through him in a way it had not since before any of this had started. Not everything had returned. There were abilities he had carried as a dragon that had not come through into this form, and there was one that sat heavier than the rest. No matter how much power was running through him right now, he could not turn back into a dragon. The full transformation was still out of reach. He was going to have to face Crad as he was, half dragon, half human, and make it work. He looked up at Crad and pushed the disappointment aside. It would have to be enough. Gary, meanwhile, had made a quick and practical decision. A fight between two of the most powerful beings in existence was about to happen on a tower he was standing on. Staying was not a sensible idea. He moved to the edge of the rooftop and started making his way down the outside of the fortress wall, using the gaps and ridges in the stone as handholds. His black sash training came back to him without effort. His body remembered what to do, even if his head was still catching up with everything that had happened in the last few minutes. Halfway down, the full scale of what was happening below opened up in front of him. Beasts were still pouring from the black portals. The red wings were spread across the snow in every direction, fighting through the waves, and the ground between the two sides was dark and covered with the evidence of everything that had already been lost. Gary scanned the battlefield quickly, and then his eyes landed on two figures cutting through beasts, side by side in the middle of the chaos. "That's Wilfred and Sir Kay," Gary said out loud, stopping his descent for a moment. They were deep in it, surrounded, each of them working through beasts one after another, with bodies piling up around them. They were skilled enough to keep moving forward, but between them and Wiz, there was a wall of beasts that would not thin out fast enough. Wiz was only a few meters further back, staff raised, keeping the portals open, untouchable from where they were. "Maybe I can reach him from here," Gary thought, and raised his hand. Then he remembered. The gauntlet was gone. He had thrown it to Ray, and his sword was not on him either. He had nothing on his hands but his hands. Below him, Sir Kay glanced up at the wall during a break between attacks. His eyes found Gary immediately, and for just a second, Gary could see the question crossing the man's face.
"What is he doing here? He was trapped in the other world."
Their eyes met, and Gary did not need to explain. Sir Kay could see what Gary was looking at, could see the angle Gary had on Wiz from the wall, and understood what Gary was thinking before Gary had to say it. The problem was clear, too. One hit was all Gary would realistically get, and with bare hands against the Grand Mage, one hit was not going to be enough. Sir Kay made a decision.
He dodged the claw of a long-necked beast lunging at him from the side, let it pass close enough that he felt the air move, and then reached back and threw one of his two black scimitar blades upward toward the wall with everything he had. In the same moment, a claw caught his shoulder. The armor tore. Gary heard nothing over the distance and the noise, but he saw Sir Kay's shoulder pull back from the impact, saw him reset his footing and keep his eyes up, waiting, one blade left in his hand and a line of torn armor across his shoulder. The blade came spinning up toward Gary. He let go of the wall and jumped. The blade was not going to land handle first. He could see that immediately. He reached out and caught it the only way he could, wrapping both hands around the bladed edge. The metal cut through his palms cleanly, and the pain was immediate and sharp. He felt the blood running down his forearms before he had even started to fall. He did not flinch. "This is worth it," he thought simply, gripping tighter. He fell toward Wiz with the blade held firm in both bleeding hands, came down hard and fast, and drove it straight through the top of the Grand Mage's head. He let go, stepped back, and then looked up. Wiz's body dropped. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the portals began to close, one after another, each black tear in the air sealing itself shut from the edges inward until they were gone. The stream of beasts stopped. The flow that had been making the battle feel endless dried up in seconds, and the beasts that were already on the field were suddenly just a number. A large number, but a number with an end to it. The shift across the battlefield was immediate. The Red Wing members who had been fighting with one eye on the portals, bracing for the next wave, straightened up. The tide had turned. Gary stood over Wiz and looked at his hands. The cuts were deep. He pressed them together and looked back up at the tower. Martha landed beside him. She looked at him for a moment, taking him in, and then she smiled. "You did a good job," she said. "Welcome back, Gary." She crouched slightly. "Get on."
"Wait, what about Ray?"
Gary said, climbing onto her back and looking back up at the tower as she lifted off. "Can't you feel that?" Martha said, banking away from the fortress and gaining height. "Even the beasts near the walls can feel it. It's safer if we stay back and let him handle this." Gary looked back over his shoulder. On the tower, a massive black dragon crouched on one side with shadow rising from its scales. On the other hand, a human-shaped figure with red wings hovered in the air, sword in hand, armor glowing, power radiating outward in waves strong enough that the beasts closest to the fortress were not fighting any more. They were running. Gary watched it for a moment and then faced forward. Martha brought everyone back together. The Red Wing leaders gathered at a distance from the fortress, far enough back that the power coming off the tower was not pressing directly down on them, close enough to see everything. The remaining beasts on the battlefield were thinning. Without the portals feeding new ones in, the numbers were dropping steadily, and the Red Wings were working through them with more confidence than they had shown at any point in the battle. But every eye kept drifting back to the tower. "Is that Ray? Is he really going to fight that dragon?" Katie asked quietly.
"Remember, Ray is a dragon too,"
Lenny said.
"Not just any dragon, the strongest one that has ever existed, the great red dragon Sen,"
Martha added.
"But he is not in dragon form right now,"
Katie said. She was not being dismissive. The concern in her voice was real.
"He is still weaker than he was before all of this, and the shadow turned out to be a dragon this whole time."
She looked at the figures on the tower.
"Can he actually win?"
She was not the only one thinking it. A few of the others nearby had gone quiet in the way people go quiet when they are not sure of the answer to a question. Jack looked at the tower. He did not look uncertain.
"Ray will win,"
he said. His voice was even and unhurried.
"He has never failed in anything he set out to do. That is why every single one of us chose to follow him."
He paused.
"All we can do now is watch him finish this."
Nobody argued with that. On the tower, the two of them circled each other. Crad was enormous from this close. Every movement he made shifted the air around him.
The shadow covering his body was dense and constant, flowing outward from his scales like smoke that never cleared. Ray's wings beat steadily, keeping him level, his face calm.
Sen, Crad called out, do you love the humans that much now? Have you chosen a human body over your own kind?
Ray did not answer. There was nothing useful in answering that. He knew what Crad was doing, and he also knew it was not going to work. He thought about how many people had died because of the shadow, how many had been lost, infected, pulled apart, turned into something they were not. His father's face appeared before Ray's eyes. His gentle smile slowly faded into the mask of darkness and shadows. For a moment, Ray glanced at his hands. These were the very hands he had used to kill his own father, and it was all because of the shadow, Crad. He thought about the path Crad had walked to get here, and how close Ray himself had once come to walking the same one. He understood it, he genuinely did, but understanding it did not change what had to happen.
It is with regret, Ray said quietly, that I have to be the one to kill the last real dragon.
He dove. He was fast in this form, faster than Crad expected, and he used that to move around the dragon rather than straight at him. Every time Ray's sword came in, the shadow shifted to intercept it, moving across Crad's body to block each strike before it could land. The blade never made contact with the dragon directly. The power behind every swing meant nothing if the shadow kept absorbing it. Ray pulled back and thought. Then he saw it. The strange sword was still lodged in the stone of the rooftop where Gary had left it, the one that had disrupted the magic circle. Ray folded his wings and dropped fast, threading through the narrow gap between Crad's great wings and hitting the rooftop in a low run. He pulled the sword free from the stone and came back up. Crad moved to bite down on him, confident, certain that Ray had nowhere to go in that position. Ray thrust the strange sword upward into the soft underside of the dragon's jaw and drove it through into the mouth. Crad reeled back. Ray did not wait. He pulled the dragon sword up with his other hand and poured everything he had left into it. Every piece of power that had returned to him, every fragment of strength the completed armor had given back. The gem in the blade lit up bright, and the aura around it expanded until the sword appeared 3 times its actual size, burning with everything Ray could give it. He swung downward. The blade came through Crad's head and kept going. A single red line traced through the full length of the dragon's body from the top of the skull all the way down. Silence. Then Crad's scales began to lose their color, fading from black to gray, the shadow drifting away from the surface slowly and then disappearing entirely. The enormous body shivered. Small at first, then more, the shaking moving through the whole frame as Crad's strength left him piece by piece. The last dragon was dying.
How many years has it been?
Ray sat alone in a quiet room and let his mind go where it wanted. He thought about Crad, about the settlement, about a young black dragon that had been curious about the world and had made a mistake that cost everything. He thought about the Shadow Continent, about Tenebris, about all of the people who had fought and bled and not made it back. Then Harry's face appeared in front of Ray's eyes. His betrayal still stung. But during the fight, nobody knew what happened to him. They simply assumed that Harry was either killed during the battle or was lost, never to be seen again. Ray sat with all of it for a while, the way you sit with something heavy when you finally have a moment to put it down and look at it properly. Then the crying started. Ray looked down at the small bundle in his arms. The baby looked, if he was being completely honest with himself, like a fat potato that someone had attached arms and legs to. Round face, round body, completely unimpressed with the world and very loud about it.
Boy,
Ray said, starting to swing his arms slowly back and forth.
I know you just want attention. I just have no idea what kind.
The crying did not stop. He swung a little faster, trying to find the right rhythm.
Ray,
Slivia's voice came from across the room, sharp and very clear.
can you please swing him gently? He is a baby, not your sword. If he falls out of your hands, what exactly do you think is going to happen to him?
Well, Ray said, he is my son. He should be able to at least survive a fall from this height. Slivia walked over and took the baby from his arms with the practiced efficiency of someone who had figured out that the fastest solution was to simply remove the problem from Ray's hands entirely. She gave Ray a look that communicated several things at once without requiring any words, and then headed toward the door to get the baby fed before the swinging made him sick.
This parenting thing is genuinely difficult,
Ray thought, watching her go. He had barely finished the thought when the door opened again, and someone else walked in, staff in hand. "What do you want, hag?" Ray said. Bliss stopped in the doorway and looked at him with the expression of someone who had long since decided that Ray's greetings were simply something to be endured.
You have a happy life now,
she said, coming inside.
a wife, a child, peace. And yet,
She looked at him steadily.
I came to give you my usual warning. Keeping that crystal from the shadow dragon is going to cause more trouble than good. You know that.
Bliss didn't waste time beating around the bush and came straight to the point. It was something she was constantly nagging Ray about, so it didn't need any preamble.
I already told you I am not getting rid of it. Is there anything else?
Ray said, not hiding his annoyance. Bliss paused. She seemed to be deciding something, weighing whether to say what was on her mind or leave it for another time. Then she let out a long breath.
Ray, I have to thank you, she said. You achieved what I wished for, what everyone wished for. But I see it every time I look at you. You live in fear now. You are afraid of what completing that final quest will mean, so you stay inside these walls and let the fear make your decisions.
She held his gaze.
You have to prepare for what is coming. You cannot keep denying it.
Ray did not argue. They had been over this before, more times than he could easily count. After the shadow was defeated, the world had begun to change. The infected still carried the shadow inside them, but no new infections appeared. The land on the shadow continent, dark and scarred as it was, began slowly to heal. The Red Wings moved across it piece by piece, claiming ground, building something new in places that had only ever known darkness. Meetings were held between the kingdoms about what to do with the shadow continent. Ray's first instinct was straightforward. The Allure Kingdom and the Red Wings had done the fighting. The land should be theirs. But Slivia had sat with him and explained, patiently and thoroughly, why that would create problems further down the line. She was right, and he knew it even while she was saying it. In the end, they agreed that the land would be divided between all the kingdoms, with the Red Wings choosing their portion first. The Empire was invited to every negotiation and responded to none of them. And then, in the space that peace creates, other things had finally happened. When the Red Wings had returned from the Shadow Continent, Avrion had been waiting for them. The city was lit up. People lined the streets, and the sound reached the returning members before they could even see the walls. Ray came down last, landing in the courtyard with his red wings folding behind him, and when he looked up, the first person he saw clearly was Slivia. She was standing at the edge of the crowd, slightly apart from everyone else the way she always positioned herself, watching him come in. She had stayed behind to hold things together, to make sure the city was still standing when they got back, and it was. Everything she had promised was exactly as she had said it would be. Ray walked toward her. The noise around them was enormous, people celebrating and calling out to members they recognized, but it felt like none of it was touching the space between the two of them. "You kept it standing," Ray said when he reached her.
I told you I would,
Slivia said. They looked at each other for a moment. Ray had known Slivia long enough to know when she had something she was carrying, something sitting just underneath the surface that she had not yet decided to let out. He could see it now. "Say it," he said quietly. Slivia looked away briefly toward the city, the streets, the life that was still here because people had fought to keep it. Then she looked back at him.
I was terrified,
she said. Not loudly, just plainly, the way she said things when she had decided to stop managing them.
Not of losing the war, of losing you.
She paused.
I know that you are a dragon. I know what you are capable of. I know there is very little in this world that can actually end you. But I still stood on that roof with Bliss and felt it, that fear.
She met his eyes.
And I think you should know that.
Ray did not say anything immediately. It was rare for the two of them to have a conversation that felt so intimate and full of emotions. Emotions that Ray couldn't quite decipher just yet.
I have been many things, Ray. A leader, a symbol, the person everyone looks at when they need to know if something is going to be all right.
She almost smiled.
But when you left, I was just someone who was afraid of not seeing you again.
Ray looked at her for a long moment.
I know. I felt the same way about leaving.
It wasn't a lie. Ray indeed felt like he might not get to come back to Avrion or meet Slivia. And for some reason, while he was at the Lion's Mouth or was on a journey to Tenebris, he couldn't help but think about Slivia on more than one occasion. He had also noticed over time that he had developed a habit of updating her on every little development in his life, especially after revealing his true identity. She made him comfortable, kept him at ease when things were ugly. However, Ray didn't understand why.
Why does she hold so much power and control over me? And why the hell do I allow a human that privilege? Her scolding never angered me. In fact, I feel scared of them sometimes. Okay, maybe always.
Then stop making me wait,
Slivia said simply.
Huh?
Ray tilted his head, blinking in confusion.
What does she mean by that? And why do women like to talk in riddles?
Slivia reached out and took his hand, and the noise of Avrion celebrating around them went on, and neither of them said anything else for a while because nothing else needed to be said. Slivia stared deep into Ray's amber eyes. With a gentle smile on her face, she mustered every ounce of confidence she had to finally say the words she was hiding from the world, especially Ray.
From here on, I want you to be by my side, always and forever.
Not long after that, the Red Wings attended a wedding. All of them. Every member who could get there was there, standing in the courtyard of Avrion under a clear sky, watching Ray and Slivia make it official in front of every person who had followed them both through everything that had led to this moment. Gary stood at the front as best man, looking slightly uncomfortable in formal clothes, but present and genuinely happy. Ray had tried to reach his mother before the ceremony. He did not know where she was and got no reply. He assumed she was somewhere in the Empire and was still alive, and tried to hold on to that rather than the silence. A child came not long after, round and loud and entirely uninterested in sleeping at reasonable hours. Life, for a while, was good. But Bliss was not talking about now. She was talking about the quest. Everything in Ray's system still worked. The skills, the Red Wing communications, all of it still running exactly as it always had, including the first quest he had ever received. Save 1,000 lives. It had been sitting there since the beginning, and after the battle against the Shadow, the system had decided he had saved many that day and pushed the counter forward. Not all the way, 9/10 of the way. Life after the Shadow still had its dangers. Natural disasters, beast attacks, regular threats that required people to be helped and protected. Slowly, steadily, the number had been climbing. It was now at 999. Ray had not left the castle walls in a long time. One more life saved, and the quest would be complete. And completing the quest, based on everything Ray and Bliss had worked through together, meant one thing. Ray would no longer be human. That was the theory. Neither of them could be completely certain, but the reasoning was solid enough that Ray had stopped going outside, had stopped responding to requests for help, had let the rumors build about the king being weakened or unwell. All of it was easier than facing what saving one more life might take from him. Bliss saw all of this clearly, and had said it clearly, and now she looked at him one more time, decided that she had said enough for today, and left. Ray sat quietly.
She is right. Sooner or later, something will happen. I should at least be ready for it.
However, Ray had no idea how soon it would turn out to be. In the Red Wing Council room, an emergency meeting had already started without him. Slivia had been called in and had handed the baby to Martha and Monk before taking her seat. She looked around the table at the faces watching her and knew from the way everyone was sitting that this was not a small problem.
Tell me, what is the emergency?
Lenny leaned forward.
It is the Empire. They've finally made their move. Overnight, the entire kingdom of Dunlock has been destroyed, completely obliterated.
He paused to let that land.
From what we have been able to find out, the same power that was used to destroy the Shadows Fortress during the Great War was used to do this, and whoever is responsible is already moving toward the next kingdom,
Lenny said. The room was very quiet. Slivia sat with that information for a moment, and then her expression settled into the one that meant she had already started working out what came next.
It's the Empire.
Slivia sucked a sharp breath, her fists clenched tightly by her side as soon as Lenny said those words. The Empire had always been a problem waiting to happen. Even before the Shadow Continent existed, before any of the kingdoms had thought about working together, the Empire had been moving through Bronze Land one kingdom at a time, absorbing them, crushing the ones that would not bend. The Shadow was the only thing that had forced them into an alliance with anyone. But the Shadow was gone now, and the Empire had been quiet ever since, refusing every meeting, ignoring every invitation, saying nothing. The kingdoms had been watching that silence and waiting for what would come out of it. Nobody had expected an entire kingdom to be wiped off the map in a single night. Inside the Red Wing Council room, the leaders were all talking at once, each of them trying to make their case over the top of everyone else. The only solid piece of information they had was that the Empire had used some kind of ancient machinery in the attack. Whatever it was large but slow. It had not reached the next kingdom yet, which meant there was still time, but not much of it. Slivia sat at the head of the table and listened to all of it. She had not said much yet.
We always knew this was coming,
she said finally, and the room settled.
We even thought they might move against us while we were still fighting the Shadow. They waited. They were patient. And now they are ready.
She paused.
If they go through every kingdom on their way to us, then Ray will have to...
She stopped herself. She could not finish that sentence in this room. Not because she did not know the ending, but because she and Ray had agreed that the truth of his situation stayed between them. Their marriage had no secrets in it, and this was not a secret she was willing to break. But it sat in her chest and made every part of this conversation harder. Gary leaned forward. He was holding the strange sword across his lap, the one with the eye and wing worked into its design. A year ago, the people in this room had been cautious around Gary and the things he carried. They were not anymore. Living with the gauntlet had changed something in him. The sword had no hold over him now.
We stop them before they get to us. I will take an army and go to the kingdom of Silstenia. If we call on their support, we do not have to use all of our own people. We push back there, and if it does not work, we pull back and try again at the next kingdom.
Slivia looked at Gary. She did not like it. Since Gary had come back, he had been on one difficult assignment after another, throwing himself at problems the way someone does when they are trying to settle a debt with themselves. He had become one of Ray's most trusted people, standing alongside Jack in a way that felt earned rather than given. And if Ray found out that Gary specifically had been sent to handle this, he would know without being told that it was serious. Ray knew Gary's value better than almost anyone. But Gary was right, and there was no better option sitting in front of her.
Very well,
Slivia said.
choose who you want to bring. I will send Jack with a separate group to the borderline of the next kingdom. If things go wrong, pull back and let Jack hold the line while you regroup.
Gary nodded once and sat back. The room moved quickly after that. Time was the problem. If one kingdom had been erased in a single day, every day spent planning was another kingdom that might not survive the wait. Martha and Monk decided to go with Gary without being asked. 5,000 Red Wing members were selected for the force. The army had grown considerably since the war with the Shadow. People from all over had come to the Red Wings looking for safety and purpose, and Ray had made sure they were taken in. The army was divided into two groups to reflect this. The original Red Wing members, each one linked to Ray directly, carrying the best beast gear, trained harder and longer than almost anyone. And the Wing Army, newer members, strong but working with different resources and less time to develop. Ray had insisted the division exist not to separate the two groups, but to honor the ones who had been there from the beginning and make sure their name meant something. 5,000 of those original members were now being sent into another war. Slivia walked back to the throne room with the baby against her shoulder and found Ray already looking at her before she had finished coming through the door. "What's going on?" he said. She stopped and looked at him.
Is it really impossible to hide anything from you?
"Yes," Ray said simply. She sat down and took a breath.
I will tell you, but you have to promise me something first.
She looked at him directly.
Promise me you will not leave. Your job right now is being a father, being here with us. You have already done enough for everyone else, more than enough, and I need you to stay.
Ray looked at her for a long moment. He did not say anything. She knew him well enough to understand what that silence meant. He never made a promise he was not certain he could keep. She had always respected that about him, even when it frustrated her.
The Empire is attacking the kingdoms. Gary and the others are going. Jack is going as a reserve. They are strong, Ray. You know that better than anyone,
she said. As if the baby had been following the conversation and had decided this was the right moment to contribute, the crying started up again, loud and insistent. Ray looked down at his son and said nothing. Bliss set up the transportation circle. The beast crystals gathered since the war powered both ends, and Lenny went through first to be in position on the other side. Then the rest came through, 5,000 Red Wing members disappearing into the circle one after another until the room was empty and the circle went dark. On the other side, in the kingdom of Silstenia, King Han was waiting in an open field with his army spread out behind him. 50,000 soldiers lined up in formation, looking as prepared as 50,000 soldiers could look. Then the Red Wings came through the circle. Han looked at the number, and his expression did not hide what he was thinking.
"What is this?"
he said, stepping forward.
5,000? We are standing against the Empire. Their forces are larger than every kingdom on this continent put together.
Gary walked toward him with Lenny, Monk, and Martha at his side. He did not slow down, and he did not look apologetic.
One of our own is worth 1,000 of your fighters. We have brought enough, do not worry.
Han looked like he had several things he wanted to say to that. He said none of them. The groups were organized and positioned. The Red Wing members were distributed across the army's squads to spread their strength evenly through the formation. A squad was sent out front. King Han, for his part, moved quickly back toward his castle, where he apparently believed the walls would protect him. They did not have to wait long. The Empire's flags appeared first, carried by hundreds of soldiers moving in a wide line across the open ground. But the flags were not what anyone was looking at. Behind the soldiers, moving slowly and enormously across the field, was a machine unlike anything any of them had encountered. It moved on its own, its body low and wide, a thick curved shell rising across its back like a turtle. From the front of that shell, a cannon extended outward, massive and dark, pointing forward. And around it, hanging in the air in every direction, were small particles. Tiny floating points of light drifted slowly toward the machine, being pulled into it from the surrounding air. Lenny stared at them.
Those particles, he said slowly. That is mana. Mana from the air.
He kept staring.
They have built a machine that could pull mana directly from the atmosphere and use it as fuel.
Nobody said anything for a moment.
That is how they destroyed the kingdom,
Gary said quietly. The machine and the Empire's army stopped about some distance from the kingdom's edge. The cannon at the front of the machine began to glow. White light built inside it slowly at first, then faster, climbing in intensity until the glow was too bright to look at directly.
We have to move! Everyone, get away from here right now!
Lenny shouted. Martha's wings were already spreading. Monk threw herself onto her back, and she launched upward. Lenny grabbed one of her legs, Gary grabbed the other, and she drove upward as fast as she could.
What about the others?
Gary started. The cannon fired. The sound was not like any explosion Gary had heard before. It was not loud in the way a large impact is loud. It was total. It filled everything, and for a moment there was nothing but white. Then nothing but ringing. Gary could not hear. He could not see. He was still holding onto Martha's leg and could feel them still moving upward, but he had no sense of direction or distance, just the ringing and the white slowly fading at the edges. When his sight came back and the ringing dropped to something bearable, he looked down. The kingdom was gone. Not damaged, not on fire, gone. The field where 50,000 soldiers had been standing moments ago was empty. The Red Wing members, 5,000 of them, original members every one, people who had fought through the Shadow War and come out the other side, gone. Lenny looked down at the space where an army had been and made a sound that was not quite a word.
We are doomed,
he said, his hearing still coming back, his voice too loud because of it.
We have to get back to Jack. We have to tell him what we saw. Figure out something else,
Monk said.
Wait.
Gary was looking at the machine below them, not at the cannon, at the shell on its back, at something on top of the shell that he had not noticed before. He squinted. There was a person up there, strapped to the machine. A human figure was bound to the device, positioned on the curved back of it like it was part of the structure.
Martha, can you see who that is?
Martha turned and looked, and her eyes, sharpened since her transformation, focused on the figure below. She looked for a long moment, and then her eyes went wide in pure shock.
That is Ray's mother, Scarlet.
Martha kept them moving. She pulled Lenny and Gary through the air with her legs and flew hard until the smoking remains of Silstenia were far enough behind them that she could breathe without tasting ash. Monk stayed flat against her back and said nothing. Nobody said much. There was not a lot to say when you had just watched 5,000 people disappear in a second. They found Jack and the other Red Wings at the border of the next kingdom. The group there had seen the light from the explosion from a distance and had been waiting in tense silence for someone to come back and tell them what it meant. Gary landed and looked at the faces watching him.
It's gone. The kingdom, the army, all of it. Everything in range of that cannon. It was all gone in one shot.
The silence that followed was heavy.
What do we do now?
Monk asked. He was usually the steadiest of them, but even his voice had an edge to it now.
We go back,
Lenny said. He was pressing his fingers against his ears, his hearing still recovering.
We teleport everyone home and deal with this from Avrion.
He paused.
Except we cannot. The beast crystals we brought for the return journey were in the kingdom. They are gone with everything else.
The panic that had started with the Red Wings spread quickly to the other kingdom soldiers standing nearby. They had been waiting at this border, hoping the Red Wings would push the Empire back before it reached them. Now they were hearing that the previous kingdom no longer existed. Gary looked around at all of it and made a decision.
We contact Slivia. We will tell her what we saw, and we let her decide the next step. We cannot just leave. If we pull back now, every person in this kingdom and the one after it dies.
He looked at the group.
And Ray needs to know. He deserves to hear it from us, about the weapon and about his mother.
Nobody disagreed. Jack was stunned after hearing about Scarlet. Ray had already lost his father, and now his mother was in danger.
No, we can't allow her to get hurt. Gary is right. We need to inform Ray. He deserves to know.
A distance away across the ruined field, the young Emperor Alexander was still watching the smoke rise from where a kingdom used to be.
I cannot believe I ever listened to that fool Sarah,
he said to no one in particular. The advisors nearby said nothing. They had all learned when it was better to stay quiet.
He told me I would regret going against the Red Wings, that I should wait. Because of his advice, I held back all this time.
He shook his head, still grinning.
And it turns out waiting was exactly right. No pendant needed, no key, just the blood of a direct family member. That is all it ever took.
Scarlet had stayed in the Empire by choice. She had been searching for a cure for the cursed, for her husband, working quietly through old records and healers and anyone who might know something useful. The Empire had found her during that search. When one of the Emperor's men recognized who she was, she stopped being a person and became a resource. The Emperor had suspected the pendant was not the only way to activate the ancient weapon. Keys could be lost. Keys could be destroyed. It would have been a poor design to make something that powerful dependent on a single object, and he had been right. The weapon had been built around the bloodline itself, and now Ray's mother was strapped to the top of it, arms and legs spread wide on a circular frame, needles feeding from her into the machine, her face pale and her eyes unfocused. A soldier walking nearby noticed Scarlet's shallow breathing. Concerned, he dared to approach Alexander.
Your Majesty, pardon, but at this rate, the woman will die. Can we, stop this for a while?
Alexander tossed the bloodied sword, which was caught by another soldier. The soldiers around paused for a moment, stunned, but then they heard the Emperor's cheerful voice.
Move to the next kingdom. I want the Red Wings gone by the end of the week.
Inside the Avrion throne room, Slivia walked back in and said nothing. Ray looked at her from across the room. He had been sitting with the baby, rocking him quietly in the way that had taken him several weeks to get right. He watched her face and read everything he needed to from it.
There is trouble, something they cannot handle themselves.
Slivia nodded. The tears came before she could stop them, which was unusual for her. She was not a person who cried easily in front of anyone, including him.
I knew this day was going to come. I just did not think it would be this soon.
She took a breath.
I know you have to go.
I do not, Slivia.
His voice was quiet and steady.
You were right before. I have a family here. In thousands of years I have finally found peace, something I can call mine. We have created it together. Don't worry, we will find another way.
No! There is no other way!
The words came out louder than she intended, and she did not try to pull them back. She crossed the room and sat close to him, and then, through a face full of tears, told him everything. The weapon, the kingdoms, the cannon that erased an army in 1 second, and the figure strapped to the top of the machine, pale and bound, that Martha had identified from the air. Ray's hand moved to the necklace at his throat. He held it there for a moment and did not speak. Then he looked at Slivia properly, the way he looked at her when he was not managing what he was about to say, but simply saying it.
You are the best thing that ever happened to me, Slivia.
Slivia could see the sincerity in his amber eyes. Ray was still not good at handling emotions or showing them, for that matter. Yet his hand instinctively lifted and cupped her face in his palm. Slivia instantly leaned into his palm, feeling its roughness. I think about the moments that changed who I was. There were two of them. The first was when Gary put himself between me and the woman who would have killed me. A human, sacrificing himself for a dragon that had spent centuries thinking humans were not worth that. It was the first time I understood that I was wrong. He paused. The second time was when you told me I was not a monster, when I believed you.
Ray!
A loud sob escaped Slivia's lips. Ray smiled, a rare sight even for Slivia. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel special, for taking care of people I care about, for supporting me at every step, and more importantly, for giving me something I had always craved, love. Ray stood up, and his wings came through his back in one quiet motion, red and wide, filling the space behind him. He looked at the baby once. Take care of him, Slivia. Take care of yourself, and know that you two mean so much to me, more than anything else. Then he was gone, the air where he had been standing settling back into stillness. The Red Wings at the border of the endangered kingdom saw him arrive before they heard him. A red shape descended from the sky, wings folded back for speed, landing in front of the group with a sound that was softer than it should have been for something that fast. Ray! Gary stepped forward immediately. What are you doing here? Can you even be out here? Are you all right?
We messaged Slivia thinking she would send reinforcements. We did not think you would come yourself,
Monk said, staring. Ray looked at them. Gary, Monk, Jack, Martha, Lenny, all of them looking back at him with the particular kind of concern that comes from people who know you well enough to be frightened on your behalf.
It was a short life compared to what I had before, but it was a good one. These people made it good.
Ray felt something move inside his chest. It wasn't a foreign feeling anymore, yet it was still mysterious to him. I will deal with it, Ray said. He looked across each of them slowly. But I need something from all of you first. Promise me that when this is finished, you will make sure the world is a peaceful one. Not for me, for my family, for the Red Wings. The faces in front of him understood what he was not quite saying. Gary opened his mouth. Jack took a half-step forward. But Ray was already in the air. He flew toward the Empire's army without looking back and did not slow down. What happened next was not a battle. A battle involves two sides exchanging something. What Ray did to the Empire's army and the machine it had built was not an exchange. He came in with everything he had, every ability he had recovered, and everything he had gained in his time as a human layered on top of it, and he moved through that field until there was nothing left to move through. The great weapon that had erased two kingdoms did not fire again. It never would. The pieces of it were spread across the field in fragments too small and too scattered to ever be put back together. When it was over, Ray stood in the middle of it and looked for his mother. He found her in the wreckage, still alive, and lifted her carefully into his arms. She was pale and thin, her eyes struggling to focus. The needles had taken a lot from her over however long she had been attached to that machine. "Ray," she said when she saw his face, "you saved me." He looked at her and could see how much she had been drained. He made a decision. He began transferring his own energy into her, slowly, carefully, letting it move from him into her body and restore what had been taken. There was a second reason for doing it this way. Through the transfer, she felt everything. His memories moved through the connection between them, all of it, from the beginning to now. The things he had done as the Dragon Sen, the long years of anger, the things he was not proud of, the time he killed his own father, all of it passed through into her. "I'm sorry, Mother. I should have told you everything from the start. You deserve to know." Scarlet looked at him for a long time. "It is okay, Ray," she said softly. "I always knew you were something different." At that moment, a notification appeared in Ray's vision.
1,000 of 1,000. Quest completed.
Ray stepped back from his mother gently and set her on her feet. Then he turned and began to walk away across the field. His mother watched him go. Then she noticed it. Starting at his feet, his body was coming apart. Not violently, not painfully, as far as she could tell from his face, just quietly dissolving. Small particles lifted away from him and drifted upward into the air.
Ray, what is happening to you?
She cried out, moving toward him. Ray stopped walking but did not turn back around immediately. When he spoke, his voice was unsteady in a way she had never heard from him before.
I thought completing the quest meant I would get my dragon body back, but now it seems like it meant something else.
He paused. The particles kept rising from him, moving up from his legs now toward his waist.
It seems like my time here is done.
He then slowly turned to face her.
Mother, there is a child at home waiting to meet his grandmother. I hope the Talon family grows up strong and keeps doing great things.
Scarlet reached toward him. The last thing she saw was his face. Calm, relieved, at peace in a way that he had spent a very long time working toward. And then he was gone, drifting upward into the wind until there was nothing left. This was where the great human Ray's story ended. It was a completely ordinary high school. That was the only way to describe it. Kids in uniforms running through the halls, chasing each other between classrooms, spilling out onto the playground during breaks, while teachers called after them to slow down and stop being ridiculous. On the roof, standing at the fence and looking out over the city spread below him, was a single student with red spiked hair. He was looking at the city stretched before him.
You always did like high places with a good view,
a voice said from behind him. A female student was crossing the rooftop toward him, her uniform neat, her expression carrying a particular calm.
You were easy to track down. If anyone was looking for you, they would not have to look long.
Ray turned slightly and smiled.
Good thing nobody is looking for me anymore. I think it just means I am no longer needed here.
He looked back out at the city below.
The days of the great dragon Sen protecting the human race seemed to be over.
A long time had passed since the field where Ray had stood with his mother and told her about a grandchild waiting at home. When the particles had lifted from his body that day, Ray had known what was happening. He had been right in his guess about what completing the final quest would mean. The spell placed on him at the start of his human life had lifted, and his dragon form had returned. But he had not been ready to leave, not fully. He had watched these people, fought alongside them, married one of them, raised a child with her, buried friends, and stood at ceremonies and been part of something real. Walking away from all of it the moment a quest counter hit a number felt wrong. So he had done something that was perhaps a little cruel, though he had told himself at the time it was necessary. He had used a spell to make it look like his body was disappearing, let his mother watch him go, and then continued in his dragon form. From time to time he would take a human shape and move among people, help where help was needed, and then step back again. Mostly he watched. Mostly he protected from a distance, the way he had always preferred when he was honest with himself. Over the centuries, he watched the beast nests get closed, one after another, until there were none left. He watched the humans destroy every last one. He watched technology grow and change the shape of daily life, cities becoming something he would not have recognized from the early days of his time among people. And he watched his friends grow old. That was the part he could not make easier no matter how long he had been doing it. Gary, Monk, Martha, Jack, Lenny, Slivia. One by one, across the long stretch of time, he had been there for all of it, unseen, and had said his goodbyes in private each time. Now he had asked Bliss to come and find him. He had one last thing to do.
You do not have to do this,
Bliss said. She was standing beside him at the rooftop fence, watching the same view he was watching.
You could carry on, Ray. Stay in this form. Live among them. Keep going. There are still dangers they will face.
There are always going to be dangers, Ray said.
The gods' powers have weakened over time. Even those who carry abilities do not realize what they have, because there has been no threat large enough to bring it out. Magic is almost gone. Only a few families still pass it down, and they have mostly decided to keep it a secret.
Ray looked at his hands. He looked at the school behind him, at the windows and the noise coming through them, at the ordinary life happening on the other side of the glass. I grew attached to this form, that is all. Ray closed his hands and let them drop to his side. But you know why I asked you to take me back to that place. He paused. Have you heard about the altereds? They are digging up old beast fossils and mixing them with human biology, trying to create something stronger than either. The humans are playing with things they do not fully understand yet. He was quiet for a moment. But I do not think that is mine to solve anymore. There will be others, and if they need a little guidance, maybe I can still offer that much. Bliss looked at him for a long moment.
You have made up your mind,
she said. It was not a question. I have, Ray said. They stepped back from the fence and walked away from the view together. Ray stopped at the top of the stairwell and looked back one more time at the city in the distance.
I'm going to miss this.
Then he almost smiled, because he had been thinking that for a very long time already.
One thing,
Bliss said as they started down the stairs.
Did you know that Jack's descendants go to this school? There is one in particular. Green hair, wild-looking. I think his name is Gary. Isn't that interesting?
Ray laughed. It was a real one, the kind that came without warning. There is a reason I picked this school, he said. They walked through the school and out onto the street, moving through the city until they reached an alleyway between two tall buildings. Bliss reached into her bag and pulled out an umbrella. It looked completely unremarkable. She uncapped it and used the tip to draw a circle on the ground between them, wide enough for both of them to stand inside. The lines glowed faintly as she completed them. She tapped the umbrella once against the center of the circle. The alleyway disappeared. They landed on a beach. White sand, open water in every direction, the horizon flat and unbroken. The island was small and quiet. Ray had been here once before.
You know, if you do this again, you will lose your life. This is not like before,
Bliss said carefully as they stood on the sand. Ray did not answer. He started walking inland. The island rose toward a central peak. They climbed without speaking, the path narrowing as it went up, the trees thinning out and giving way to open rock. Halfway up, the ground leveled into a wide, flat section, and there it was. A stone tablet, ancient and enormous, taller than Ray was even now, wider than anything that had been shaped by human hands. The surface of it was not smooth. It carried a texture that shifted slightly if you looked at it long enough, as though the stone itself was not entirely still. I hope it can hold the rest, Ray said quietly. He walked up to the tablet and stood in front of it for a moment. Then he placed both palms flat against the surface. The transfer began immediately. A long time ago, in a period when the world had been peaceful enough that Ray had allowed himself to think ahead, he had stored half of his power in this tablet. A test, partly. A question about what would happen if his abilities were held somewhere outside of himself, somewhere they could be distributed rather than concentrated. Bliss had built a set of conditions into the stone at the same time, rules for how the power would behave once it was inside. The power would not go to one person, it would spread. The tablet's connection would carry it outward into the world, finding those it suited. It would arrive when people needed it, not before. The stone would hold it until the right moment met the right person. Now, Ray was giving it the rest.
This is the last thing I can give them. If something comes that is too large for any one of them to face, they will not have to face it as one. They will have what I carried, spread between them, used together, the way it should have been all along. Power like this should never sit in a single pair of hands. I know that better than anyone. I hope they learn to find each other when it matters. I hope they choose to stand together.
The transfer kept going. He could feel himself becoming lighter with each passing second. Not weak exactly, just less. Each ability left as cleanly as it had arrived, moving from him into the stone where it would wait. When the last of it had passed through, Ray stepped back. His hands dropped from the tablet. For a moment, nothing happened. Then it started again, same as before, beginning at his feet. Small particles of light lifted away from him and drifted upward. This time he did not have a spell running. This time it was real, and he could feel the difference. He looked at Bliss. She was not trying to stop him. She understood, even if she did not want to, that this was the ending he had chosen, that he had earned it.
Even if the whole world forgets what you did for them, I will always remember,
Bliss said, her voice steady but only just. Ray looked at her and said nothing. The particles continued rising, up past his waist now, climbing slowly. He looked out past the edge of the flat rock at the ocean below.
It was a good life indeed. They both were.
A dragon's life that had lasted longer than most civilizations, and a human life that had lasted only a fraction of that, but had somehow mattered more than all the centuries before it combined.
That is enough. That is more than enough.
The particles reached his chest, then his shoulders. Then the last of him scattered upward into the wind, coming in off the water, catching the light for a moment before they were gone. Bliss stood alone on the rock. The tablet behind her hummed quietly, full now, waiting. The ocean did not change. The sky did not change. The world kept going the way it always had, carrying what had been given to it without knowing the name of the one who had given it.
Ray Taylor!
Thank you for listening to MVS A Dragon's Revenge. We hope you enjoyed a tale of legendary Red Dragon Sen. Stay tuned for more such interesting stories to unfold only on the Pocket FM app.